Good morning. I've been to KL? No. Well, at the airport, but I've never been to KL itself. I've been to Penang. Not KL. There's no casting here, dude. We're just chilling and watching some games. That's all. I'm gonna get a drink though. Be right back. Who am I gonna watch with? I'm just gonna watch alone, I think. Too dangerous to watch with other people. Never know what they say.
Player matchup for this series between Team Secret and Alliance, the mid lane. We wanted to look at Nisha versus Hui. It was Puck versus Kunkka in that lane. And to be honest, if you look just at the mid lane, you kind of got the story of the entire game already.
I don't watch this until the end yet.
That mid lane was
Waga's busy. Waga's taking care of.
Making sure they get that
I think he's a family dog.
And it was Nisha that came out ahead, and therefore something we also said: if we doesn't have a good game, Alliance doesn't have a good game, and that kind of was the case here. It was a bit of a disappointing showing from Alliance. Team Secret very dominant throughout the game. This was the biggest glimmer of a light that Alliance had, the Chronosphere with the Mortimer's Kisses, and they get
Why do people hate SCA server?
They got 4 kills.
People don't hate SCA server.
They still don't really
the only people who hate SCA server are the people who play there.
And that fight that we saw, it was
everyone outside doesn't care because it's not their server.
A little bit too late.
Yeah, they already fell behind pretty significantly. I think this was a 10k gold lead minute 20 game. Yeah, for me, a lot of it comes down to what happens in mid, right? One team has a Snapfire 4 and the other one has a Marcy, and then Marcy's rotating mid, killing for the Kunkka onto the Puck, and then Kunkka uses this advantage to buy an Orchid, and then he just starts setting up kills himself. And Nisha just ran over the entire map together with Zayats. They did a really good job. I actually think in this game, relatively speaking, Resolution was kind of quiet.
Is that Winter?
Because he didn't need to make a lot of moves. He just needed to control parts of the map, pressure there. And
he looks so different now.
The biggest disappointment for me in this game from Alliance was the double kill they gave to Chris.
I barely recognized them.
That just should not happen. They turned around and tried to go offensive with Void plus Dazzle after Void had been linked. And
I mean, the thing is,
I'm gonna play New Saints though. Yeah, I'm gonna play with Magomed. Scores on that game looks bad, but it should still be fun.
But maybe he thought he was laning against Beastmaster, and he chose to start the game with all Venom, and it didn't help him at all against the Razor. And that was number one, and the skill build as well. I find it quite peculiar that he didn't even have 1 point in time dilation just for the lane, you know, to help your support or even get some kills. Slow is pretty good at level 1, and he went for a 3-0-2 build, and
the second point bash just doesn't
do anything. Doesn't do anything for you, you know. It doesn't help you in the lane, and right now the meta, I feel like the laning phase is just so important for you. You know, you have to be able, like when I was talking about the laning synergy, I'm also talking about you have to discuss and understand. In this lane, what skill do I need to prioritize? What do I have to? How do I have to start my level 1 items? And how do I need to play the lane?
You think this match is TI later? Where's TI this year again?
Like when you're losing lane, sometimes
I forgot.
Too aggressive. And
oh, Singapore, right?
About, okay, I want to do well in this lane, but instead, if you're
I guess it should be around the same times then.
Get a 50-50 result. We are not going to try to overextend. We're not going to try to be too aggressive, and that what's gonna.
They're so nice to name a city after me. Feels good, man.
Being too aggressive, they're trying to go for kills in that lane, which I feel like it was quite.
It's the same time zone, but you don't know if it's the same schedule.
They lost 2 heroes, and there you go. The lane's over.
Because at the start of the game, after the draft was done, we said the easier to execute draft is in the hands of Alliance, and you feel like they just didn't execute it well, or was that because Secret set up the lanes in their favor instead?
I didn't check Gobi's
I think
content.
Alliance actually ended up getting the lanes that they wanted, right?
I have no time to watch other people's teams.
I honestly think Alliance's lane setups were fine. I think they got outplayed. They're just outclassed in this game.
I think that two things that I want to say is like the rune is one thing you mentioned earlier, the Marcy comparing to the Snapfire, but the other thing is like the carry rotations. You saw Crystallis, how he is coming to help his team, is TPing in, trying to defend and fight for the towers. But when you look at Nico Baby on the Faces Void, I think the first time he tried to make a rotation was at minute 11. He was doing a smoke with Snapfire. He was at the top.
Oh, we missed the first game, it seems.
The mid tower. They lost some heroes already and they were late.
Man, they start so early. SAA attempt is so bad for Europe. Awful.
You can jump in to TP to your team to help them, secure a fight. And I feel like he had the chrono for.
He is standing on something, 100%. Winter is shorter than me, and Synderen is like 20 centimeters taller than me or some shit.
The carry player. He has this chrono, but he's waiting. Oh, I'm just gonna wait for something to happen, then I'm gonna TP into chrono instead of I'm gonna look to do something with the chrono. He's telling his team, hey, I have chrono. Snap, do you have ulti? Come with me. Let's go.
I don't know how tall Synderen is.
I find that it's lacking in the
I think like 190 or something, or 185. I don't know. I'm 172, but his posture was pretty bad when I met him.
Yeah.
He was hunched over a bit.
Take one fight and won the fight and maybe take a tower, but that didn't happen and it was just too late,
Yeah, and there's one
Give
thing
him a
that's
break.
overarching theme of all games that Team
this
Secret
is funny.
played so far. We see Zayach on his Marcy.
Synderen is
the whole
huge.
time. He's able to help Nisha every time on this hero. Obviously, we heard Nico Baby say, "Oh, ban the."
They don't have him stand in a box.
Say, oh, let's
What they do is there's a guy below him that holds him up,
I think it's more replaceable.
or two guys, like one for each leg.
Like Marcy, I know Marcy is unique in the sense that it might be the single best hero at doing what it does, but there's other heroes that can do it to a lesser extent. I feel like Chen is one of a kind. Like there's no hero that takes that role and performs that. Let's say Marcy's banned. Zayat also plays a mean Earth Spirit. He plays a great Tiny. So, you're going to get one of those three.
Then
and what Secret did this
techies.
time? And then there's the techies. Well, that's a different place to go.
And also maybe the new techies. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe.
The thing is, this game, what Secret did was they grabbed that Marcy and then they banned the other two, right?
Yeah.
So Desire didn't get Tiny or...
Skyrath is banned,
Yeah,
Chen was
Skyrath.
banned, Wyvern was banned.
What was I missing?
The
Tiny
finals are on the
They banned
28th, I think.
Yeah.
So
27 or
they took
28.
advantage of that whole mid dynamic, and I think that again to me is I'll just repeat it after last game. I think that's what Alliance needs to do. They need to bring Wei into the game. They need to play Desire around him and get something done. This time they picked an offlane Timber, so there's freedom to move, but it's Snapfire.
The issue is like it's not really from the draft. I feel like it's between the players, the communication, the understanding between how they are moving. Like maybe you can improve in certain.
I didn't really touch my tattoo yet. I need to do it.
What's happening in the game is because of
I'm
the lack
lazy.
of understanding between the players. When you look at
I'm gonna watch a new Game of Thrones series.
when I always
Yeah,
watch their games,
I think I will.
I
But
think
it's
that
not on
there's
Netflix, is it?
they will
It's like
get,
on
specific places on the map and
HBO or
get
something like
pickoffs
that.
and Get kills everywhere.
Annoying.
And we're gonna find out if they can do the same thing.
Like, am I really gonna
in
sub
game two,
to
or whether Alliance can
HBO
punch
for like
back,
a
we'll
month,
find
just
out.
or like
Yeah,
even a
Fred-
day, just to watch Game of Thrones? I think I'll just wait for the whole thing to come out and then binge watch it. Thank you, Valen, for the 14, Unknown Killer for the 48. Plans to Immortal Empire tonight? No, not tonight. I'm gonna wait like a week or two for them to iron out the bugs and stuff before I play that. Askel 112227788, thank you for the 15. Have I watched Dragon Ball Season 3? Yes, I watched it. It was pretty nice. Better than the first two seasons. Digitex, thank you for the 16. Kakariki, thank you for the 16 as well. Spassaru, thank you for the 3 dudes.
You wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yeah, third season was pretty nice. It was still too fast for my taste, but it was nicer than the other two seasons. Not afraid of spoilers? Nah. Don't really care.
Nivea Man Deep Antitranspirant met de Black Carbon formule.
Oh, nice. Ads within an ad.
Dark Wood voor 48 uur bescherming. This is how epic smells. Ontdek nu alles van Nivea Man Deep.
Thank you, Hatsu, for the 22. Have I seen Arcane? Yes. Oh, Arcane is really nice to look at. I wish Dota went Arcane's route for storytelling. You know, just pick like 2 characters and just kinda tell their tale. But instead we have like a whole conclusion of something. I don't even know what the fuck we watched. The tail of Venom as it turned into banana. Yeah, thank fuck, man. I wanna watch that. Dota didn't even use so many heroes. They used like non-in-game Dota things for their story. It was really weird. You could tell that they didn't play the game when they made the show. Like, I was so excited to watch different matchups between heroes fighting, but then it was just kind of like, oh, oops, this character's dead from random shit. No, that character's dead from random shit. Oh, you know, these things we were talking about and hyping up for 5 episodes did that in 1 second. No, Arcane taking 6 years to make is not the difference for that. No, this is a choice way before that they made. I'm talking about the deliberate choice of going for such a big and expanded story that would have taken like 100 episodes to fill up, versus just going for a couple character arcs. Dude, I've been playing Dota for as long as Dota has been existed almost, and I still have no idea what that fucking Arc Warden scene was about. No fucking idea, dude. No clue whatsoever. I don't know anything actually. Yeah, no spoilers in chat obviously, because there might be so many people watching, but I have no fucking idea what's happening in that show. It's not supposed to make sense? Yeah, well then you can make anything. People do want things to make sense. Is Black casting? I don't know. I'm not gonna play AoE 4, no. No. I thought it was really obvious that Dota show really needed Dota heroes fighting other Dota heroes using their iconic abilities. I thought it was like the most asked thing for a show that could ever be made for anything.
The second game between Team Secret and Alliance coming your way.
And you have some dude hitting X like an idiot, like Marcy, and he just fucking spins like a ballerina.
The teams are ready to go. We would like to see some changes though, and side of Team Secret is fine. They're doing great. They have not lost a single game, but Alliance has been struggling, and we want to see that addressed. But it did not really feel like the draft was where they needed to address most things, Sinren.
No, Winter and
I didn't watch Gobby play Dota 2.
And I think he brought up a really important
You
point
surprised
about,
there's so many new Dota players playing Dota 2? Is that so much? 1? I guess it is, relatively compared to how many new players are normally.
Basically, I was talking to him about the mentor. Yeah, I feel like as a carrier right now, whenever you're playing a hero like Void and you don't have your ultimate,
That'd be expensive to animate. Well, you know, you have to make a choice for what you want to animate. The fights they chose to animate in the Dota series throughout the whole thing, they all feel like random shit.
Because as a support player, I feel
like none of those scenes feels like, oh, this is from Dota 2. It was just generic high fantasy fighting.
Basically just stand in the cliff and break smokes and place my observer wards. And comparing to if my carry feels like he's just gonna be in the team fight just to tank and allow our team to take the fight and maybe win the fight, I feel like I can do a lot more in the game. That's why I feel like. I
mean, let's be real here, man. They couldn't even get Sunstrike right. Sunstrike.
Whenever I don't have
that's like the first spell every Invoker player learns because it does nice damage.
Do you think that's something Nico Baby does specifically on Void, or do you think that's a problem he has on multiple carry heroes that are also faster? Because like Crystallis in that last game was Razor, so maybe it's more obvious to rotate and join. Like, let's say Nico plays something like Jugger.
DK's most iconic skill in Dota is his stun. He has no fucking shield in the show.
mean, I don't want to sound like I hate on him a lot, but when I was playing with him in clutch game,
It's a fucking punk, man. He doesn't have it.
to have that mindset because he's an anti-mage player, so the way he plays carry is.
Potham never used arrow, you know, like, like what are we looking
I would
at?
say that he definitely does think of the game that way sometimes, but maybe he has changed a little bit now. But based on the last,
He has
point
his
game, I
Q?
feel like
He never used his Q.
Still feels like that same kind of player, and I think that in order to succeed as a team right now, I'm not saying
She didn't use it in book 3. No, she didn't.
Important that everyone gets the cohesion and the
I don't want to
carry
spoil it too much.
understands
That was not
when he has to
arrow.
help the team, when he has to come participate, when he has to give his life for the team, for example.
Well, in that case, Team Secret might have helped the Lions a little bit along by betting out the Faceless Void. Because we're gonna see Nico Baby on something else. Obviously, he played something else earlier today already as well. But that one didn't really work out the way they wanted to either. That was
Let me timeout just
we'll
spoil
see
it
what
real
they go
quick,
for this
dude.
time around, though. As we got the Earth
timeout,
Spirit first phase
on
pickup, so
timeout.
we got the Zyre's best hero on the board for Alliance. The Keeper of the Light is a little bit of a flex pick.
No, there's no
think
problem
it's
streaming
almost
this.
guaranteed we
I got
are
the permission for
already,
it.
Yeah.
To be honest,
I don't like the hero on support so much though. I prefer him on a core role.
I think in order to work on support, you need more information than you generally have when you pick it this early, at least, right? If you want it to be support, there needs to be some really good value in chakra magic. You need to have like some.
What, an obelisk? After this is done and Waga's available.
Early as a flex pick.
Not, I mean, it potentially if you have like some sort of really good strategies up your sleeve that you can run later. I just think the amount of value you need to get out.
I just thought it was so silly in that show. You have so much potential, you could just steal from the Dota game for ideas, but then they just kind of did their own shit and it was so generic and average.
Maybe there's like a third or fourth hero, but that's pretty much it. Like aside from that, it's just probably
Those
better to put
two
a
are
core.
probably the best.
Yeah.
Like imagine you have Pangolier as a hero,
There's any other combination
and then
be able to exceed.
you don't even use the real Pangolier from the game and he never does any of the skills of Pangolier.
But I see where you're
It doesn't feel so wasted.
play Kotter as a support. You definitely need you can't pick the hero standalone. You need something else to.
I don't
buff
think
it
it's
up.
worth
Into
it.
some random shit.
That's for sure.
And as a position,
He just talks the same way, he just moves the same way, dresses the same way, looks the same way, but no, it's not him, and he doesn't do anything that he does.
Packs the team fight.
It's like alright.
On a hero like a Phoenix or even Warlock, for example, compared to Kotal.
So I need to talk about Willow because Willow has picked also Zaya.
That's the thing about Arcane. The characters that did do their
But
stuff.
I have actually just yesterday heard that Willow.
It just
is,
happened that I played that Jace hero a little bit, so I knew his skills. I was like, holy shit, he's doing this. I was like, fuck, I did this in the game. I was like, what? That's sick.
When I played, I seem to be losing.
That was so
recently,
fucking
but
sick.
That could have different.
It just
factors
happened
to
in
it.
one of the few heroes I played of League.
That's true.
It was like fucking 150 heroes or something. I played one of those.
Or can we not
The
make
thing
work?
with this hero is
Dude, they really understood. It was so obvious that Dota needed that. It's so fucking obvious.
Like the hero so much now.
Yeah.
In its state
In the
right
current,
now.
in
Jeez.
the
Yeah,
current
state.
meta, yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and
Oh,
say
that's your
this.
combo.
I actually think this Willow is flex. I don't think it's necessarily Zayat's, because the thing is.
Oh well, let's focus on the game here.
Arguably Zayat's
Let's see
the
what
best
do we
hero,
have.
or at least
The
one
Mars
Oh,
right now.
Bristle
If
Wisp.
they
How does
cannot
that ever
play
go
off
through together?
in the safe lane. But the cool thing about Willow here as a potential core is with Ags, I think you're one of the heroes that has this insane reach that can actually kill Kotal in fights.
You
want to
see it on Nisha?
It's a possibility.
Valve
Anisha,
doesn't care
I
about
think
Dota?
this game,
Of course they
I
care.
would still lean toward them probably
Otherwise
not
the
doing
game would be
that, but I
deleted
don't
by
think it's
now.
out of the question. When you're Secret and you pick it in this position with the enemy matchups that you have, I don't think there's anything that really warrants picking it here.
To be
except
honest,
if you're flexing it, right?
If you're gonna put Willow mid in this case, obviously good against Caudle, but it's also
Yeah.
then with an Axe great against Io.
I think the biggest reason if I were to put it as a core is just basically like what I mentioned.
The Riot cares a lot about their products.
Backline heroes, you need a hero
They
that
have
can
like a
jump the
whole...
backline
Dude,
easily.
they're just making a fucking genre. A game per genre for
The
League of
other
Legends.
is,
Everything. MMO, fighting game, RPG.
yes,
Fucking everything, man.
setting up his combo. You can
do you think Blink will actually kill Kotal? I feel like you just get blinded away.
Product.
think
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have to
it's, they're all products. Everything is a product.
Axe.
Yeah.
If there's a consumer, there's a
Sure,
product.
I mean,
I've
I
never
don't
seen
know.
it, but it could be a useful idea here. But or Poppy would just play the Willow and we're all
Yeah,
wrong.
that could be.
I mean, that's also
Could be
possible,
very
right?
possible.
It could just be Puppy Blink.
I can win Kenny for the 16.
I'm trying to justify it just because, again, from the perspective of what does literally every other team do right now. Now they've ran the Omni that nobody picks, and now they're running Willow, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to like wrap my head around what's the mentality. Like,
Does
are Secret
anybody
onto
have?
something, or
Well,
it just a combination with the Marcy? Cause
I wonder what the meta is now.
The Bramble, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why. And
I haven't watched Dota since
do we have
that
a list of
tournament
heroes that
before
Poppy hasn't
Arlington.
played in competitive games yet, because obviously we know that Kuro has the
Is he
list
chasing the
complete, but
record?
maybe he's chasing. Yeah.
Poppy has
but-
definitely played Omni Knight before.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I
That's
don't think
true.
he got anything out of
yeah,
that.
but at the same time, you know, it's group stage. Maybe they want to try something out. You know,
True.
who knows? Something that they did in Scrim that worked really well. But as of right now, I don't really see the actual combination. What's the reason behind picking the Willow with their lineup? The only thing I can come up with is just a good assassin against the.
It changes during majors. I mean, it's always how it is.
Keep in mind Alliance
Meta's always changed within the tournament itself.
Coddle is going mid as well with their bans, right? So they banned Kunkka, Storm, Bat as their 3 second phase bans, and now they're banning Tia as well.
All
for
the way up
top.
to the last
So
match of
really
the
trying
finals.
to make this a good game for Weeha. And,
Think
to be honest
Indonesian
with
for
you,
the
I think
300s?
this is still a pretty damn good Coddle game, especially if the Willow is a support. There's nothing here that really catches Coddle except Marcy, but until she has Dagger, Coddle needs to
what
be
do you
out of
think-
position to
What do
get
you
caught.
think about picking PA for Secret? Then you have the break against the Bristol, and then you can jump the Cotter, and it's very good against the IO. Would you be worried if you are the Cotter?
I think it might be a little bit too.
All
greedy,
games are
actually.
stomps.
I find that
Jeez.
PA is not really a counter support.
No, I find that almost every game I watch is a stomp.
Too strong, too fast. On PA,
Like a
normally
lot
you
of
don't care
games
about
are
the break.
decided in the
In order for
first,
PA
like
to be
say,
valuable,
5 to
Shard
10
needs to
minutes
also
in
have some
laning
damage
phase,
items, right?
and then
at that
like
point,
you
Bristol
get a
can have
small
Axe,
advantage
Vanguard,
there, and it
BKB,
just
and
snowballs
Aegis,
further
and
into
he
a
just goes
victory.
trigger and he hits you
I mean, you already lose all your 6
It's so rare
Yeah.
for teams to come back from laning phase.
Generally doesn't favor PA.
It's like
very much.
only
Secret, you
like
see
team
weakness here. If
spirit
Alliance
or
is
something
executed,
that, you
there's
know,
no
sometimes
power
they
sort of
come back from
match, maybe you
50k
can
or
pull
some
it off,
shit.
but I think it's better you
But
just
then everyone
assume
else just
that
kind
you're
of
gonna solve
dies.
this Bristleback with your Razor and your Timber, and that's enough. And then your last pick here for Nisha should be able to handle the call.
Sound like I didn't watch the major? I did. I watched a couple of those games, and every game I watched, they were all stomps.
Even though they've banned all of the other heroes that you would consider Coddle counters, Ember can still get on top of him and kill him off.
And the major
Only
before
thing you're
that,
dealing with is
I
the
think we
Bristol
watched like
balance.
2 out of what?
Light Chains is very good against
50
IO.
games or something that weren't stomps?
It's very good with Timber. I think Ember Timber is actually a very strong pairing until BKBs.
Yeah, because the way
So-
Timber plays, like he just wants to run in. and
Like
he
2 or
wants the
3
other
games
to
at
set up the
most.
kills for him with stuns, small spells, and Ember Spirit definitely fills that criteria.
All right, we got the Mars coming out for Limitless on the side of Alliance.
I
Once again,
watched
look at the guns, I
Spirit
really like
LGD the last
Uh,
2 or
Oh,
3
that's
games. That was the game I was
nice.
talking
Yeah,
about. That was the one comeback that was insanely good.
What should be
That was like the best comeback in Dota in years.
How they are, you know, ticking all the boxes in a draft.
Yep.
They really have it. All
But,
covered.
you know, it's such a rare occasion. Almost
Little
every
bit
other
concerning,
game
for the Mars's lane, I think.
is just
Can
gonna be a
zero the
stomp.
Razor, obviously,
Like
but
99 out of 100.
Mars, is a hero that I think a lot of the
Why
time
it's so
actually suffers from
stompy?
1v2
It's because
compared
teams are
to
getting better at
some
the game,
other
I
offlaners
suppose.
Like Timbersaw, who can more easily be left alone.
That's the thing
If
about
Mars gets
macro
left
play.
early by
If you're
Razor,
good
you
at
can suffer
macro
a lot
play,
in this kind of lane. So maybe you're a
you
little
don't
pinned down, especially if
really
you can't really rotate mid as much.
get fucked once you get a lead.
I feel like if the Earth Spirit
Because the
gets
idea is
pulled
simple,
off,
right? If you're ahead and
sure,
you're
maybe
stronger,
do
you
some
get to
CS
take
here,
towers, you
but
get to get more farm, you get to have Roshan.
for sure.
And if you
Now,
don't
we are
fuck
not
this
gonna
up,
be able to
you
see
will
who
get this
picks
every
up
single
what.
time.
I think it's Monkey mid.
It's just how RTS games work in general.
Chrysalis has Grandmaster Monkey King as well.
Like, it's not that direct because there's still
Nisha
other
Timber.
small nuances like hero counters, hero matchups, lane matchups, late game heroes that come online after like 30 minutes or like certain items. But in general, just controlling areas of the game, it gives you such a lead that a lot of these things just get dispelled. Like, it doesn't matter whether your hero is good late game if you don't get to late game.
And then you would get the Razor against Mars matchup. This other way around is totally fine as well, though.
With Timber on the mid lane, you still favoring Alliance's drafting game plan?
They're probably gonna struggle in the lanes, but overall, I'm still gonna stick to the fact that I just like their overall lineup, what they have in their draft, and it's just easier to play their draft, you know. And Secret has
And
a
neutral
they definitely
items.
have some
Neutral
advantage in the
items
lanes, but
can
it's
be
not
random.
execute their
Like
lineup.
some stuff can be very high impact, like casual flicker or something like that. It could ruin entire heroes. But it's all random, so what can you do?
Thank you, Steve. Yes, we're ready to go here with the second game of the series between Alliance and Secret. And yeah, Puppy, he's had some fun on Omni Night this time round. He says, I want to play a bit of Dark Willow, a hero, a support that's just not very highly rated at the moment. So we'll see what Puppy's able to do with it here in this second game. And overall, what do you sort of make of this? We heard once again, Winter does like the strategy that Alliance is approaching this game with.
Yes, again, their mid game. I mean, the mid game looks good. Their team fight looks pretty strong, right? I can agree with that.
Oh,
but
Zayak and
I look at
Resolution
Secret
again?
in their lanes in particular.
Is
it looks
Ice
really
and
good, and
what is it?
I think
Yapso, I
if
guess? Are they
Big
out?
Nisha on his Timber, and he's playing versus 4 strength heroes. I'm looking at him. I think he might just take over this game. But I do see Alliance having ways to at least take team fights.
Ice is
Versus 4
out.
strengths, I've seen Nisha
Yapso
not
too?
playing versus strength heroes on his mid timber.
Yapso's taking a break. How is Yapso taking a break? Dude, he's a month away from TI or something. Or a month and a half.
To what we got with the previous series, unfortunately for Alliance. Alliance game 1, they pulled out the Pudge, then game 2, Pudge.
Still medical break.
Oh,
It's been long.
Here. You know, we saw first game Alliance. They went with that Timber last pick. And,
Oh
so
yeah,
it's
Ice is
gonna
a
be a
mid
good Timber
one.
game,
Someone
but
told me
now game
earlier.
2
I just
Secret.
forgot about it, I
We'll
guess.
show you what a good Timber
I
game
hope
looks
Yapso is
like.
doing well.
See how this one
That's
goes
really
down.
rough
We've
to
seen
take a
lot
break
of
right before
Grandmaster tier
TI.
heroes here
Yep.
on
Worst
Alliance.
time
That's always a
possible.
good sign. Limitless on that level 30 Mars. And, of course, Desire on his signature hero. Pretty much the hero you would have known him for if you were watching back in sort of the Div 2 days of where we first saw Desire start to show himself on the scene. This is his best hero,
Yeah,
the Earth Spirit.
I think that's honestly that's what it looked like the approach for me this entire draft was from Alliance.
No one
what
likes
are the best
mid one
Earth Spirit? It's
anymore.
like, what do you want to play?
Maybe
What do
from
we
the
feel best
outside,
with?
but you
Let's
don't know
go with
anything
that.
about it
Other
anyway.
things are not working right now, so let's just play our comfort.
No,
So
I like it.
that's what I'm seeing here, and we see Secret the way that they switched up a little bit of the lanes.
I really bought that mid one thing. It was this one man story, and everyone just ate it up.
Mars to shut him down. They have this Willow also. This lane could be a bit hard.
Yeah, it's
because
such
that double
pathetic
melee versus
drama.
Willow plus MK.
Well, let's have a look. So, indeed, what in this mid
Let's
matchup
check
then,
what's gonna
Nisha
go
versus
on in this
Timber,
game.
well, you're able to
Ah,
build enough
Cuddle
stacks, you
mid.
just have enough HP regen
Timber
rush to
versus
deal with
Cuddle
the
mid.
blast we are, and you can very freely farm
Switch to
this
a
lane.
different lane. I'm done with this one already. I've seen it all.
Timber. I imagine Timber is just gonna farm, but I think Cuddle should get more because he's able to
Cuddle is
back
gonna
up
farm and Timber is gonna farm. Neither will ever drop below 80% HP.
You know, you hit the left hard
This
camp,
is how
blast
things
to
are,
the
seems.
right inside your jungle, and you're triple stacking constantly, and you can farm those constantly.
Sure.
So
I mean, and with Secret's
What else is
heroes,
there to
we will
watch?
see
Let's
any
see.
early moves into
Wisp
that
Whistle.
jungle.
Oh,
Like,
this
do they
could
have ways to
be-
mess with the stacks?
absolutely, yeah, we'll see the same thing that Zayat did last game. I think it's going to be a very similar game from him. I think he'll play a little bit more around this top lane,
Zayak.
around with Rezo to make sure he doesn't get shut down. But I think as soon as he sees
Okay,
a
went back for
momentum
them.
of stacks coming out, yeah, they'll look to invade.
Why did
See how
Zayak
these
pull when the lane was in
full
his favor?
shenanigans going on. Desire getting the wave behind the tower. Puppy's going to chase and give him some good harassment. And Crystallis will have to just hold the lane in position.
I guess he wanted to get the block too? No, he would have gotten the block anyway.
Yeah, searching. Puppy on the Willow. Now, what do you think made him
I
want
didn't see
to
where the
play
lane was.
Willow in this
Maybe
game?
maybe it wasn't in perfect
He just
place.
wanted to play
It looked good from the
Yeah,
minimap,
I mean,
but I didn't
versus
see the
Spirits,
keep
he can
HP,
be
so...
pretty decent. Coddle takes a while to build BKB, maybe because he thinks that you can get like some way to catch from like the reach or something. I'm not sure.
No,
I'm
they
really
don't
not
want to
sure,
dive.
because
You
this hero's not
can't
played
dive
very
with
often,
Bristleback this early
and
with a
there's not
Razor.
really, like anything that stands out usually where it's like, damn, this is a good Willow game.
Bristleback would have to
There's
fuck
really
up a
not too
lot
much
for that to happen.
It's like usually it's good versus mobility.
I'm not playing
cores.
more than Empires on
I guess
release,
that's the
no.
one thing you can look at, the root and the brambles, but
I'm
everyone
gonna
else
wait for him to iron out the bugs.
that cripples the hero completely.
And overall, did you...
Zai is not
like the
Zayak.
approach with the
Zayak
pick
is
from
Zayak.
Secret, getting Crystallis on the Monkey King?
I think that was one of the better picks actually. Scales super well. It also has a really good.
Oh! Nisha's half
We
HP.
can see on
I
the
was
map.
wrong.
Also, a player on one of the heroes that probably is most played, if not definitely up there in the top 3, Grandmaster tier on the Monkey King Crystallis.
It's his best hero.
It is. Yeah.
It was his best hero for a long
It
time.
was back, sort of back when we saw him on the previous squads, right? Creepwave and things. You know, when you saw the Monkey King come out for Crystallis, you could pretty much consider the game a GG.
Yeah, it was first banned always.
Yep.
Even when the hero was not as popular, it was always first banned versus him. So yeah, it always makes sense if he sees this matchup. Although right now Limitless is doing pretty well. As we said, you know, the lane pulling and stuff like that does influence this. Nice dodge there from Crystallis to.
Oh, it doesn't go for the stacks.
And I guess, I mean, there's a lot of disable in this bottom lane. So a lot of chase. So maybe that's another thing that why he wanted the Willow. Maybe they were thinking about just playing with the safe lane with something that can give them a lot of ways to catch heroes in that lane. Because having the Bramble plus even going for Curse Crown level 2, that is a lot of control.
Nisha solo kill?
Nisha.
No. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
And with those 2 points in the reactive, as long as he keeps those stacks up, he'll have a good consistent amount of HP.
Surprised he didn't get a
regen.
stick or a
And he's got
casual
that ward,
cloak.
so he constantly is able to see
It's really high value in this matchup.
Make sure he keeps himself at this 30% HP.
Bottom lane, we'll see make a bit of a go for Limitless.
Top as well.
Yeah,
So moves on both
Zay's
sides.
just got to be a bit careful with the quill
Yeah,
spray
you're
stacking
not
up.
diving that.
Solution,
I don't even know why they
Trouble.
try.
Got his wand.
stick charges to slow the plasma field.
Oh my
maybe
god,
won't be
dude,
able
that's
to
expensive.
continue to push under the tower and dive. At least doesn't want.
Yeah,
to,
that's
wants to
2
hold
heroes
back.
zone for like a
So
minute and a
just sort
half.
of leave the 2 of them as low as they are, making the lane a bit awkward now for Secret, as there'll be some good space for Nico Baby to farm.
I thought for maybe for like a little bit, like Nico might have some trouble up here because how much Razor's always able to do, but Ducalis is offsetting everything. I mean, this IO is really making the difference up here, so it's really good signs actually for Alliance having this Bristle to have a good start.
I'm gonna watch this alone.
Even though he's going to be playing versus that Timbersaw that's going to, of course, have that big points in his Chakram and Whirling Death, but
without doubt, much more solid start in the lanes here for Alliance in this game too.
And I'm glad now we're seeing Desire, as we mentioned, last game ad nauseum, it felt like almost.
Sad as we were saying that?
Mid.
No.
Now Desire's going to be playing around.
Not really. It's just very risky to watch with other people. Never know what random garbage they say.
All the HP regen that he does have, in terms of his HP pool, it does tend to sit rather low.
It's going to start times. He's going to start healing more though, right? 3 points in reactive. He's going to start getting higher.
I mean, you can see what 18 stacks you were reaching up towards 30 HP a second. That's a lot of health that you're building back up.
You probably missed
So I'd rather not have them in my stream.
You probably had to do it when you had 2 points only in reactive. Top.
Well, it's a good dive. Desire finds the angle, but doesn't quite have the damage with the combo, so Zayats will be able to slide away. It's in the mid, actually. Nisha putting some heavy pressure onto Weeha.
He's... Oh, my goodness. Okay, I was about to say, is he 6? You actually would have been able to get the kill. Rotation. Puppy's here.
It's still a bit of an awkward trip for Weeha to get back to the safety of his map. He'll just have to move deep and TP back out to the tier 2.
Okay. That was pretty scary, though. Nisha's going to be 6 off of that, and then he can actually commit and get the kill. Weeha has to be very careful, especially now that he TP'd.
Yeah, these two range
creeps. That's a 6 here. That range creep.
Mana situation is pretty low
for
Nisha.
Oh, look mid. He might try.
At least immediate threat.
Oh, I guess there's a kill here.
Zayats has got anything to jump off. Rezo will be able to step over. Gives Zayats the ability to reach over and
oh, this feels so bad. You pick a Razor, but you don't really dominate the lane. They lost the lane. 20 CS versus 30 CS.
Nico baby, Weeha having a good start. And Limitless, he hasn't died down bottom, which can sometimes be that difficult matchup versus Monkey King and a secondary disabler. So yeah, things looking much better. Still that 1K lead right now for Secret, but Alliance definitely got to be happy with this.
Well, that's Marcy have an 800 range escape because Marcy is complete fucking dog shit mid game. So you have to make up for that. So early game is good instead. Marcy late game, you press Q, you press E, and that is your contribution to the whole team fight.
We'll be okay.
Heads up TP. There's the pressure now from Nisha. Ready to get beyond the tower and start to put the damage in onto Weeha.
And they're bringing the 2 supports. Secret, I do think Alliance might have to bring more numbers to be able to defend this tower. Weeha.
Yeah, Nisha is just going to continue to chase down Weeha. Desire will hold him back.
Nice.
I don't know if Black is going to cast this tournament.
So Weeha has to just completely run out of the
lane. We're very much seeing sort of that same state for Weeha where, Secret, they're going for it. They're making sure that Weeha doesn't get this easy moment of the game. He'll make a good move up towards the top, though.
There's a good rotation.
As we saw all the focus that Secret were putting into pushing Weeha out of the mid lane.
Oh my god.
And he doesn't nearly die there, but he will live.
It's very even mid game.
Weeha was able to make the most of that.
Phase.
So, well, you want to chase me to the mid? I'm just going to leave that area and go for a quick gank top. And they'll be able to get first blood thanks to that alliance.
Very nicely done. The best opportunity you could do instead of now jungling. He just makes
it's the same like just slightly different
with the boots of travel done. Courier's dead for a minute, so we'll have to wait a little longer to pick up, but still a good timing to get those online. As once again we see this move from Weeha that Secret weren't quite prepared for. They couldn't get anyone over here to help out Resolution, and he did the maths. He knew it was close.
It was close for a little too
Did
close.
this need a replay?
Weeha mid, the stun. They get the kick
Alliance
away.
has 15 straight losses.
Get some distance, but
oh, that is not good.
With the Chakram. Oh, he got the chain. He's got the kill.
Nice try. Honestly.
15 or 16? Because it looks like 16.
Almost gets the save onto the coddle there. And that was, big things because you mentioned, his courier's dead, right? If he had the boots of travel, very likely
he
would have
had that
get
speed.
away. He would have had the speed. So all these things do matter.
Very likely.
You know, not to point out the obvious, but they're kind of playing against Timbersaw with 3 strength heroes and 2 of them. Oh, it's 4 strength heroes. And 2 of them are cores.
They go for this early pressure, shut down Weeha.
It looks kind of painful going into mid game, post laning phase.
We'll get the D ward. He knows.
Now could they not have picked any?
They'll go for him here. Zayats able to jump over, grab him with the dispose.
They had to pick something else. What is this?
Weeha will go down again. Turn their attention over towards Desire. They might be able to set up on this. Curse Crown from Puppy. Buying time for Zayats and Nisha to close in on this. Desire, I don't know if there's many moves he can make here to get away from the 3 of them. He'll try with the kickback. Immediately disposed from Zayats is there. A Secret pick up a second.
You have to feel like I'm sure Weeha's telling his teammates too. He's like, guys, like they're going for me constantly. Like I need you guys.
So what would you like to see them do? That we want to see sort of
The only bad lane is the top lane for
Nico
secrets.
Baby come in, so he's more prepared to tether over and provide a bit of extra safety in the mid, or what?
I really think.
And that lane that went bad for them is still better than the off lane for Alliance.
Weeha's getting gone on it. We'll be able to.
Here we go. Now they're bringing the heroes over now.
Okay.
Limitless turned up. He's ready with the 6.
5-0 rotation, 0 kills.
To set up a fight with the arena.
Secrets farming 2 side lanes plus jungle.
This time round, Alliance is responding, and they'll make sure that nobody gets caught underneath the tower.
Thank God, honestly. I'm like, if they don't make a reaction to this, I don't know what's going on with them, because they need to be playing more around Weeha when he's playing these type of heroes. So this time they will be able to hold on to it, and Weeha will be able to now back up, get some farm, and they get both D wards, really important. So they will be able to stop some of that aggression that's going to be coming out onto this Coddle. And inevitably, you know, it's a couple of these kills, these do hurt, but the tower is still alive, right? That is the most important thing. But look at Nisha's net worth. Like, this is, as we preface the game, it's a Timber versus 4 strength heroes. And he's already having this type of start. It's looking really good for him.
She bottom.
Relocate's coming in.
Crystallis does go for the jump forward, but need immediate reaction from Limitless with the arena. Crystallis himself will put down the Wukong's command. He's trying to build up those Jingu Mastery stacks. Will get pushed to the side. A little bit of life still to buy him some time.
5 man rotation again.
With the mischief, but
Well, at least it's with relocate, so it's kind of like 3 man rotation.
And he certainly does that. Standing tall for quite a few seconds there in that fight, but at the end of it all, Alliance able to take him down.
And that's something that now I want to see. Like, I'm glad that we're seeing this happen already. Alliance, they have a really good lineup that can outnumber, right? They have the relocate, they have the boots of travel early from the Coddle, they have the Earth Spirit who's going to be able to do lots of this mobility. So I want to see them doing this constantly where they have the numbers. I want them to always have those numbers in these fights when they're playing versus.
Oh, that's worth for sure. I mean, they need these kills. But this, well, like, what the fuck is this though? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. And then he just TP's out.
The stacks that Nico Baby's building up upon him as well. TP's out of there. He's happy with the double kill. Back down bottom. Crystallis get pushed back by the spear. That'll give the space for Limitless to get out.
Mid tower now taking a heavy beating. Catapults on it. Moving the 2 supports again.
Weeha's got to be careful.
He sees them. The ward is taken out though. Weeha.
This game feels so hopeless.
Alliance is able to find a way to jump in on
It doesn't feel like no matter what Alliance does, at some point they're just gonna get Timber sold.
He's gonna go for a bit of aggression.
At some point, Timber is just gonna kill them all.
One blast alone won't threaten Nisha much at all. Further backups heading in. And already the catch is there onto Weeha. Will get caught by the dispose. He's still alive.
Miscommunication.
He's in fact going to be able to live. Alliance again.
Oh, he didn't pull it out fast enough.
Making sure that nobody goes down here.
That was really aggressive by Weeha, but it ends up paying off. That was crazy.
I flipped him too early. Or he didn't. They just didn't talk about it.
Straight away, this move down to the bottom lane. But Crystallis, he knows that he might be sort of pushing his luck there, sticking around to try and finish the tower off. He'll hide it out in the trees. We'll still search for him. Good dodger of the damage. The mischief. See if it might get him. Ooh, the arena. It will get him. Of course, that huge amount of the huge area that the arena clears out.
Fucking 5 heals again. Holy shit.
Time that ults up Limitless, he will be able to knock down Crystallis. You're not jumping away from that.
Yep, and they should be able to get this tower too. They don't know this, but Nisha's actually low HP, so he would be the one to TP down there to probably defend. They're actually moving. I want them to hit the tower a bit together. They're only having Limitless hit it, but okay. They're moving around. They actually sent Nico Baby back to top instead of going for any tower pressure.
Nico Baby is going to be feeling very safe in this area of the map.
Yep.
Not easy for Secret to really pressure this Bristles farm.
I mean, it's an interesting choice, right? Instead of them taking bottom tower, though, they go for the safe farm for the Bristle to bring him back top and just take jungle. But now, yeah, bottom tower survives a little bit longer, and Crystallis has more opportunity where you can play bottom instead of being forced to the top lane. So, interesting choice there from Alliance. Just wanting to play a little bit more defensive, it seems, just not wanting to risk. At the same time, too, I was saying they didn't know where Nisha was, so maybe that was the big fear of them, just really emphasizing for a tower push.
I think, you know, if anything, they just don't want to get too ahead of themselves.
Yeah.
You know, they have had 3 tough games
Timber
so far
go
today. Here in
BKB?
this 4th one,
Nah, it doesn't need BKB this game, I
much
think.
more hopeful beginning for them. Only 2k down, 13
I think
minutes
Lotus
in.
is good enough.
And with good farm,
I don't even know what Timber builds are these
absolutely
days.
got the starters
But I
to
imagine it's something like
potentially
Lotus
a
plus
game
some
where they can
tank
go
item.
out that way.
Like Hood or some
Absolutely,
shit.
and their mid game, as you know, Panel mentioned, Winter was saying, their team fight, it's strong, and now they have Vessel finished already for Coddle, so they'll have some type of solution for the one that's going to disrupt most of them is the Timber, and even the Monkey King. I mean, this Vessel is going to be very valuable.
Sound and Kaya, yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Onto Crystallis, locks him down in the arena
Sound in
combo.
general sounds very good this game for Timber.
Well, if here misses.
Relocates in, they bring in Nico, baby, and take down
Chrysalis
They're
is,
ready to look to chase for more with the goose stacks building up
is he
onto
getting foamed
Resolution
up, or
Alliance.
what is
They'll dive
this?
in up to the tier 1.
Like ring,
They'll be able to
come back Panelist
definitely
again in
take
2
out the
minutes.
Razor, and maybe more here. Nisha and Puppey have got to be careful. 3 against 5. It's not really a fight that Secret, you imagine, would be happy to take. I mean, I say that though, Puppey's gone in with the Shadow Realm.
I think he's trying to distract them.
I think so, just sort of bring the attention away from Nisha and Zayat.
You don't buy
Will be
Banter on
found by
Timber in this
Desire.
game.
Rolls into the tree line.
If you want to dispel that badly, just go
This
BKB.
tier 1 tower, it's theirs.
Timber doesn't
I'm happy to see the
benefit
way
from
they're bringing the numbers.
almost
Every
any of the
single time they're just
stats.
bringing,
He
like,
benefits
3
from
or
like
4
maybe
heroes. As
10
soon
of
as
the
Vessel's
strength or
done, they're
something.
very keen to go for this fight.
Like the
Big
15 strength meta
there for
gives.
Puppey, actually, on the relocate. He
I
completely
don't know how
missed
much
the
it is anymore these
terrorize
days.
when they came in onto the reload. So they get the numbers, Alliance, and they get the full wraparound, and now they get that tower. Yep, looking infinitely times better.
Yeah, they're going to get a really good timing on the Aghanims from Nico.
Shivas
baby.
can be good,
And they have
but
this,
not as a
Maxwell managed
first
to sustain that we're seeing
4
also in their
items
lineup.
even.
Io, of course, now
I think
with Mac,
Lotus,
but also Io with
Sayakanj,
Coddle. So you get the blast
and then
that
something
comes
else
through on.
is
Check this out
more
again here.
important.
We'll see this, this point where Ducalis was able to come in with the relocate, and as you say, well, just
Yeah,
a
look at
little bit
Puppey.
off the mark, Puppey.
Yeah, you don't really see
He
it,
needs
like,
magic
just,
resist.
like half a second too early, maybe even like less than.
And he needs physical resist.
Probably would have ended up saving Rezo and would have changed a lot of the
No, for sure.
situation that
I mean,
happened.
Nisha baby was the
Sayakanj,
one leading
yes.
the way on that charge.
Yeah.
If he was, feared back towards the tier 1, Resolution's probably getting away. Back
now
in
Nisha.
action. Limitless, he's caught Nisha.
He's going Yules in this game.
They got enough damage there with the 2 of them. Quick knock to the side as Nisha will timber chain out of there. And Secret, they want to try and take this fight. They'll lay down the Wukong's command. They've caught the 2 cores in there, Limitless and Nico Baby. They'll take Limitless down.
Back into it.
Drags Nico Baby back into the Wukongs. Nico Baby walked this one off. The Jingu Mastery stacks are built up.
Yes, Bristle back, by the way.
We'll take him out of there.
You know, Nico almost died because of one of the
yes.
Bruiser stuns, by the way.
Just
saying.
tanking
That actually was
8,000
what
damage
kept him
before
inside the
reduction
Wukong's
50
today.
minutes
He
into the
died there,
game.
That would have been insane. Able to survive though because of the
But,
nice play from Ducalis.
Who saves the savior?
Now Rezo bottom, a quick move.
I mean, he came down on his own. He has got the TP. And of course, these 2 heroes, they don't have the means to stop that.
Oh my, that was... I actually was having like mini heart attack literally because I saw him get stunned from Ogre Bruiser, which does % damage too versus Bristle. Like that was really close to him being brought down, and that could have been a big opening for Secret to kind of really start coming back in this game. Still 2K lead, but Alliance, you can see they're having this momentum still with this Bristle back before he has Ags. And now Ags is done, so he's going to get that much stronger in these next few moments. Nice deny. Will pay with his life, I think, though. So, not so nice of a deny.
That definitely hurts.
That's a painful
45 seconds, no Weehaw to be in position to deep push the lanes and offer up that huge AoE damage in a team fight.
I think he also used 3 vessel charges in the last fight, so he's
Couple
actually out of
sleep
vessels for
shards?
the next engagement.
I don't remember Cold ever having sleep, except for his the ball light thingy. It counts as a sleep.
Versus both the Monkey King and that Timbersaw, as we've seen several times now. Yeah, Weehaw's got to definitely be very careful when he goes for those type of plays. BKB done now for Resolution, so he's going to have a lot easier access into these fights, not having to worry about just getting pinned and focused.
Yeah, it's a bit safer as well for him to farm.
BKB first laser.
Zayat has Blink, so a couple items
No, it feels so bad.
coming together.
It looks so sad to look at too.
They're definitely keen to fight. I just think they have to be careful about getting picked off on the map at the moment.
Like a new top again, Limitless, no hesitation in laying down the arena to try and set up a turnaround. Roll forward, and Desire with a quick kick to the side, tries to save Limitless, but Limitless will still dodge the damage.
Yes, the Q that does 10% of the HP and damage every single time it comes off cooldown.
Nisha, yeah, he doesn't need to run from this. He'll happily have the pressure on up top. So
I too enjoy all game scaling forever.
From Desire to try and save.
And then it works on 4 heroes.
Two brambles, yeah.
So
it was the best he could do though, really, in that situation.
Weehaw, they're finding him already. Zayat with the Blink Dagger. Uh-oh.
He unleashed that extra
I'm not
punch.
playing Dota today. I'm playing Dota when Battle Pass comes out, a new patch.
Slow as they come out. The push is decent.
Hopefully they're at the same time.
Nice dodge.
Okay, he's got the movement speed.
Ooh.
Off to the side.
Oh, what a juke.
I think he's getting away from this. They don't really have anyone in position to catch him out now. Into the trees, Weehaw will manage to lift this.
All right, that was pretty.
Now back in action, Secret. They'll still be able to find a
Gonna
fight.
get Battle
though.
Pass?
They'll
I'll
find
see.
Weehaw, but they'll find the other 3 of them. To
Last Battle Pass sucked.
Limitless and Nico Baby having to run.
Alliances, they're getting split up too much, really. I'm seeing them like it's like 1 or 2 heroes playing individually while Secret's running together more as this unit. They need to play more together. Need to play more around Weehaw. but really does need this Vessel stack, as we've been reiterating. They have to find some type of pick.
Battle Pass fucking sucked
But it looks
last
like they're-
time.
I think Limitless
You
is
needed
kinda
like
saying,
1
he
billion
wants
levels to get
speed
anything,
before
and
the
then the
next
stuff you
fight,
got
but
wasn't even good.
It's giving too much space for Secret.
I've seen Desire here. Good duration set up onto Puppy, not quite long enough though. The rest of Alliance not able to get into position to help out. Now Desire, he'll be caught on the front lines.
This skill build by Puppy is really cool. The 414, he's just the super hard
That's not
to
every
save
battle
with Willow,
pass.
rather than being
I
this
didn't
first
like the one with
position,
the
sometimes
Windrunner in the
damage.
quap.
The Curse Crown is like a 3.5
Pistol
seconds,
Nato or cons, whatever they were.
I mean, very irritating for
Yeah.
these cores. What like
Those
the
are super
Bristol
nice.
They just want to be relying on the freedom of being able to run around the team
war-
fights. Oh, Zayat,
Sees we are.
he's able to catch him out with that vision. Jumps in. We are going to try and run.
I thought the Parliament DK one, they were
Yules as well with the
trash.
setup. There's no escape for Weehaw here. And underneath the tower,
I didn't
they'll
like those
continue
at
for
all.
more. The Wukong's command laid down. Arena's there from Limitless as we'll look to catch out Chrysalis, but
Oh, great
Chrysalis
play
has
from
enough
Zayat.
HP to continue to stand his ground against Nico, baby. Take out the Bristle. Desire tries to get in to finish it. Chrysalis off as low as he was. He's not able to take that trade. 4 heroes
This game took a bit
dead on
longer to get
Alliance.
decided.
Secret
Although, no,
losing
I
one.
think this game was decided by draft.
You can just see like the team play.
I
really
don't think
seems
you're
to be
playing
understanding how to play, but they're
4 strength
big play
throws
from
against
Zayat,
Timber
the
like that,
relocate starting to
especially
come
when you
out
don't have a
backline,
proper
he actually
Timber
blinks
killer.
past the Wukong, gets to dispose on the IO, so stops the save even coming out versus the Bristle. And Secret now just, they're starting to run away with the game.
It
Now
just
gonna
feels so
probably get Roshan
hopeless.
too. Starting to get pretty out
In
of
late
control again.
game, Timber usually stops scaling at some point because he stops doing so much damage. Like, it's still decent damage, but it's nothing like, say, a hard carry of a BKB and like a damage item or two. But if you happen to pick enough strength heroes, his damage will keep scaling throughout the end of time. And they pick 4 strength heroes into it, so
Physical damage cores.
yeah, he will do damage. They solve Timber's damage problem by picking 4 strength heroes.
He's going to have that sustain. Which is tough for some of the cores. Well, it's sort of Bristleback in particular, right? This hero that kind of relies on building up the damage through the team fights. By the time that damage is built up, Chrysalis, he's going to have the capability to lifesteal through a good amount of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we mentioned the sustain that Alliance has in their draft, but at the same time, Secret also has insane built-in sustain on their heroes too, with that Monkey King, with that Timber, plus with Zayat with his skill build, of course. That's why I was saying how important the Vessel is. Like, they haven't found a Vessel charge now in
Strength heroes
about
matter a
6
lot.
minutes or so. Maybe more than that. Even.
Timber's Q is damage, as stat damage, and it takes your main stat as damage too.
They can't find these pick-offs, they can't
So
find
if
this
it happens to be
outnumbering,
strength
then they
main
were-
stats, then
that's
you're
where the
losing
success was really
HP.
coming for Alliance is when they were getting that number advantage for Secret, but Secret now, they're kind of the ones
Which
sticking
means
together,
Timber is gonna
not
scale
giving
through the
Alliance that
fucking
opportunity
roof.
whatsoever.
I don't know what the numbers are anymore. They nerfed him. I
Limitless
think they
has
nerfed him
BKB.
again. They nerfed it like 4 times in a row or
He probably
something.
feels like he's gonna be a lot
Every
safer
patch they
in the
take away a
fights.
percentage or so. And they removed the
now
level
starting to feel
25
concerns
talent too, I
damage
think, for more
for
stat
Alliance.
removal.
Decisive.
Remember. But it's still very, very painful.
She's still coming around from the side.
Now look at that, dude. It's 21 minutes in, the Q takes fucking 30% HP.
Out of there, the rest of Alliance, they've got to run. Setups there from Nisha with the Yule Scepter. 2-man boundless strike. Chakram's
boy.
out. We are's out. 2 dead. Limitless will drop the arena. Isn't really the follow-up that Alliance need to threaten any of Secret's heroes. Nico Baby's trying to chase down Zayat. Zayat will fall. Up until the base, Nisha and Puppy, they're pushing back Limitless. Nico Baby also going to get continuously chased here by Chrysalis and Puppy. It's maybe a little too close to the base. No, Chrysalis, he wants to go for this. Lays down the Wukong's command. Will get pushed out to the side by the spear, but still takes down Desire.
Look how far they're chasing.
Try halving
Nisha.
of abilities.
Oh, he
Got
wants
the
to
Yule.
dive
Does that
this.
work? Oh,
Set
it
up
does
there with
work.
the combo.
BKB?
BKB is back up. Spear will be missed. No connection onto Nisha.
Never used this before.
Nisha's in the base. He's not afraid when that Coddle and that Earth Spirit are dead.
No, not at all. There's not really anything that threatens him, even if they were alive with the amount of dispel that he's got between the Yules and the Lotus. This Timber very much in that unkillable territory now, it seems.
And they're pushing the limits because they had that Aegis there. That's why they were not really afraid of just pushing onto high ground even. Nisha, a little bit of rare miss there from
Bristle's a good hard carry.
Kill onto the Earth Spirit
Yeah,
because
Bristle hard carry
Either way,
does
they
like
just keep
800
finding
damage per hit in
every
mid game.
single time. Feels like he
Some
needs a
stupid
BKB of
shit.
his own to try to protect himself,
Ever
but
since they added his
he's
axe, he
all
can
the
keep
attention
stacks
this
up
whole series. That's
at
really
double the
been
rate
get Weehaw.
because you don't need targets anymore for the Q. So he just does stupid damage with maxed Warpath stacks.
Bit of a chase on Nisha, but
He's just fine.
not a hero that
You could just tape
really
down
cares.
both buttons too,
So
Q and
what are you gonna
W,
do about him
and
now?
right click stuff.
507. Still yet to die.
Secret just, they're getting so rich after all this, right? These last like consecutive win-1 fights. I think Refresher's about to be done for the Razor. We saw that Deso was done for King, pretty much BKB done also if he wants to disassemble. Getting some really big item timings now for them after these very successful fights. Yeah, Alliance, they're just trying to find any type of farm and trying to get Weehaw protected, really. Like, Weehaw's playing now in like, the safest place on the map. Looking tough again.
This is a hard game to come back from.
Refresher ready for the next fight.
I don't think it's happening.
But certainly that BKB for Crystallis will be done
Like,
as well.
what can they even do?
Seeing now Nisha has picked up the flamethrower. I was wondering what he spent his gold on. He picks up the shard, so even more damage for this Timber. Sides will get picked off top.
Well, my stream is watching in the clients. You can watch in between game stuff, I guess.
Aegis is going down to about 50
It's pretty nice sometimes.
See top lane Secret.
And I don't have to control the camera, so
Crystallis,
it's
he
a
wants to
plus.
fight with those final
I can be
moments
extra
of the
lazy.
Aegis. Scouting things out in the trees.
Oh, the delay too? I didn't even know about that.
Side. We'll keep Decisive
Yeah,
safe for
not
now. I
great.
mean, I said Crystallis, he's just throwing himself right in there, jumping in, looking to keep this fight going. They'll lay down the arena. But Nisha, he doesn't care at all about being trapped in this one. The two supports, of course, will go down. Resolution with the BKB,
Look at
just
his damage.
chasing them out. So much damage coming out here.
ESL is
with
really
the
lenient
ultimate.
with
Triple kill for him as a dieback
restreaming
on
goals. It's
Decisive.
nice of them.
We are
They have a
get away
whole
from this one. I mean, Crystallis
side hustle going on with
take him out with a
like
jump.
co-streamers.
and
be
he's
able
got
to.
him. He's got him. Gets him with the Primal Spring. 4 dead on Alliance. Secret very much getting to the point where they're able to push this league close to sort of the level it was at in game 1. This time round, we did see in this start of this game 2 Alliance with a much more hopeful beginning.
Yeah.
But at this point, it seems like it's going the same way as the last one did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though they get that like pick-off kill onto the Marcy, Secret don't care. They just relentlessly run in, and the way they take the fight is just so much cleaner. They get like the focus fire onto the IO instantly. IO's dead, Bristol's kind of isolated, and you see like the end of the damage. I actually got the fight recap up right before it ended, thankfully. Razor did like 6k damage,
so
Monkey
much
King did
damage from this
5k,
hero.
Timber did 4k. So they were able to just stick on their targets super easy as those cores.
There we go, Secret.
This game kind of
Ready
blows
to
though.
dive past the tier 3.
It's always kind of bad to watch games decided by draft.
Even against
And
Alliance.
then one team is better than the other two with draft advantage.
So take down 2 more. Limitless will respond with a buyback. Without the full squad alive, it's difficult to push back Secret. And even if they are all up, Nisha, well, I can pretty much see him as just sitting at full HP for the last 10 minutes of this game. And indeed caught in the combo, taken out of the game. He'll buy back. Managed to lay down the arena, but Rezo, he was ready with that second use of the BKB.
I mean, oh, and Zayats is literally the biggest bully to Weehaw I've ever seen in this series. It's every time that Weehaw shows, even for a split second, this Marcy's on top of him.
Secret, they're not going anywhere.
Nope.
They'll smoke up. They're ready to set up behind Nisha on this top push.
Yeah, there's no Mars. That's the big team
That was
fight.
the dieback
That was
from
the
Limitless.
dieback. Yeah. How
I don't think Pro Dota is boring to watch.
Bristles,
This is just group
cooldown 50
stages.
seconds. Weehaw
So
still
you
nowhere
have
near his. He just keeps getting killed.
some of the higher tier teams
Yeah,
facing
Zayat,
the not so
look
higher
at
tier
him, he
teams.
gets
Got him again.
Zayat. Straight in he goes, grabs Weehaw.
Oh, man.
Out of the game as well. 90 seconds, no buyback.
The games are obviously always
Blink,
better
he not
towards
pick
the end of the
legs.
group stages.
Can't run away.
If there's like some
Second set of barracks.
tense tiebreakers, and then playoffs of course.
The game to soon fall into the
Yes.
hands of Secret.
And then you have the
7
seeded teams
minutes
fighting,
and
right?
25,000
Seeded
gold. We
from
saw the
group
last one. And
stages.
in about 30 minutes at a 30k lead. Very much on a similar trajectory this game too. We'll see if Alliance put together one last fight. They do, it will be without Weehaw.
He's not going to respawn. Yeah, he's not going to be up in time. Nisha taking tower, flamethrower burning it down. Let's see Nico with his new basher. See what he can do.
I didn't play New PoE League. I heard terrible things about it. I'm not touching it.
Down. Secret, they're ready to just hurry this up, look to close it up. As they're hitting on the Ancient, they'll quickly clean through the
My
two
brother
of them
told me
there.
they nerfed the loot
Buyback
rate
comes out
by
with Desire,
98%.
But there's nothing more to be done here for Alliance. GG is called Secret. They'll take
So
this
let's say
game
you're
to
earning
28K in
$100
28
before,
minutes.
you're earning $2
very,
now.
Very sort of similar ending to that of game 1. Took them a little longer to sort of ramp it up, but once it ramped up, it was even more of a pace than the game 1.
Yeah, you're getting 100 uniques before, you're getting 2 uniques now from the same amount of kills.
That bottom fight that kind of happens where Puppey misses the fear. It's looking good for Alliance, but then splitting up a couple times. Secret just playing the map really nicely, constantly finding Weehaw. He never got his second item.
Well, that was
He never
kind of
was able to
uneventful.
get it.
Thank you, Ozzy Paul for the 52. HP land for the 107. Is Paul's gateway good yet? I don't know. I haven't touched it. I'm waiting for that game to fully release before I touch it.
Secret very much looking that-
Texas Gallon, thank you for the 6. Pick a game for the 37. Auto Limits, thank you for the 32. Am I gonna watch the new Game of Thrones shows? Yes. It's like a 20-40% nerf max. If you say so, man.
To look towards the next series in terms of trying to find something that works out for them, because so far today a few different approaches and in the games that they've had, they've just not quite been able to find something that's allowed them to gel as they need to. As this
I just watched like a link together of some super try-hard group that like 6-man parties, and they have like a dedicated trader or something too to sell the stuff that they earn from the maps. And they just kind of compared it side by side from what they had before compared to now. That's like 0.01 of people. Yeah, but whatever day drops they get, that's also applied to you. Like, just because they get less, it doesn't mean you get more. You also get less. But I get it though. I mean, I've been following PoE since close beta, and I really dislike a lot of the changes they do in that game, so I just don't play. It is that simple. Don't have to complain about it. I just don't play.
Voor 48 uur bescherming. This is how epic smells. Ontdek nu alles van Nivea Man Deep.
The last league I played and liked was Harvest. That was my favorite one by far. The mid on low end guys don't even notice a difference? If you say so, man. You're telling me they don't notice a difference, but the whole subreddit there is fucking exploding. Like, on one hand, I have you telling me that it doesn't make a difference. On the other hand, I have like a video of a dude that's been playing the game for like 10 fucking years, min-maxing the whole stuff of looting. They have like a whole party set up, a dedicated trader and everything. I think I'll listen to them. They're nerfing top end, not low end. Sure, dude. And even so, why would you even want to nerf the top end? But that's not how it works anyway. Aren't the loot tables just the same for everyone? So why does it matter if someone gets less on the top end or at the mid end or at the bottom? You all get less. Coins still on PoE. And skills exponentially with 6-man parties. Ay. Doesn't that just make it so much worse for low end then? If it skills even harder for top end? It's always been top and heavy, now it's mid for once. Well, you're gonna have to explain the numbers for it, dudes. Cause I just watched one guy's video who explained it very well. And they went through it in comparison with the previous loot tables. And I just have you saying like random chat comments here with nothing and no source. Like, you should make a whole video how it explains that it's fine for mid and low end, and then I'll believe you. And then use exact sources or at least comparisons from this league to previous leagues. Don't help out the masses. Well, you know, that's what it is.
Well, this game
And then the argument just kind of ends there. There is no real argument, really.
Played out. The result wasn't any different, though. They still got crushed, especially later on. The decision making was just.
No, it's not that he made it up. I'm sure, like, he feels like it's fine.
Well, Team Secret made Willow
But feelings can be so fleeting, you know? It's better to put things down on a page with an Excel sheet and then crunch down the numbers so you know exactly what's going on. Which is what those guys did. That fucking 7-man group dedicated to min-maxing the fucking loot output on PoE.
Well, I felt like the lanes were fine this time. They did better than the first game, but when it came to
not worth your time? Yeah, well, then it's not worth the argument you're making. You see, it goes kind of both ways like that. You can't just be like, but my opinion and my argument, but I also don't want to explain it. You know, I just say it is this way. You just don't make that argument at all.
And the counter with Travels is with he's moving with the Earth Spirit to try and set up a kill with Reload.
You don't get to make a claim against something where they put a lot of effort into it with zero evidence or effort.
You can always join the fight. He's supposed to take care of the dead lane, and the Mars and the Earth Spirit should be running around together as a unit to set up for relocate. That's why they couldn't really make a lot of plays happen, because
it's not like one int.
The wrong heroes are in the wrong
it is just kind of silly.
Yeah, basically you run into the problem here that if you don't peak in that mid game when your heroes are really strong, right? You're running.
I have never played the game. My man, I haven't played it that much. But to say I haven't played a game is some shit. I base my opinion on one game because those guys have been playing it since beta as well. They have like fucking 10 years of experience of it. If 500 hours is not enough to base your opinion for a game, I don't know what ever will be. Like I said, I don't like to make arguments based on my opinion or feeling or whatever. I look at this guy's video, he says he makes, you know, 10x this loot or whatever. I'll take his fucking word for it. Because he has vaults to back it up. He shows his loot what he got before, and he shows his loot what he gets now.
I mean, maybe it's easier said than done.
It's that simple.
Actually was, but I'll just. Again, I feel like I'm like a broken record whenever I say this.
I'm not telling you what I feel about it, or how I feel about it, or what I should feel about it, or what you should feel. Like, yes, I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you the numbers.
I think that was their absolute last game against OG, game 2, and they just picked like 5 heroes that wanted to fight.
I don't like emotions when it comes to these kind of things.
Playing in pairs, kept playing off each other and finding plays. I want to see that fire, you know, in the games where they are the ones in charge. They're the ones making the moves and setting things up. Well, whatever it's going to take.
Whatever it's going to take. But we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But first, we're heading over to your action slacks.
Cole Spectre? Oh, you want to watch, Subi? Sure, man.
Sinner, shut up already. Resolution comes saying, hurry it up here.
Oh, you want the streaming rules to be? Oh, let me link you over the thing real quick. I don't know if you have to message the guy first or not, because I think they have to put you on a whitelist for you to restream the main stream.
It's been a good day for sure. Like, we got a good start.
Am I low body emotions? I wish I was, man. I really wish I was.
I see my cores, they're like 17-0, 10-0 every game. I'm like, wow, I don't even need to do something. I'm just Razor farming creeps.
Yes, that's typical Razor these days, you know, just kind of out there. How was the offlane? You enjoying it these days? You having a good time?
I actually love it. It's like, it's so much fun. You get to play so many heroes. It's so versatile. They're all like so different. You carry your farm,
check
like,
Twitter DMs in a sec. Not Twitter, sorry, Discord DMs too.
Lovely.
Well, speaking of different heroes, Puppy, pretty unique stuff here. Omni Knight, Dark Willow. When he has these kind of unique picks, do you ever try to stop him, or do you just let him do whatever he wants to do?
No, I mean, we all believe in his ideas, and like Omni Knight against Void has been like good for years. I mean, sure, you can sacrifice your laning a little bit for that, but you know, it didn't happen. They still own with the Omni Knight.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about Marcy. Marcy in every
oh my god, that's Lax!
Today. Is your boy Zizak just an anime?
He looks so good now.
The deal there?
So much better.
Like previous
He shaved his head too?
We never played with Marcy, so probably like teams weren't ready that we actually can play it, and we just keep getting it every game, and it's like one of the strongest laners out there, so feels nice.
All right, fantastic. And my final question. Why are you guys picking on Weehaw? Okay, yeah, I know we were all together. DC, what's up with this? Is this some kind of revenge here, or what's?
TI finalist right here.
That's right. Thank you very much, my friend. I get to use that. We placed higher than RTZ ever did. Sorry, RTZ, but anyway, what's up with Weehaw? Why are you picking on him?
What do you mean, man? We are picking on him. We just have a lot.
Thank you one all on me for the 14. Orin for the 45. Waffly Waffle to the 20. Yeah. Oh man, I've been hungering for a game like PoE again, but not PoE. The last Epoch better come out soon.
There was actually one moment when the first game when I was playing Vismas against Puck, I actually really wanted to kill him. I was like the bull with red eyes. I was just going for it.
Nah, I wonder how bad it is for the lower mid end, like that guy said. I'm sure there's some truth to it. It's probably not as bad for the low end. Some other guys said it too. For parties, it's exponentially less loot apparently.
Alright, thank you, Slacks. And
But still,
Rezo,
why would they nerf that though? Why would you nerf the people who put so much effort into it? Coordinating a 7-man group, and then they're just dumpstering that. Like shit, man.
Since the DPC tour, and could all be thanks to him as well, Sid.
Hello.
Hello. There you go.
He's definitely been a big part of their rise right now, and like obviously Slacks pointed out, you know, the Zayats today on Marcy. These two together seem to have really good synergy. We talked about it pre-series. We see it again. They know what to do. They know how to play off each other. And interesting to hear from Rezo about the joy he finds in the offlane, because that's actually kind of what when he was playing.
They did about doing the patch notes. Yeah, that's always nice.
Like he was one of the players that would play a wide variety of heroes, like illusion carries. He would play the cleaving carries like Sven, and even try something, you know, a little bit unorthodox back then as well. So I think he even played safely in Timber at one point as well, when it wasn't exactly the biggest thing. So for him to enjoy the offlane is nice to hear, you know. He gets to play all of the different styles, and there's many different heroes. And if Zayats can play like this around him, you know, it's kind of like the Aster thing we talked about earlier today. That was with Ninja Boogie, but we talked about how XXS and Baboka had that synergy where they could play seemingly anything as long as Baboka gets to roam. Maybe it's the similar recipe for Secret.
I mean, they want to be one of those stable off-lane duos.
What's the next matchup?
And, you know, Baboka and XXS have 7 years almost under their belt. So
Isn't this the end already? It's just 2-0, right? I think it's
definitely I mean,
2 games a point. Liquid, OG. Oh, nice.
Nice. And the whole team feels... It feels great. They do great. But I also feel like it's hard to tell how great they're doing, because they just played against a team that is just not doing that great.
No, but based on the interview, I think everything is great because of the way he answered. I forgot the question, but he said that we all believe in everything that Puppy in his ideas, and I think it's so important for each and every player. Even though your captain might have some weird ideas, some stuff that nobody does, but it's so important that everybody
Sword. Trust me, dude. What is this emote?
One of your players doubt you.
No, I think that guy earlier, like he probably has a lot of truth in the words he says. He just doesn't have any data to back it up. Because there's no way this is nerfing all loot by 98%, even for like medium and low tier players who are just going for the campaign and stuff like that. It's impossible. You wouldn't see a rare item until like
It's a lot of teams have been doing well.
like 5 or 6 bosses in.
Everybody that won 1 game won 4 games. Everybody that lost 1 game lost 4 games. It's
Still doesn't make any better for late game though.
Across the board. Were we expecting that from Group 1, Sin?
Not quite. I will say again, the Thunder Predator series, or could have maybe Thunder Awaken. Sorry, could have probably been a draw. I think. But again, they also went on to their. Did they play a second series yet? I don't think they did. It was Talon who played a second series.
Everybody in Group A has played a second series. Who did you talk about?
Thunder.
They lost as well.
They also. They played after, right?
Yes.
So I think, you know, let's keep that in mind as well. Let's take things with a grain of salt. For Secret, so Secret's 2 victories right now against 2 teams that have lost 2 series. Thunder haven't really shown up in a big way. They kind of got crushed by Aster as well. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to seeing Secret against the stronger teams, because today was not that.
Thunder definitely has a lot more potential than this. Like when I was working on their DPC.
I've heard of Last Epoch. I'm waiting for that game to come out of early access before I play it.
Like, and if you're talking about synergy, they definitely have very good synergy among their players, and I really like their strategies in general. Maybe they're just.
Thank you, Mr. Rhino, for the 5. Any games I'm looking forward to? No, I've been playing so many games. I don't have time to play the games I have.
First series tomorrow is going to be Secret versus Aster, as you just heard Slack's, tease already a little bit there, so that should be a great one to keep.
I really don't.
Of course, there's a lot of games going on.
I still want to play more constant obelisk. And try more characters and builds and stuff like that.
Oh no, but let me inform you.
And then soon Battle Pass gonna drop too, and I'll play Dota.
Group A for today.
Hopefully get some games up finally.
The first 2 series of every stream are done. We're gonna shift to Group B for all of them. In stream B.
Yeah, guys, I suppose it's impossible to find games during tournament times.
And you can find that on.
We can barely find games outside of tournament times.
That's on Twitch TV. And for stream C, which is /ESL, just the 3 letters. That's it. It's gonna be Enigma Galaxy versus TSM.
So far so good with the comedy pinch. Good luck, man.
Everything for Group A done then indeed. And again, a very polarizing
What
results,
rank am I in Dota?
It's only day 1 of a
I don't know.
group
Super
stage. And
low.
there's
Oh, I
something
lost my
wanna
rank
mention
again
that
because
we
I didn't
haven't
play.
mentioned at all yet.
Oh, that went fast.
Because I think this is the first event ever that, there's a lot of rules in place for avoiding tiebreakers. Like if X team wins one against a team that's lower than them, you get the drift. There's a lot of rules in place, but if
Go
there's
Discord?
still a tie after
Sure, man.
all
I think
those
Uko wants to
rules
join
have been
too.
played out,
Let's make a new call real quick.
1v1 mid-sin.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that?
I think
Shadow Fiend.
I feel like there has been a rule set at some point that had it, but it never became relevant.
Oh,
I was calling you
I
too.
really hope it happens in one of these. And I mean, so far so good, right? Because the way you can get these ties is that
Yo.
certain teams beat other teams.
Yeah,
on
that's
the same
unbelievable.
level,
So I start
and then
playing
tie
ranked
against
again.
each other.
and then they need to
Yeah.
get
Fucking
so if
trash,
you get a
not gonna
draw
lie.
and it's like on the cusp of getting
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch solo ranked. Yeah, I don't see the point.
Playing with a friend, it made it a bit better, but holy shit. People, the moment people don't talk, you know the game is gonna be shit. If the game goes slightly wrong, people will destroy their items. If people talk, the game is completely fine. We had Bendy and some other notable figures that talk, and people from my friend. That was completely fine. Get some no-name rank 50 player, early game is bad, he's 0 deaths, but he gives up. But shut up about it. Alright.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, I really hope
Yo.
that we're gonna have a chance to see that.
Good
but it all
evening.
depends on the results
Yeah,
of the
evening.
contests, of
When did you
Yeah.
wake up?
Your eyes peeled to the screen with all
I
the
woke up
things
12
going on.
hours ago.
We're gonna make space
Oh,
for a
very
group
good.
I'm doing the Vaga.
roster
Yes.
B panel. You're gonna have
Good
some awesome
evening.
games to watch. Right here is gonna be OG taking on Team
Yeah,
Liquid, so you do not
I think
wanna
in
miss
2 or 3
that.
days
Stay
it should
tuned
be
for more Dota
adjusted
2.
properly, this sleep schedule.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that
Nice.
MMR?
What the fuck? DHL inside Dota too?
Pro tips to improve your gameplay.
Oh, it's a courier?
Test your knowledge to win a 250 euros.
Okay, it's a real courier?
I don't know. It looked like one, but not sure.
I think it's a mod. They tried to get that courier in since a while. Because DHL, like, I don't know if you watched Pro Dota then, but it was like 5 years ago where Slacks was shilling it a lot, and they did a lot of Dota collaborations.
Huh.
The courier is really
random.
old, I think.
20
I think it's
minutes.
because that bot is called Courier as well. That's why they chose it.
Courier, the courier.
Yeah. They went to the warehouse and showed the real one. That was a bit funny.
Wait, that's a real one? The
Yeah,
fuck?
that's a real one. That's a real courier in warehouses. That was the whole joke about it, to make it a Dota courier.
Alright. I've never been to Genting. Malaysia's too far, man. It's way too far. And it's too warm.
I only had one trip to Asia, but holy shit, it was 12 hours each flight.
Where did you go? Korea?
Yeah, South Korea. That was that tournament. I forgot what it was, but you went on the one like 2 years prior.
Yeah.
It was some like national teams versus each other. playing Dota.
Oh, that one. That one's fun.
Yeah, that's the one we went to.
Oh, we were supposed to go, but then we were like, Lazy. Don't wanna fly.
Lazy. I mean, the fly was fucking horrible, but it was fun. Seeing some people that I didn't think I would see.
Yeah.
That's scary.
They stopped doing those tournaments, huh? That was fun.
I think they just stopped because COVID, but they're trying to do them again.
Huh.
That's what I read.
Man, I feel like Finland could really own in this tournament now.
Finland is not allowed to play.
I mean, I think MTD won when I went there.
Like, even if you just don't have Matu or Thompson or Jerax, you can still have really good players.
Yeah, that's why Finland is not allowed to play. I think like Finland and Sweden, they're just too OP in these kind of...
Sweden is fucking OP, they have so many people.
Sweden is fucking OP in this shit.
When I went, S4 went. He actually played. It's a bit balanced.
Yes.
And then China shows up, you know, they just have like proper fucking teams going.
Yeah. I was surprised that Japan did really well when I went. They had some high MMR players. That's unexpected.
Was it Japanese players or was it American players living in Japan that showed up?
I didn't know. I didn't see them. I just saw that it was Team Japan that was playing, and they had like.
I went to a Japanese tournament once, and the players that won were Americans living in Japan. They were just beating the shit out of the scene there. They were clapping them all.
Classic American Dota. I guess back then, what could you do? Other regions come to America to dominate there, you gotta leave. Dominate
It was like Korea too. Korea started this whole Dota scene and everyone came to Korea and beat the shit out of the Koreans. It's just like a bunch of Europeans and Americans beating up Koreans in Dota too there.
It happened as well with South America. When they started trying to introduce the scene there, it's just like Europeans and Americans just all go in there, beat them up, and then you go back home. When the tournaments are over.
I hope thanks for the money, I guess.
The fact that Valve had to just say, stop, don't do that, was pretty funny.
I remember MVP Phoenix and their aggressive gameplay. Oh, it's gonna be a while until the game starts.
Yeah, 15 more minutes and then they talk, I guess.
How does this fucking city look so sweaty just from a camera even?
It's the sun.
I don't know. I'm just looking at it, I feel like I'm sweating.
Maybe it's the height.
That's the haze, yeah. It's like a little smoke or something in the air. It looks very warm.
Soon patch.
Soon patch.
Soon copium. I mean, it would be fun if it's in the middle of this tournament. I hope that Valve doesn't give a fuck and just patch.
There's no way.
They probably respect it because it's ESL and they host a lot of tournaments that they don't want to interfere.
Don't you think that's a different kind of respect though? It would be good for ESL if it happens, but bad for the teams. Can you imagine being the first tournament that gets the patch? Everyone would watch it just to see the patch.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword. You know what happens after patches. Game is unplayable for at least, like what, 5 hours? Like, actually unplayable, and then it's unstable.
It's still good for viewers for ESL though.
Yeah. I guess.
They don't give a fuck. Oh, players don't know what to do. Not my fucking problem. I'm just hosting tournaments.
But then I guess it's also just the casters and the players are gonna get fucked because like stuff gets delayed, so the fucking talents have to do something. And the players have to probably try to fix all the bugs. And it's like
players fixing bugs?
Just trying to deal with them, I guess. I don't know. Have you seen that one where a Chinese team lost control over their hero? That one was great.
No.
He disconnected and he reconnected and lost control over Furion. He couldn't control him anymore. But his team could.
Nice.
Man, I'm getting Dutch ads. I'm getting Dutch ads to become a policeman. And deodorant.
Nice. I only get Apple products.
Also getting Dutch ad by watching you.
Nivea man. Deep.
Man. Deep. Oh,
That's what they call him, a deep.
So Battle Pass soon, Copium.
It would be nice to have something to grind for in-game.
No.
Start the way of Tubi and grind some Arcana.
No, that's so lame, man.
Yes, you're right.
What?
No, like the fucking Arcana grind is so lame. Land 500 ultis, good luck. And you have to win.
Over and over. And you have to do some stuff every game.
I hated the Queen of Pain one. Hit a certain amount of ultimates and win. I like the Wind Ranger one. Wind Ranger one was the most copium shit. I can get that kill. That's a lot of damage if I get that kill. And then you go in and you die and then you molt because minus 2000 damage.
I remember people set up lobbies against each other and you just farmed it.
Yeah. Some pro players did that too. Some Chinese player had the Spectre Arcana day one on the second star. I was like, yeah. Yeah, win 100 games, yes. Day one.
Fucking now they have a lot of tall buildings there.
Hell yeah, Puck nerf, Tiny nerf, Marcy, Dawnbreaker. Oh,
sounds
yeah,
like a great patch.
SingSing patch coming, but hey, Mirana could be buffed.
Oh yeah, they'll change Mirana on this. This patch, she's gonna have a kit that actually works in one way instead of 5 different ones that all don't work.
Surely.
Also, you wanna know the strongest move right now in ranked? If Marcy or Dawnbreaker are open, you first pick Marcy to ban it, and then you pick Dawnbreaker, and it's probably also gonna get banned.
Well, that's normal though. That's every meta ever.
No, but these 2 years you first pick them all the time. They're so fucking busted. All the other years it's a little bit of a gamble. I had very few games where these years didn't get banned by double picking. And the 2 games where we had both Dawnbreaker and Marcy, yeah, they were stumps.
Yeah. Well, what can you do?
What can you do?
I just hope that when they destroy Marcy's laning phase, they buff her ulti to compensate.
Oh, they gotta buffer mid game a bit or something, or late game even.
Reworker, I don't know. I don't like
I don't think it needs a rework.
No rework. I think it is fine. It just
She just needs like some talent where she can jump on heroes or something mid game, or like a shard. I don't fucking know. On enemies too, I mean. So she can initiate by herself, you know, like instead of being a pure support. Some scaling EU or something like that.
They might as well have to remove the movement speed on the jump. It's so insane that it gives like 5 seconds of 50%.
It just needs to scale,
levels.
that's it.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
It's just from level 1.
It's such a classic Ice Fog thing where he just adds something and it's a 1-point wonder, and then like a year later he nerfs it to shit to scaling numbers.
Yeah.
It's like every hero.
I'm just really not a fan of turning so many stunner heroes into blink Etherlands. Like Marcy turned into that, it's so dumb.
That's like
it
all
makes
of
them extremely one-dimensional.
Isn't all the new heroes? They all have like these jumps. All new heroes have jumps.
Yeah.
The League of Legends kind of design on heroes.
Rival beast. Kind of jump.
Yeah, he also kind of jumps.
Oh, he has 2000 range, but it does make a sound now, so it's not that easy.
Out the jump. He be running.
He do be sprinting. He can drift though.
Is Prime more competitive? No, right? Prime was not picked.
No, not yet.
Next patch.
No, I think it got over-nerfed from last time.
I saw him in some pub games. He looks strong still. His Q is still broken in terms of early game damage. He just runs you over.
They gutted his W, like half the damage or something.
It's not half. Well, level 1 it's worse, but level 2 it's still decent. Still does like... If you have boots on level 2, it still does more than 300 damage.
Still claps cheeks in lane.
Yeah.
Unless you get slowed. You're trying to do your thing.
You just play more around his Q now instead of his E. You only get 1 value point in E.
Huh.
The people that I saw playing it, someone played it offline,
What
max
the fuck
W,
is
it
this?
looked...
Oh, my controller.
Controller?
Yeah, my controller
Nice,
is mass inputting.
Hero montage.
Oh, you can't see patch notes for the W. I don't remember how much it was nerfed, but it was quite a bit.
5% in scaling, 5 or 10%.
And level
From right-click damage into stomp damage, and then like 5 damage per interval on base damage, I think, something like
It
that.
was 50% level 1.
Yeah, it was 20.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
see,
50.
it was half. I thought so. I vaguely remember it.
Yeah, half of his right-click damage turned into stomp damage. No, it's just 35%.
He was just completely busted before. Fuck, Magomed playing solo queue ranked. Hey.
Magomed Pang? Oh, that's the content we can watch while waiting.
Yeah. I can have the music in the background, fuck it. I think Magomed is bored.
Bored?
Yeah, he's asking me to play like random games. Usually that's when he's out of stuff to play. I'm gonna play Saints Row with him sometime. Should be good. Oh, he didn't go to OP Diffuser on this patch.
Precious bounty.
Aw, that can be.
No diffusal against Morph and
That
Puck.
can be right.
Puck doesn't care. But
Yeah, mana pool is too huge.
Well,
is
in early game,
And also,
if you rush it, he cares.
oh, even early game, you don't care.
this looks like a Pang off lane.
You just dodge with phase shift.
You expect that from Divine Pucks?
I mean, that's nothing to do with Divine or not. You just see him look at you, and then he hits you with 1 Q, and then you dodge the other 3. Moment the hero moves, just best see. To go into the portal? What the fuck?
Adventure.
That could have been the fountain, man. He didn't know.
Apparently you see it on the map.
Oh, do you? Oh, none of this.
Get that edge panning. It's so slow.
Yeah. Oh, Clockman in before. Okay.
Face checking.
Oh my god, what happened to him? Morphling shotgun him.
Yeah. He got morphed. Oh man.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I hope my mouse will be delivered today.
Oh, what did you get?
Check. Was something very mid.
I have no idea how old my mouse is. It's still holding up.
I got a new one coming. Mine's breaking too.
Logitech M705.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's some 40 euro one, I think. Yeah.
My middle mouse button is broken, but I put one of the side buttons to be the middle mouse button and fixed.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 5 buttons on the side, and one is where my thumb is, and it's like, alright, fuck it. That's the new middle mouse button.
Once I have new mouse, it's back to Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you're not playing. Oh, you have a controller? I thought you had a controller.
No, I forgot my controller at my sister's place.
Oh, unlucky.
I'm playing gun, man. Anti-mage with a gun with healing bullets. It's fucking hilarious. I just look at Uker, he takes damage, like bam.
Yes.
Healthcare.
Yes. American healer.
You're gonna fucking hate the gunner in late game.
That's why I'm playing early game.
I have the Morb X.
I can help you guys fight the late game bosses. I help Polly a bit.
Yeah, we'll see how far we get.
We first need to get there.
Oh, I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's the mid-game content is not hard.
It's not about hard. It's about how long will I play the game.
I think you would spam the shit out of it once you get into it. Early game is very bad in Monster Hunter World. But then once it ramps up, man, holy fuck, you can't put it down.
I mean, it has gotten better.
I think early game isn't bad. It's well designed in my opinion. It's more as a first time Monster Hunter. I don't know how it is if you already played Monster Hunter, but I think the main issue I had as well was that controls felt so fucking shit. If you never play Monster Hunter, everything felt so unnatural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my problem with the game.
It still does.
I forgot. Were there mandatory gathering quests in Monster Hunter World?
No.
No? Okay. Ah, that's not so bad then.
They're all optional. But they're optional in quotations because, you know, they increase the fucking food so you get better buffs and so on, so...
Yeah, but in older games they were mandatory to progress. And they were the most shit quests in the whole game.
Wait, even egg quests? The greatest content in the game? They were mandatory?
I think there was one mandatory egg quest. I don't remember.
I did all of them. It was dreadful.
Also, we'll see how we play the game when we already peaked.
Yeah.
That was definitely one of the quests of all time. Can't believe they actually put that in the game. As it is.
Thank you, Shilerain, for the 5. 16 more triangular to the 8. Danish turtle for the 18. Hypno buffing for the 5, man. Oh, it's starting.
Dota has to understand some of the Dota fundamentals. The first piece of the puzzle is turn rate. The majority of heroes in Dota take roughly 150 milliseconds to turn 180 degrees. If a hero is trying to dodge a long-range hook, let's say about 1,000 units away, then they will usually zigzag left and right in an attempt to dodge the hook. So, they won't just have to turn 180 degrees, but they will also need to run out of hook search radius. Otherwise, a direct hook...
They upped the wrong volume.
Yeah, they upped the music.
So 200 units.
Maybe that's the purpose.
Generous here. Let's say that the unit
Make him shut up. Increase the music.
In either direction while zigzagging. If he just dodged left and then turns to go back right, that will take 150 milliseconds. And if they have 350 move speed, it will take another 570 milliseconds to run out of the hook search radius. Hook travels at a speed of 1,450 units per second. So, hooking a unit at 1,000 range takes 670 milliseconds.
They should have
Therefore,
really used a proper
based on
example
our
instead of
scenario,
this.
It takes 720 milliseconds for the enemy
Just
unit
record
to
the in-game footage.
move, but the hook getting to them only takes 670 milliseconds. In other words, assuming no trickery and that the hook target is at roughly 1,000 range, then throwing the hook
Just take
directly at
something
them,
like Lina
the
stun or
moment
so on.
that they turn around to dodge is a guaranteed hit. On the other hand, if your target is at max hook range, then the travel time of that hook is 900 milliseconds. In this scenario, you have a 180 millisecond window where you have to guess what your opponent will do. Will they continue running? Will they turn around early and fake you out? And this is where things get psychological. Against confident players, they will be extremely decisive, and so they will hard commit in one direction. Against people who are scared, they'll flounder, not committing to either direction entirely. So, my favorite method is throwing the hook slightly towards the direct opposite of where they just ran. This way, assuming they just came from the right, they have to hard commit to the right in order to dodge you, which will only happen if you are playing against really confident players.
Okay.
All right, well, that was a number overload. I'm coming from Group A, where it was just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and Jenkins is throwing all these mathematics at me. I ain't got the time, I ain't got the brain power for that. Although I might have to start thinking about those kinds of things as we get into Group B, the competitive group. With me, Tsunami, your host, and one new panelist, Effie. That's right, she's in real life.
Samir.
She's not the VTuber Effie anymore. She's actually physically present. How are you feeling, Effie, in Malaysia?
I'm pretty good. It's good to be here. I mean, it feels like it's been so long since I was trapped in the shadow realm and you were just watching me.
I know.
In
You were in that screen for a solid like 6 weeks. Yeah.
I was just on an LED.
I saw that, some of the segments.
Yeah, Winter's familiar. You were also in the screen for South American DPC for basically all of it. How was your remote casting experience? I'm sure
Winter lives there, right?
Broken the
Yeah.
ice with you, but
Or in the country, not the city, maybe.
Yeah, it feels great, you know. Seeing my friends, telling them all about my fishes, you know.
That's right. I remember the last time that you and I spoke was at the end of some Star Ladder, and I think you were just, no pun intended, getting your feet wet with the competitive fish game, and now you're knee deep in it. It was like 2018,
Yeah,
2019.
2020 Star Ladder. It was in February.
Yes, that's right.
Before COVID. You
It
know
was
what?
right before
I
COVID.
went home and I got locked down right away.
And you never left.
If I left 2 days later, I would have been stuck.
From Ukraine?
Yeah.
Oh man, that was a close call then.
Yeah.
Okay, well now we're here in your home country, in Malaysia, and you took us out to dinner. Effie, we had, well, it was like a Mexican fusion thing, right?
So we traveled all the way to Malaysia so that we could go out for Mexican food. But it was really good. It was a vegetarian chimichanga. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
and
chimichanga.
I learned all about the competitive fishing industry, and I gotta
No,
say,
you were looking at nails.
well, I was looking at your wife's nails because they were nice. But we also talked about competitive fishing.
Right. I know. people get
Wife, not
confused, but
boyfriend.
Winter, what's your side hustle these days?
Oh, my side hustle is breeding betta fish.
Okay, and you do it like there's a competitive beauty pageant aspect to it. Don't be modest.
Like maybe out of 1,000 fish, usually there's like one that's it fits the criteria of the tournament. It has to be really specific, so it's very rare that you have the fish.
But it is like it's like dog shows where like you have to like
Dog
breed
shit?
them,
Yeah, same.
and they have like breed specific rules for the
Oh, dog
competition and
show.
stuff.
Yeah, like what color has to be with what color, and the base color has to be 1 or 2. The toning, what's the toning? What's the shape of the tail?
Would
so
be a
everything
spicy
comes into
word
play.
for
Yeah,
panel.
Okay, well, we missed
I heard
you in
dog shit.
competitive Dota, but I'm glad that you've done.
I'm back. Don't
But you're
worry.
back, and so let's talk about the competitive Dota as we get into Group B. You saw Group A; it was a bunch of 2-0s. I considered Group B to be the more competitive one. Effie, I'm not. This isn't just me doing some revisionist history. I considered that even before I saw these results. How about you? Which group were you seeing?
I mean, both of the groups seemed fine to me, but according to today's results,
Yeah, okay.
Group A
but
has looked a little bit weird. But I mean, there's still potential. Like, if we have a team like Aster go up against a team like Secret, I doubt we'll see a 2-0, right? So today just seems like let's chalk it up to the first stage jet lag for some of the teams potentially, and maybe the first stage jitters for others. But I mean, Group B is where it's at.
Yeah, and
I just can't wait for tiebreakers. 1v1.
There's like 4 other rules that have to work for the 1v1 to happen. Thankfully, we're not doing time rating, because I remember the dark days of time rating. Those were the worst era of figuring out Dota resolution, but now I don't think it's likely it'll happen. I would love for it to happen, though.
Haven't they done that recently at Gamers
Galaxy Thailand?
There was a time rating to decide the 3-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, time rating sucks.
I know.
It's so sad for the players.
And I think Talon was one of the victims of that time rating. And so, as much as I would love to blame jet lag, they don't really have too much jet lag coming from Thailand to Kuala Lumpur. So what was Talon doing then, Winter? How did they succumb 2-0, 2-0 2 times in Group A?
I feel like they're kind of lost. They don't really know what they should be doing sometimes in the games. I feel like when I look at their picks, I think it makes sense. They have a general idea on how to play the game, but the synergy and the execution during the game is lacking.
Yeah, and I was very hyped up on them after the end of Tour 3 because I was like, they were withering around in Div 2 for ages, and then they finally moved up to Div 1, and then they get 2nd place in Div 1 as now they're 0-4, and they didn't do
What the fuck is this?
either, Effie, which was also their it should have been their comeback
balanced
party,
group.
but it wasn't.
What is this?
Honestly,
You have winners and you have losers.
Their performance at Arlington, but I think with SEA teams, the most consistent thing about them has been their inconsistency over the years. So with these teams, they always have these moments of brilliance where you think this is it. Like with Boom in particular, sometimes I watch them play and they really feel like a world-class team. And then other times I watch them play and it's not that great. And with Talon, they also have these moments of brilliance where you're just watching in awe and then all of a sudden it just crashes and burns. So I feel like they still have potential to just find their footing and maybe find a way to stabilize themselves and their gameplay, and we can still see a lot out of this team.
Yeah, I mean, C teams and SA teams, they are pretty similar. You know, they can do really well within the region.
Wait. I feel like you said the same thing. C teams and SEA teams?
SA teams.
Oh, SA teams. Okay, I got you.
Are very similar.
Yeah.
They do well within the region. But
That's
when
a curse now. Go
go
away,
to the
man.
international stage, they would tend
Go
to
away,
struggle.
cursor.
And I like to attribute this to mostly like sometimes the teams they don't
It's
have
still
a very
there.
experienced like captain. I think to fix certain
Cursor.
problems, 'cause sometimes
You can
don't
still see the
problem
cursor,
when you
like the
play
outline on the
locally,
right.
but when
It's
you come
still
out
there.
and play against other regions,
Yeah, I can still move it.
You have to come up with different solutions to different
But
problems.
you really have to look at
and
it.
when you are lacking that person in the team, then it really shows, you know, in a long tournament.
I like that you bring up intra-regional strength because the series that we will be covering now is going to be Liquid versus OG. Liquid, a team that notoriously does very well in the European DPC, and then you send them in international waters, Effie, and they fall to pieces.
Matumba is so...
Yeah, I'm not
boy with that beard.
Fucking Matumba.
Really honest, like I am huffing on the Liquid.
Neckbeard.
I'm hoping that they
Every
do
time,
really well
man.
this tournament, but it's just so unusual. I feel like maybe some of their concepts are a little bit outdated.
Oh,
and maybe
I
they
fucking
do
love
suffer
Matumba,
if
man.
their
He's so
jobs
real to himself.
really telegraphed to the enemies that they play against. Like you can guarantee that they're going to build around
Matu is a
certain
chill
kind
ass
of carry
dude.
heroes that Matu plays, and it feels like
He
you can
looks a
target
bit
that
like
very
Ragnar of
easily.
work.
And then when those are taken out of the way, it feels like they end up just reacting to the other team instead of maybe having a sense of what they were going to do in the case that they didn't get their ideal.
Do you think they're
draft.
way too conservative sometimes when they're picking their heroes? They should try to be more risky.
Yeah.
But they risk with Matu's hero pool, but they don't really risk with anyone else.
But do they?
Well, only in the sense that Matu's playing who else is playing Lone Druid besides like Gunner in North America and stuff like
Okay.
that?
Ame
So-
plays Lone Druid.
Ame plays Lone Druid, that's true.
And OG themselves have played Lone Druid. They're going up against OG this game. And I think Lone Druid actually was a pretty popular carry during Arlington. But when I was doing my notes on OG and Liquid, I can't really show you guys.
Look at this. Look, physical notes. You don't have to rely on digital notes because you're in a studio now.
But listen, so Yuragi has had 17 independent hero picks during
Listen.
Arlington, and Matu has only had 9.
Yes,
So-
but Yuragi was in the tournament for much longer than Matu.
But
Yeah, 9 heroes as a carry is still considered a lot as a carry player.
I don't necessarily think so. It feels like they just build around either their Lone Druid or their Bristle, and then when those get taken out of the way, they fall back on their Terrorblade or their Alchemist. That seems pretty much it. Sometimes they did go for the Juggernaut, but I have never really been caught off guard by any of Liquid's carry picks, to be completely honest.
So you want to see him on some Huska, that's what you're saying?
Yes! Why not? Yeah, go for the carry Weaver, do something new. Come on.
Okay, I mean, you are talking about Yuragi versus Matumba Man, so let's bring up our Acer Predator player versus player head-to-head of these two carry players. Maybe not these people. The names are correct.
That's a weird Matumba.
Yes, the hero pools are expansive.
Jet lag, really good number.
Yeah, like the green really looks good on mine.
Who's fired?
But yes, I do agree that Yuragi has
I mean, the
proven
guy
to
that
be
wrote the text and get
a
fired.
wider hero pool, but that's
Feels
because
good.
in a similar regard, if you target Matu on Liquid, then you're kind of taking care of Liquid. And supposedly, if you target ATF on OG Winter, people are like, oh, you solved OG. But that was not proving to be the case in Arlington. Like, towards the tail end of European DPC, it was looking like that's how you solve OG, but they fixed it come Arlington.
I feel like Yuragi is he's the new breed carry. I would call him like the new breed carries. Yuragi, Crystallis, they play in a way where they enable their teams.
Here we go. I don't know any of these guys, man.
When you talk about carry players, you need to play around them. When he's like my boss, I'm the support player. He tells me
that
really,
true player.
done, I have to do
it doesn't happen to be the Hantu player, is it?
As a carry player,
I don't think so.
No.
His full nickname is Chuvash.
What can I do for my team?
Oh, okay.
Do I need to do this to help this player succeed, or do I need to enable
Chu
my
has
support? I can go jungle.
What do you call it?
The little bracket up. Yeah, the arrow.
To point B and farm every single camp in between and be as efficient as possible before the next stack.
Yeah.
Nowadays carries are not like that anymore.
Absolutely, I agree, and I think that thing that Winter mentioned in particular is kind of the issue that we're seeing with Nico Baby on Alliance. He just hasn't really fit that bill naturally of the kind of carry that instinctively can give up things on the map and go help his team. Whereas in the past, he did play an aggressive style, for example, but it never necessarily translated to giving away resources. Because now the economy in Dota is just so absurd that you've got
some
3
never
cores on
stand
your
in that
team,
isn't step.
and it's not entirely on the carry's hand to carry the game.
Yeah.
You can depend on your mid laner, you can depend on your off laner, you can have a bad game and still make way for the other cores on your team.
You're creating more avenues for your team to succeed. You're not just putting all your eggs on the carries basket. And apart from that, I feel like when you're playing in that way, you can't really care about dying so much.
Didn't teams stop doing that? There's no way teams still put all the eggs in one basket on the carry.
No.
No.
No one does that.
It's not been like that for years.
Right now in Dota, you're dying as a carry.
It even goes so far that even position 4s get farmed for years now.
Whatever, and your team cleans up.
I feel like offlaners are getting very rich nowadays.
Yeah.
And that
This is what's happening in ranked, and it's fucking dreadful though. Like, people don't understand how to play offlane properly, so they farm like a carry, and then you're stuck with 2 supports and your mid laner, and both your side laners just farm. And you can't do anything, because in competitive offlaners are more farm heavy now, and rotate slightly less.
You don't have to value your life. You still have to value your life, but you need to know, like, knowing when to die is the difficult part, and when to die.
Right, and because I think so much of the, like you said, it was
often a second carry,
like
like
always be occupied by the carry.
Viper, Timber, stuff like that, Beastmaster, these solo heroes that just play on their own.
So Beastmaster is kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah, he can do both, but he wants to play alone, that's the thing.
More modern Dota starts to carry more, and now these
Kind
days
of just takes over an area and shots at people who come invade.
It's the offlane that's
the Broodmother style.
Equally spread it out.
The offlane is definitely, I would say, the second carry sometimes, or even the main carry. I think the game has 2 ways of
what the hell is a Broodmother?
You have 2 ways of approaching the game. One way
Actually
you
had
have,
one.
2 carries to import farming.
We won.
Both the lane.
Actually had 2 of them.
It's not off lane.
One mid and one off lane.
Another lane.
Sure.
So you can have 2 carries on 2 lanes, and you can pick a mid hero that's less greedy, like a rotating hero, and it will work everything out. And the 2 supports are just there to okay, I'll secure the lane. Oh, you need stack. I'm stack. Oh, stack. Guys heal. You know, that's your job. And then you break the smoke, and then ideally your hero has a R button that does a lot in a team fight, like Chen.
Yeah, I'm Waga. That's me.
I'm Waga.
You're Waga, I'm Wooker. Exactly.
And your carry's participating. He's doing a lot of moves and helping your
Waga's taking care of a dog right now.
You will feel like, oh, I have a lot more things that I can do in a game.
He's taking care of a dog right now.
Yeah, and you can see what you just described in the way that teams have opted to draft in the last year or so. You often see these teams securing their mid pick in the first phase entirely because they know that they're going to depend on the side laners for the good matchups and just the good times and the means to carry the game, right? So the mid laner isn't the carry that it used to be in the sense that you have to make sure that it has a perfect game. Yeah. Now it's more so you want to secure your side lanes as best as you can, and the mid laner has an entirely different role now that he can just secure himself the water runes and just play with these roaming fours.
Mid lane is the boring lane now, the 50-50 lane. Yeah, but as you can see, because of how much emphasis is on the side lanes, then you see heroes like Dawnbreaker, Zeus, MP, those global heroes. You can do something to help your side lanes quickly in the early game, and those heroes are being prioritized in by some teams. And in the game, you're playing when you're playing the side lanes and your mid hero is a Zeus, MP, Dawnbreaker, you feel like, oh, time is right, R button, and then we go on them. We get 2 kills, but it changes the game so much. The flow of the supports, because you get that extra levels and gold, and then the game becomes so quick for you. And just because of those 1-2 kills, you're snowballing so quickly in the game, and it becomes really hard for the enemy to deal with you.
Well, these are all the players that we've been looking at and the roles that we've been looking at in this upcoming series, but there's a lot of people here in Genting. There's a lot of players here enjoying their time in Malaysia, and Slacks actually got a chance to speak to some of them.
Oh no.
Thank you very much. We are here in the wonderful ESL Player Lounge. We're just walking around. This is where the guys come to hang out, you know, play some ping pong, run from me as soon as they see a camera on. This is what they do over here. We're having a great time. Hello, everybody. A lot of pool.
That guy blocking his face. Oh, not me.
A lot of people leaving the room as soon as I start talking. Very depressing. I don't know why. But yeah, we're watching the streams over here. It looks like fanatics. As soon as I start pointing at them, they start running every single time. Why? Why can't we just have a chill relationship with you guys? But no, they look away. How you doing, Fanatic? You guys doing all right? Yeah, thumbs up. Ah, look at that. Thank you, Sunby, for the energy. He's in. We're very excited over here. Fantastic. We got, oh my God, some hot cups over here full of some sort of liquid. I believe it's probably coffee. I saw that from Entity.
Doesn't Slacks kind of look like a Sonic villain?
Are these chibis?
Eggman?
Yeah.
Them?
Imagine if he had the glasses.
Needs the mustache too, but
yeah, big mustache.
Right, that is fantastic. Good for them. Yeah, okay, literally everyone has
could
left the
pass
room.
for one
So,
with some of the
that's
accessories.
my report. I am lonely, and they treat me like the plague. Back to you guys.
Here's
the fuck?
Batman.
Oh my god. That's exactly how the players felt right there. They were like, please get this loud man out of here. I want to relax. I
the
want
audio.
to enjoy my
It's like
time.
all over the place.
I want to enjoy a hot beverage. What do you think the beverage was, Winter? I know that there's some Malaysian
Hot
tea
beverage.
that is
Could go for a hot beverage right now, actually.
Drink your coffee, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a milk tea or
evening coffee.
What are popular Malaysian beverages?
Evening coffee.
Malaysian beverages.
I know
Yep.
the cold one. Milo ice. Ice Milo.
Okay.
As well
it's a
for
cold
some.
one. Okay.
Sounds nice.
You can have it warm.
Wait, but isn't Milo like a chocolate
yeah, it's
milk
just a
kind of thing?
chocolate energy drink, but we just drink it all the time because we can.
Yes, and it's very hot here, and so a cold beverage is probably ideal. But there was some, I'll have to look it up. But there was like a, the reason I came up with it is because when I was writing my letter for Team Master or the Tea Masters, I was like, oh, what's a regional tea that's popular in Malaysia? And the name escapes me. I will consult you about it later. But Ice Milo, is that the play these days?
Don't get tricked. Don't drink Malaysian drinks. They're all filled to the brim with sugar and syrup and honey.
All the time because it's just hot, you know. You want a cold beverage.
Wait, so it's like an energy drink?
Yeah.
Fucking order a mango lassi and it's just syrup.
Have you heard of Milo before, Effie?
I have no idea.
Mango syrup.
I was just passively listening.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we
I was
can.
waiting for a word, but I understood like iced Milo. I don't know what that
We're
is.
speaking gibberish.
They mix it with condensed milk. That's why it tastes so good.
See, condensed milk in it, of course. That shit is just pure
Condensed
sugar.
milk is so bad.
It's pure sugar.
Chocolate, Coca-Cola drink.
Yeah.
And in Malaysia, we mix it with
Milk flavored sugar.
the what did I say? The sugar. Condensed milk. Sorry, yeah, condensed milk. It has a lot of sugar in it. That's why it tastes so good.
Yeah. I feel like you don't even know
It's
what
not
you're talking about.
No, it's not good
I
for
feel like
you.
you're just making stuff up
No,
now.
I'm not
Fine, we're gonna get back into your wheelhouse, Winter, because clearly talking about food is not happening. But maybe talking about the Dota would suit you better. Stick around, everybody. We're gonna get into OG versus Team Liquid's draft after the break.
It should be called condensed sugar. That's what it is. We are one.
Number one.
Comes in the casting with Koigfa. Nah, I kind of just want to chill with my boys or by myself. Whichever.
Anti-transpirant.
I feel like buying the other one right now.
Voor 48 uur bescherming. This is how epic smells. Ontdek nu alles van Nivea Man Deep.
Back again, Mario for the 46 and also sub 69 for the 25. We're barely commentating Dota here. We're just chilling, sitting back and watching some games. Just hope for some good Dota. Last game sucked ass. It was decided by draft and they played it out in 30 minutes. Call it anti-transpirant and then sparrows? I don't know. I don't fucking know. We don't even use deodorant, the name in Dutch. We use the French words, deodorant. Deodorant. French. Fuck, French language sucks. They skip letters all the time everywhere. It's like English too. They just skip letters everywhere.
Learned French 7 years. For 7 years, I don't remember anything.
In Finland, we don't skip shit. Except in our slang, we skip like half the stuff.
Thank you, Char. Go to the 34. Investor, thank you for the 9. Didn't change mic, no, just different settings. Yeah, Finnish is I think that's one of those languages I think I will never be able to even understand a couple words of it.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Not easy, an understatement. Thank you, Trader Vigo, for the 41. Yeah, we'll be playing some obelisk later today. It's gonna be a long stream today. I'm gonna watch this until it ends, which is like, what, 2 or 3 p.m. I think, my time? Not sure what the exact time is. And then, like from the afternoon till the evening, I'm gonna play across the obelisk with Waga. Get like 1 full run going today. I played Symphony of War, but I don't think it's a good streaming game.
Group B begins here on Stream A with Team Liquid versus OG. A matchup that, if you're a Western European DPC fan, you've seen on many an occasion, and generally go in the favor of Team Liquid, as Team Liquid actually took the third place tiebreaker against OG at the end of Tour 3, and they ended up claiming their 2nd place. Unfortunately, it was not enough points to make their way directly to TI, so they're going to have to go through the qualifier.
Yeah, Puck.
And in the meanwhile,
I am not surprised about these drafts.
Okay, Timbersaw, Viper,
Same.
Tiny Puck, yep.
Yep, Puck.
And Razor Chen.
Razor and Chen. But before any of this,
and guess what? Dire Chen.
Winter,
of
course. Figured out what
Time
the
to get BKB and either a pressure or SNY Satanic.
Why is Dire Chen good?
Camps are in a way better position.
Mixing the drinks, you know.
Yeah, it's like a
It's super fast to get good creeps.
Not exactly, but
you can't block all the camps. So if you're in laning stage, Chen has access to 4 camps. 4. On Radiant you have access to 3.
Yeah,
so you can block 2.
You have both the ones left of the outpost, I see.
Yeah.
And
So
Radiant,
it
you only have the
also
one on the
means
right.
you can stack 2 camps super easily because Chen is just in that place. And he has more creeps to work with.
Also, something that
so less RNG.
So far than what they did at the major is
Range hero stacking 2 camps in Dire is very
yeah, it's so fucking dumb. Any ranged hero can stack 2 camps on Dire with just right clicks. You can't do that on Radiant.
I mean, it's not dumb that Dire can do it, it's dumb that Radiant cannot.
Yeah, it's just one side can and the other cannot.
Even on Radiant, even if you walk all the way there, you can't stack 2 camps.
Yeah, you need like a 1000 range nuke, like Venge or Lina.
Trying to guess in the draft, you know.
The 5-dimensional chess.
Yeah, but it's rather surprising that they were able to secure Razor and Chen, you know, because one of the bans in the first phase is the Wyvern, and usually that's a big tell that.
Who's this Assassin's Creed assassin?
It's Jerax. He's ready to stab him. He's waiting.
Heroes like that ball pushing lineup.
The one in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the past,
Jerax,
the
right?
ban would
It's their
also
coach.
mean that maybe you were considering the Dawnbreaker.
Am I
as
wrong?
well,
It could be
or
wrong.
Kind of
Why is he
hero like
sleeping?
That requires some kind of area control for their team. So
I guess
yeah,
jet lag.
It's just interesting. It's that the Dire Chen in particular has looked so absurdly broken at Arlington that
the Dire is just broken, you know. True. Dire is just overall it's just broken.
yeah, so it just feels like there's definitely a higher priority on taking this hero out, especially if the team is on Dire, the opposing team that is looking towards picking it. So to me, this just says that Liquid are prepared for this Chen. They gave it away. They have a strategy that they are comfortable going into this matchup to play versus this Chen. What that strategy is, though, we'll have to wait for the second phase to see, because as far as their first phase go, it's pretty typical, right? They take the Tiny for themselves, and they take the Puck, who is the highest value mid-hero of this patch so far. So I would say that Liquid are pretty happy overall, even though they gave away the Chen.
Yeah, I think looking at the bans, I feel like they value this Puck a lot more than the Chen. They pick the Puck, they ban the Night Stalker, the Nyx. Those are the two heroes that.
Yep, pick Puck, ban Night Stalker. Easy game.
Especially the Night Stalker. I've seen some players when they are playing against Puck.
Because decently strong.
Nyx 2, I guess.
I don't know. They did ban Nyx, yeah.
I know one thing that Insania was
I guess it would work with OG Straff, but it looked kind of shit if they pick Nyx.
So maybe he's okay giving the Chen away if he thinks his anti-Zeus strat will just rely on stealing Chen's creeps.
Interesting, because I think this Enchantress is a pretty solid call, because this
Oh, that's a
Enchantress
good
comes
Puck
out
counter.
most often with the Puck.
Right.
On the second
Here's
phase.
the instant blink jump.
Wow, okay.
No, not even. From
Fissure with Shard.
Yeah, exactly. Fog of War, Fissure. Undodgeable.
And then you have the Shard for an additional stun duration.
Oh,
so you follow.
hey, that's a new hero.
Hey, Wolfman.
AA doesn't deal with.
Lycan got picked a bit, but AA is new.
Hey, fucking Ron is here.
The Chen comes to gank you from across the map. You are just
That's not AA1, man.
But what it does give you is some form of comboing with the Puck Dream Coil.
Yeah,
some
it's
of
just
more
a
popular
support boy.
have been something like the
casual
Sapphire,
support
or
position
something like
5.
follow-up with the Wyvern.
Suppose it's a
AA
Chen counter.
Into the coil can be a lot of damage
Somewhat.
too, just in case they're locking it early on, they won't be. And maybe
It's
this
a good
Lycan
combo with Puck and
conceptually
Tiny,
is
and
okay
it's
to
really
sit
good
on your
against
lane,
Chen, because
farm,
Chen ult
get
is
that
just
Home of the Overlord,
extremely strong.
and then you can just take over one of these Chen creeps and kind of fight fire with fire in that sense. When you're a Lycan, you like to sit on your lane for as long as you can and pressure it, right? You can rotate with your ultimate, but usually you don't look to do so until you've gotten your Helm item. It's the thing that you can
I don't
do.
really like the
So
Lycan against
it's
Chen.
very interesting because I can see this Lycan drawing a lot of attention to himself and just pressuring simply by sitting on this lane.
Maybe they want to do the Stone Dog.
Yeah. Like, there's no way he go. If he goes for Overlord, Chen can counter it with a 1400 gold item. He just gets Shard and he takes over your creep if you run in with it.
We didn't really
That's
get to
actually
touch on
funny
it, but
and true.
Seb's not with the team right now. Instead, we got Chu, their coach. Still, Misha is MIA for this tournament, but Chu, their coach, will be standing in. And I thought that Earthshaker was a Seb thing.
I think that it started off as a sub thing,
Yeah.
but OG, in typical OG fashion, have brought another hero into the meta. After this OG Shaker at Arlington, a lot of other teams started to play it, right? You had LGD play it a few times, you had Liquid play it themselves.
No, that wasn't Jarek sitting down. He's sitting there now, look. The assassin is still there.
It's Boxy, apparently.
Oh, it's Boxy.
Well, tuned interface. What can do?
Same beard, actually.
Yeah, very similar beard.
Which we've seen a lot of support.
Jerax also looks really tired.
So if you can secure this
jet lag, maybe.
it opens up a lot of space on the map as
I mean, it's like what, 7 to 10 hours? Maybe 12, depending if you have to find a connection flight.
To Malaysia? 11-hour flight directly.
Yeah, then.
And he's flying from Finland. I'm sure he has to go to Schiphol or Heathrow first, or Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Your role in the game, like I mentioned, as a
So yeah, it's quite some time, and then drive to the hotel, which can be up to an hour, depending where the airport is.
Feature, you block the wave, or you just drag the wave, and then in between the lanes, you're gonna stack the ancients.
I mean,
they have a TA,
I think
so
Loda
after
tweeted something about the 30-hour travel time.
Look at the rune, control the
30?
Yeah, it can be.
That's your early
Yeah.
Because I guess they go to KL. I don't know if Genting has an airport. And then you just have to move again.
Started to do it with that shard first. Have stepped away from rushing. Yeah, they've stepped away from rushing that blink, and they can play on the Fisher, particularly in the early game.
It has no airport. Yeah, then they have to take a train or like a bus or something, like a shuttle from the airport.
And still have impact in the team fight.
That is actually way better.
That's all ass.
The shot. I'm just too old school.
But
I still think it's good though. It's still
dagger.
good. No, Winter, it's still good. Like some games, this surprise blink can make or break a team fight.
Yeah, but I feel like the shot is just because it's cheaper and the game is so quick right now.
It's not really good for either of these drafts.
You don't really have time to farm, and having something cheaper like
Liquid could still pick another carry.
Way more important than something you can buy later.
Before they picked AA, Liquid could have picked Zeus, but OG didn't want Zeus, just because there's already Puck and Tiny. They both punish Zeus too hard.
Never been on the cable core. I know the cable cores.
And sad times.
Yeah.
Also,
so I think
AA Tiny is
a more typical 4-5 dynamic with Chu and Taiga, and so having something cheaper.
You don't want to do
that. Oh, does that still fuck up cold feet?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so bad. Never fix that.
You have to catch him.
I mean, technically, it's
technically it works as intended.
With a blink, he has that instant stun in Echo Slam and can
yes, it does.
To Puck later on in the game. Of course, when TA gets her traps.
Dota is a 3D game.
She can also silence his Puck.
This looks like a fun AA game. I'm sure you have lots of fun this game.
Kind of pick as well in case the game scaled.
I'm ready for the one tap by TA.
Overall, there's a lot of
yeah, TA trap procs, you're silenced. Even your whatever you could do is
you're in depression. And then you're gone.
Popular position for hero after this.
I wonder what
get Glimmer of Force and then hope that's enough.
It feels like they would need something that can lane well against this.
I don't know why they pick A into this. This doesn't feel that good.
AoE damage is not
it's just a hot combo.
It's Ice Vortex and Ice Blast to follow up to Puck and Tiny Initiation.
Yeah. Increases damage and guarantees a kill because Chen can't heal them.
Oh.
Dawnbreaker last pick. Now that's a rare sight to behold.
It's a definite rare.
Is it a Matu?
And they're still
I think it's Dawn carry.
I was generally the Dawnbreaker player.
Probably.
Can DB be the carry?
That's why I have never seen Matu play Dawn, so that's why I'm skeptical.
Well, he hasn't played it in Arlington, and they did have one Lycan came on Liquid during Arlington, and that was on Zai. So there's still flex between this all the way to the end.
Turn Dawnbreaker into a furry. Crit with every Q hit.
I mean, if we really want, it could be a Lycan carry. Probably not.
Right? I think for the most part, you just want to pick the good lanes.
I really like it. It's very underwhelming at the moment.
She can just hammer herself out of there, so that could be something that they're considering as well. But it's also a hero that can play into Chen early on, right? It's got the AoE damage, it's got a means to save its team, it's strong with the Starbreaker with that shard at 15 minutes, so it is one of the better heroes to pick against Chen.
It definitely feels like looking at the pick order and the ban. I feel like they're intentionally giving up this.
Wow, RGB.
Of, we have
wow, it glow.
Two heroes that can come to the fights early to defend our tower with the Lycan and the Dawnbreaker, and we have a setup with Puck. So everything just feels like they are already prepared for this Chen. They know what to pick.
Imba Spirit.
That's some fucking tempo. 3 cores.
However, if you fall behind this game on Ember, you're gonna have a bad time.
There's so much insta-kill.
Oh, this is a very scary Ember game to play.
On the TPs to the lanes,
we're back.
And it plays an early aggro game, which is what they're looking for with that Chen. But I'm really
yes into Puck. Yes, it's good against Puck.
Like it a lot.
It's one of the few heroes in the game that can catch a puck.
They are taking right now.
It seems like it.
Laning Stage is also nice. You have a lot of harassment damage with physical damage.
Yeah, I like the idea they have against the Chen, even though this Chen is considered a hero. Oh, you should not give this hero. You're gonna lose, you know. But I like the idea they have, you know, up against this Chen. A big fan of their draft now.
It's group stage. You got time, Effie.
Thank you, DebJ, for the 54.
Okay, this is experimentation. How about our casters, OD Pixel and Fogged? Let's see what they have to say as we get into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. And yeah, Fog today for Liquid as well. It seems these support players, right? They're all wanting to try something different. We've had Puppy today bringing out the Omni Knight, the Dark Willow. Now, today in this first game, Liquid versus OG, Insania, he's bringing in the Ancient Apparition, another support that people just aren't really picking.
Yeah, a hero that I think like everybody's been asking for. People are like,
the fuck his last name is Davies?
Yeah, where is it? But no one wants to play it. The lane is very difficult. That's kind of like the biggest reason that
this sounds like 2 first names.
You can stagnate and has been hit with nerfs over time. Your ult actually has a long, when it used to be like 40-second cooldown, now it's like 60, so it does have a little bit more of that downtime. But yeah, cool approach I feel like Liquid does have versus all that heal. Getting this Lycan for Matu that is, you know, he's able to be able to break Link, and also even if he gets
Thank you, Rexstone, for the 13.
when he has all his like summons and wolves and stuff like that, he could be able to fight versus a hero like that Razor. So yeah, it's an interesting approach. We'll see if it works out, because OG, I feel like this is a very standard OG lineup. The only difference is, like the panel did say, it's actually a mid TA rather than the mid Ember Spirit, so they're switching things up a little bit.
What's sort of the reasoning for this? Is this just because of the players in terms of what they're more comfortable on, or is this because you want to put, you know, that sort of lane setup with a certain matchup?
Mid-TA.
I'm trying to. Let me say. So what? It's Ember versus now. It's going to be.
It's against Puck, right?
I guess it's because the Ember has easier ways.
It's a good matchup for TA.
I'm not sure. I guess like the matchup, it's the TA and the Ember. They both have. Like,
it's a very old school matchup.
Versus Puck,
yeah,
right?
it's not as bad because you can't deny him more like a god, but it's still pretty bad for Puck.
So, yeah, it's an interesting approach.
Yeah.
TA, I guess, is
when they buff Psyblades level 1 range again, it's pretty easy to spill onto range heroes, so you can get some good harassment damage.
Versus Puck and everything, so maybe just looking to have priority on that. That's a cool TA set also, by the way. I've never seen this one.
Volume a bit.
See if we get any action around these bounty runes, OG.
See if OG with their triple agility cores as well are able to do it, right? A little bit of a different one, especially like the Ember. He kind of is not really an Agicore. He's an Agicore, but he's like an active Agicore. They actually just have 3 Agicores, so it's very.
That's true. I guess they different. Do. You know, they sort of have some sort of pseudo beef to them still. They do, right? You got the refraction, or you got the shield on the Ember Spirit. So still sort of ways that you can kind of go in and soak up a fair bit of the damage.
Is that tier or anti-mage?
So they're doing.
What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, very interesting how these dodges, I guess, are coming out. I'm wondering who's gonna. What are they trying to even dodge?
It's Way's sister.
To dodge the Ember versus the Razor and have Razor versus Dawn.
The Puck misses CS? How was that a miss CS? What? I was looking at it. They hit the timing. Everyone was perfect. But then it was not a CS.
Dawn actually still does a lot of damage versus Razor.
How?
Even though you get your damage sap, this hero, just the hammer, the Celestial Hammer on its own is pretty significant. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a fun time Amar has on there. And yeah, were you sort of surprised to see, or do you think this is just very much a hero that overall OG like playing with? Of course,
this doesn't feel that nice for Dawnbreaker, this lane.
Something we saw a lot when Seb was playing him.
Shaker at level 3 is a big problem because you can't get your Starbreaker out.
Still a hero they want to be playing.
I'm more talking about their pick order. They picked the Dawnbreaker into this. They knew both picks.
Do really good
and last pick don't. And I don't understand it, but sure.
They wanted it against Ember or TA.
No, I think it's more the synergy.
But I think versus Puck, it's always been
with Puck, or you think the laning phase against TA? You mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't expect that the GS to play against.
But you should expect it though, that they can be flexible with lanes. Yeah, you gotta be.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of Razor, they can go any lane and win. Of course you're sitting against a hard lane.
Yuragi actually could get bullied. He has the Chen to kind of protect him, but...
But in that it could be like in carry.
Yep. Ever bully Matu by any means.
It actually is.
I just remember Matu used to be a top Lycan player.
He is a Lycan enjoyer, so that is true.
I hate Lycan enjoyers.
Kill threat by any means, but... The harassment could push him away.
Wait, wasn't that shit at microing? I think Lycan 4 might be an actual thing with jungle abusing.
I just realized, since he's playing for Team Liquid, I can actually make a old joke again, a Finnish joke.
No, what is it?
It's a it's a word, neste hukka.
On the first few waves.
Only for Finnish people.
It used to be very
Finnish people will get it.
Things have changed a lot, of course, over time to now. Puck actually does pretty okay. Of course, once like level 5 comes out, the Puck's just moving from the lane at that point. You're also jungling and stuff, so.
I don't get it.
Because you're not Finnish, of course you don't get it.
Any side towards that mid to try
Boxy.
and throw the balance off, yeah?
Yeah, I think
you can't translate it properly.
Zai will be fine after a certain point.
He should be able, like Zai has the ability to always disengage, right, with that Celestial Hammer, so I think Boxy, yeah. You can actually set up kill threat onto TA with a tiny plus Puck. So could definitely see him moving around.
Actually,
you could even see Chu. That's the thing. Chu could actually make the
No, you just said you can't. I'll believe that one more.
You can. I just realized you can.
So no one should really.
This matchup is so easy for Puck now. Just farm with Orb.
Pretty even lanes, I guess. I mean, Yuragi, the one he's looking at is Yuragi.
It used to be a nightmare matchup, like one of the worst.
And they actually can't break Flame Guard bottom, so he's able to actually bully Matu a little bit.
He used all his stuns on Chu.
They'll have it. First
he missed.
Wow,
Take him down.
getting a kill on
I
this.
think they have the enough burst. I mean, as you said, you know, Dawnbreaker. Very
I mean, he used the Fisher, so Dawnbreaker is an easy time of just going in.
Abilities alone.
And then Razor is dead. Razor dies to Dawnbreaker damage. It's
the
just
hammer must be one of the highest.
Everything dies to Dawnbreaker damage.
Even level 1.
yeah, any ranged hero. Like, the damage block matters so much, the 16 damage block. Ranged heroes don't have that.
Yes.
Yeah, with the wand and the bracer now, it's Zai, as you said already, just having the escape, but on top of that amount of HP, very hard for them to really ever kill him, unless Zai overcommits to try and go for a mark.
And
oh, he goes for 1-2-1. I hate it when Dawnbreakers don't skill Luminosity.
He's going to be able to actually roam a lot easier, so could definitely see him make that rotation to mid lane
Yeah.
onto BZM.
Setting up smash for Luminosity proc is really nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this Flame Guard is actually working really nice, so take back what I
The
said.
balance bird that shoots lightning every second.
On the way out there.
Yep. Yeah. Has like 4 mana regen, innate, because why not?
Quite adding up enough to be able to take that off Yuragi.
And Taiga even taking a you know, Divine Favor, an ability that we usually don't see taken too early. Usually they take the Penitence, so it's offsetting the harassment. It's actually giving Yuragi.
Oh, he has a
solid
Basilius,
fight. He's also-
yes.
He's got a bottle in the bottom lane, so something not too ordinary for your off laners, but
Alright.
he has the TA in the mid lane. He wants to be able to utilize runes as well. So cool. Seeing BZM stack for himself now, getting that Ancient and Hard Camp stacked as TA.
Oh, my dog
now.
Probably, I would imagine at least, Liquid will try to put some emphasis to try to get some vision over there early, maybe from Boxy. Right now we see Boxy put
Oh, dog versus dog.
Yeah, now we're seeing Matu. He's the one who's having trouble.
Yeah, this spam from Tiger.
Tiger
has,
has the creep. You got one of the good ones.
Harpy Stormcrafter.
Oh, what a
causing some
friggin' name
issues
for Ember.
Matu. May have
What
a
is
little
this?
bit of regen from that Helm of Iron Will, but
Well,
definitely
it's
not
just
enough to give him the
haha,
confidence to be able
Chen
to
got
step up to
Harpy, haha.
Of course, Yuragi is the Ember
Oh,
Spirit.
lane switch.
There's ever a Lycan close
They
enough
want
to
to kill
him. He'll be ready
first,
to run them
maybe.
down with a fair bit of
But
magic damage.
Lycan is
It's
not the
actually
greatest
broken the lane. Matu
ganker.
TP's top because he just cannot get lane bottom. So that's
No, he
pretty
really
cool stuff,
isn't.
OG.
Oh, he filled the toss.
Chu had a TP ready, so he just TP'd.
So now with Matu sort of
Because he
saying,
was
I've
really
got to be
far
up
out of
here,
position.
bottom lane is just, I don't want to be there. You know, we sort of see well, they maybe look for a kill as Zai trying to lead in onto Chu. And I'll get the static link going. It's not quite as easy of a dive here that Liquid
looks
wanted
bad.
to as a mark.
It's painful to watch.
Safe for now.
They have a juicy creep wave though.
But they
This
do
is
have
pretty
a
big
catapult
wave, so
and a
Liquid
lot
is
of
trying to get as much
creeps.
advantage,
They have
as
a
much
glyph?
tower damage as possible here.
They have glyph.
Oh, but they got pulled out
But
of the
they're...
wave.
Yeah.
And Amar.
OG's gonna try to do similar. Yuragi, he's already shoved bottom lane very hard, so they have catapult wave on tower too.
Kala.
What?
How does one side Kala, not the other one?
I don't know.
Oh, it's different Dota clans they're using for different cameras, of course.
Away from that one. So again, Liquid's attempts to try and take
But
down
somehow one lagged and one didn't.
It's so fucking funny. It's like time stuff.
I actually didn't see it.
On the other one, they don't care.
That as well. But yeah, so we're seeing the same thing. I saw as soon as they saw Lycan move top, Yuragi was actually drawing the line to pressure bottom.
He lost his
Pops
keys.
the flame guard, cuts the wave.
Yeah.
Now he has,
Unlucky.
he has a
Dropped them.
full wave actually onto the tower.
I mean,
with
Ready.
and a
He
follow-up
got
wave
them
too.
again.
So this tower bottom is gonna die if Liquid actually doesn't react.
I was going to say, Insania, he can barely show his face down here, right?
Yeah.
That's, you know, if he gets anywhere close to Yuragi, he's getting walked down by the Ember Spirit. Not a lot that the AA can do to save themselves.
Yeah, Yuragi saved the skill point as well too. So he's 0-1-3. He has the opportunity to get that chains in.
Oh, that toss.
I need the slow-mo to see what happens here.
Yeah.
So you
Need from
Yeah.
to a stop by Chu.
Without that slow-mo, I don't know how could that Fisher hit. I don't know.
It's so funny how unnecessary that
Discuss
was.
what's going on. Zai immediately TP's bottom when they see that big wave shoving
Production
in. Trying to
value.
get that juicy XP. An early level 6 likely to come out for the Dawn. And Matu, he's top. He's going to be sacked up here.
I mean, that's the
for
thing,
a
right?
bit
Because
of
it's
time.
still not a fun lane for Matu. You know, he's gone up to the top lane because there's less threat of him dying as there may have been into the dives down bottom, the pressure down
So
bottom.
you lane
Of course, up
switch,
here he has
and now
to
you're
go
Lycan
the
against Razor. Is this the
Yeah.
choice to make?
But the same thing.
I
No.
think you just send him to
Dawn
jungle and
down
hope for the
6. Zai
best.
actually is
What
a bit
is
limited on
this?
mana, but if there is an aggressive
Well,
play
he
that
can't
happens top
jungle
lane
because
that
there's
they
a
try to go
Chen
onto
there
Matu,
He's got the
that
side
just
comes
runs
in,
him down,
Okay,
and they
so
can't
now
help
have
him
that
if he's in the
advantage.
jungle
Joining
because
TP's
then they have to bring every hero into the
We're actually
jungle
seeing
because the
move already,
Chen is
okay?
bullying your
They're top
Lycan.
so that they can actually give space for Matu.
Yes.
Does mean that now
Yeah.
BZM, as soon as the
It's
puck's down the
just,
mid lane, he's
what
gonna
can you
shove that
do?
wave
Chen
into
got
the tower so
Harpy.
he can get some
It's game over.
good pressure there.
It do be like
Unironically, all it
that.
is. It's so silly that that's how it works, but you know, it is what it is.
Well,
Is there potential for Mickey to
he's actually zoning
join
the
up
Razor
top and go
Wolves.
for an attempt
It's
onto
because
Amar
they
and
know
the
about the
towers?
puck. They
So
saw a
how-
puck
how-
on ward
how easy is
rotation.
this to execute?
Pretty easy. I mean,
Two
they have
wards,
Dawn, right?
actually.
If you just
Also
go
the
on the
Razor.
rattles and then they can dive, yeah. Because like if it's only the Razor, OG full TPing in, these like Chen does not.
They
does not
sacrifice
know that
puck farm now.
early on, especially.
Boy.
Shaker's still low level, so they can't actually TP and help up there too much. But we'll see Mika. He'll play toward mid, look for the rune.
Mika stayed in vision for like 40 seconds already. It's so bad.
Very nice on the haste rune.
Yeah.
And Yuragi's actually, Yuragi's just getting this full free farm.
That's very forced.
We'll be able to get out to the side here before.
But they got him easily.
I mean, he didn't have refraction, so Puck was able to use all of his burst immediately.
Not able to run away, even with that haste rune. They had him on the way back round.
Better priority, and then for them to go for like top, they actually get to go for this mid tower.
They might get more as well here. Mickey poking towards Chu, Boxy. They'll have the controls, Ising with the damage. Liquid, they'll pick up both kills around the mid.
Razor dice?
He
tried for a solo kill. Oh, he tried for a solo kill, dudes.
He dived the Lycan with a Helm of Iron Will Buckler and plus 3 armor from the tower.
That's a huge
No, that just looks like a new Finnish welfare system. Usually you go to the ATM, not the other way around.
That's pretty huge. As we said though, Yuragi, he's having the freest game ever. As after that bottom lane, has his corrosion finished up.
Yeah, shit, ATM on his way to you.
Oh, Jesus.
Might be in some trouble.
Oh.
Set up once
get the chin.
We'll be held back by the chains.
Oh.
Yuragi in that. Save Tiger.
This is fucking step creep.
This time.
I hope they remove it next patch. Creep's so fucking
This is what happened up on the top lane of Mark.
Oh my god. That wasn't even AA difference, I think.
Tries to go for the kill.
That's
barely.
just armor difference. It's just he has 2 armor items and tower armor.
He's now 6 after getting some.
There's no way that's gonna be a kill.
Very early to have this Ice Blast to set up. And the supports on OG, yeah, as we mentioned, a little bit under-leveled because of how much they've had to kind of move around.
And he has now another armor creep.
Global
he has fucking 17 armor on Lycan.
Talked about is at an all-time high here for Liquid. The Dawnbreaker ult's going to be constantly up. Ice Blast too, just so much threat on these side lanes.
Well, I like his tag there. What can you do?
What can you do? Ice Blast should be good enough setup to blow up either of these heroes.
1,000 HP. I mean, this Razor will die so quick if he gets caught by the coil. He gets scouted though.
There's the coil set up. And here's the blast follow-up. They'll even be ready to jump over.
Dude, that's
the pushback from the
creep. A
creep.
chance to the combo of Liquid.
Looks like the blast was almost going to miss, and then nice play from Matu. He actually Wild Wing rippers and pulls him back into it. So nicely done.
So hard to play against this kind of global presence.
Every single time they do see a move happening, they try to make a move of their own. But Liquid quick to respond.
I mean, Zai TP's in. BZM tries to stand his ground for a bit. He's got Chu to back up with the Fisher. They lock down Zai. They'll be able to take him down. BZM
such an aggressive
TP. Kill there. Zai felt that he could just frontline the defense, but OG, they've got the numbers and they're looking for more. Yuragi chains onto Boxy.
Level 1 chains. Short baby.
Yuragi, he'll be quick to turn his attention over towards the ancient apparition and chase him down instead.
The AA experience. A hero looked at you, therefore you die.
OG. Strike back around this mid area. 2 kills and a tier 1 tower taken out
That's
of the mid
why you played offlane. So you can have a few items to survive that.
When Ember jumped him, I even thought the A was fine until he took half his HP in one slide.
From Liquid happening, Liquid expended a lot up top, right? Ice Blast was used, Coil was used, Solar Guardian was used. Immediately, OG go to mid lane and get some pretty big momentum onto their side. Now 2K leads.
That's fine. A is going to get a dash next patch.
That's pretty huge.
Yes.
A Blink Dagger for BZM. So looking to play active, even though they are playing like these, as you mentioned, the 3 Agis. They're playing the 3 Agis of just looking to fight constantly.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's odd. It feels like Liquid should be ahead with their previous place, but they're behind 2K.
These are cores that you know, they're not going to be AFK hitting the creeps.
Oh,
They'll be getting in your face and getting involved.
Look top.
Yeah, really cool stuff, actually.
No.
Setting up around top 2.
Fuck AA.
No, look at bullying AA. Yeah, look at that.
It's actually 25% HP per slide. Oh, Jesus.
Oh. Trap slow is it's enough.
Of that link will finish him off. Another kill for OG.
I think the link increases Razor attack range.
Look to go for the combo once
it's the same as the link range.
Smoke up the 2 of the Micken and
Ethelan's Razor.
Get back on the hunt.
Yeah, Ethelan's actually would increase his attack range. That's fucking funny.
These 2 cores are getting very far. BZM and Yuragi there. Each passing moment, they're just cleaning up that bit more of the map than Mickey and Matsumaman are able to do.
Yeah, BZM, Yuragi are farming, and Taiga's actually taking the entire
fuck is Mech 12 minutes on Chen?
He's actually just farming their jungle.
Yeah, Chen is really farmed in every patch. I mean,
every game, yeah. What the fuck?
It's just a support kill, though. I think that.
But Mech is also super cheap now. It's only 1,900 gold.
They don't want to let him, get to make.
It's no longer like 2,500.
See what they look to do with any of that downtime, though. As you mentioned, Coil's down, Ice Blast.
Mech is an insanely cheap item.
After that top play, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant of how they commit all three of these
Yeah,
big
no
spells.
buckler and cheap recipe.
But they know where Zai is, and Yuragi's actually in perfect position to go for him.
Suicide's got any way out of this. He has got a TP, but of course
What would you do here? TP and then all? Oh, you can't do it even.
No.
Or potentially.
Gen creep is here.
I think he could have done it before.
The best he can do is just run.
If he did it instantly, he could have.
The Ember Spirit.
But no, he's just slowly getting run down.
I don't know if it was worth wasting ulti for it though.
Massive, really. OG.
It kind of sucks. It's 2 minutes, and his death time is just 30 seconds, so you don't want to ult. You want to just try to run.
Really big stuff, and continue to defend these towers. Like BZM even showing up to defend with Chu at his side.
No, I just don't know if it's worth it.
To just try and find these moves Liquid around Mickey. He needs to get the kills. If he's not getting the kills on the other side of things, OG, STA, he's just getting further and further ahead. Soon to be already like 1,500 goals ahead. Just 13 minutes in BZM. That gap, it's only getting bigger between the two of them.
And they can actually look to pressure this mid tower. Okay,
this is why I fucking Ember in this. Although maybe he's fine here.
The Flame Guard's already up as well. So
he has max level Flame Guard. He can break the coil.
Yuragi doesn't care at all. Now into the mid lane. OG, they're ready to bring the back up and take this fight with the ults that Liquid already used. Boxy, try and remove the trap.
That was just full HP.
OG, they'll remove him from the game. Boxy goes down. Amar is more than fine and happy to deal with the summons here.
Gen experience.
From Matu, as there's no fight for Liquid to be had here. They've got to back off.
They are looking to walk into Roche.
I mean, OG know how strong they are. Again, another situation where the Dream Coil, the Ice Blast was used, but didn't get anything at all this time round.
And now it's Chen with the TA, which is probably one of the reasons they went for the TA. On top.
Also they have Penitence.
This Roche is likely to go down.
Plus minus armor.
Ice Blast in 15, Coil in 28.
I mean, can they go for any sort of steal? I mean, Mickey's not quite in position to look for the jump in. They feel already they've got to try for something drastic though.
I don't know about this. This looks like shit.
Slip away from them quite fast with the lead that OG's building up.
So if they find...
Caught out by the Fisher, trapped in. He'll turn with the avalanche. Zai jumps over with the solo card. BZM getting low. She will try and use the Echo to hold them back. BZM will fall. Liquid. They take out the two of them.
Pretty good.
They'll get Tiger as well here with the chase. And of course, Roshan, it's still up and ready. Liquid.
I don't think you Roche without Death already.
Getting them away from the Roshan pit. Yuragi. Remnant at the ready, he'll jump out.
Does he even have max melt?
Probably just
they'll certainly want to.
I don't think so.
I mean, buybacks are ready, folks. You want to go for some risky play to get straight back over and contest this. Because otherwise, I think Liquid, they may just be able to finish this one. OG with the two heroes alive, they
they also positioned really poorly. They fought in the small space where they can get hit by every AoE ability.
Kicked off and started was Boxy went onto an illusion.
They had to go towards the right, not to the left.
The huge combo to come on
if they want to fight.
Which kind of just pushed OG from
that was a pretty big flow.
Very fortunate for Liquid.
A very important fight for Liquid.
Pucka's Blink, Witchblade, Power Treads, and Aegis, so...
At this sort of early stage of the game, they also left
Impact move in 3 seconds.
Of OG. Again, would have been in a very rough spot, but Liquid with this fight, securing themselves the Roche.
Oh yeah, that was Choose Fisher as well. He
playing against BZM, they're trapping him inside with that puck and with the.
I don't think he would have lived without the Fisher, whether he blocked or not. He was coiled.
See what Liquid can get done now. With the Aegis on Mickey.
But still, like, it made it worse that they're fighting there in that corner.
Aggressive onto Amar up top.
Big damage. We do have 15 minutes now coming in, so we do see the shard coming into play. I was wondering if we do see BZM pick it up too, so he can deal with the puck a little bit on that TA. Probably wants to emphasize getting his items first, though. He's got his Death Zone now finished, and yeah, this it's all right before,
shard.
Like, right after that happens. Now they're starting to get these big items that would have actually helped them for it. Now Matu, he's got his Overlord finish.
Like
so
an inventory.
A lot as top chew.
He steps up. He's gonna get caught by the cold feet proc. Get taken out. His dream of farming the Blink Dagger will continue to be put on hold.
Right.
The dream of farming a Blink Dagger. It's never happening, man.
He bought Shard, that's his item that he has for this game.
He's 100 gold in 17 minutes.
This is when the hero actually becomes...
like in clean inventory.
Oh, that's gonna help if he takes it.
Is that the right team? Oh yeah, it is.
Philosopher's Stone.
To go for the tier 2 here, open up that top half of the map.
Zai really likes Blink on Dawn.
Under control.
Yeah, the BKBs are still not.
I mean,
quite
with
there.
Shard, it's a very good
OG needs
initiation
to have
tool.
BKBs
Yeah,
able to fight
they
against
can't
this
stop
big
you.
Magic team fight lineup that Liquid has, and yeah, all three. A little bit away from it. Yuragi's actually quite close. Same thing for Amar. So right now, it looks like they'll probably just they're willingly sacrificing this to be able to finish those timings.
I mean, for OG, you just sort of avoiding fights completely during this Aegis time?
Yeah, just
Yes, blink Deso. There's no way he didn't have Deso for that though, did he?
600 for
He
the
didn't.
Razor.
Oh
Yuragi's
my
about
god.
300.
He was
BZM's gonna be a
like
bit longer, but I
300
think
gold
once they
off
have
or
the two
something.
BKBs, then they can
And then they
start
took.
fighting.
Oh my
Yeah, for
god,
Liquid
it's
right
so
now,
bad.
it's Hunt. It's Hunt all over.
Yeah,
the
it must have been
place.
super
You've got
close
that
to
global
it.
threat. We see them already looking to Boxy placing a deep ward behind the tower too to try to scout anybody. Could get some decent tossbacks.
Oh, is the Shen?
Good D-ward.
Well, look at the catch. It's a BZM, so they can do it with the
that's
ulti.
death.
Yes, they certainly can.
Best
The
catch
three
they
of them
get.
come crashing down onto BZM.
mean,
He's gone.
that's
And
their
of course,
combo.
Liquid, they'll now look to push on for more. Straight over to Tiger. Zai takes out another.
That's so easy to play.
Mark desperately
Just
scramble
kill
up
I mean,
towards
if you
the
don't
high
have
ground, but
BKB, you
Liquid
get so
keep
punished.
teasing with the idea of
One
diving
coil
in a
and you're
little
dead.
bit for this. They won't chase him under the tier 4s, but they will cause him to have to run back to the fountain.
Even
to
coil
heal
isn't
up.
necessary. You just need a
The Chen
tiny
army's
jump
gone
or
too.
a
They got
down
I
jump.
think every single one of the creeps there, pushing them all the way back into the base.
Creep wave has been pushed out though, so won't be able to go for the tier 2 mid quite yet.
But huge. Liquid now can take over the opposing jungle too. Both of those tier 2s kind of drop down significantly, so they can take the outpost as well. And yeah, they can keep doing keep threatening a lot too, because that's when you have this type of map advantage and you have global threat too, it's a lot more difficult for a team like OG when they're kind of reliant on those BKBs to get much out of the map. You're always going to be scouted by some type of wolf or
So
something.
3,000 gold for BKB.
Kind of refreshing to see Razor in such a sad state.
Neutral as well.
Yeah,
Essence Ring.
I love to see it. Unfortunately, it's Dawnbreaker Puck Tiny that is putting him into that state, so you know.
That actually save him in some
Yeah.
scenarios. And Amar will have BKB done too. So as we mentioned, those timings that OG was
Patch Evil killing the Patch Evil.
But Liquid's, I mean, so happy because of that whole Roche situation.
But still, I hate Razor more than the other heroes, so
40 seconds left on the
fuck
Aegis
him.
now for Mickey. So next fight could be a bit risky. They don't take it carefully.
They've just be
Oh,
very wary of
Kane in
BKBs, so
puck.
they have to probably burst
Let's
something down
go
right
fucking.
before they get it, or just have to kite them out, like just.
Yep.
Ooh, they
Oh.
try to
How much?
read the movement there from Yuragi,
Oh,
but
yeah,
Yuragi
yeah.
How
was
much?
prepared, backs off.
The BKB.
No, Yuragi knew about
as
the
well, just in
BKB
case they were to
avalanche.
throw out
It's one of
more,
the
but
first
they're
ones that I see.
definitely riding on Yuragi, sort of
He
blindly
knows.
walking up to the
He's
high
scuffed
ground.
as hero.
Yuragi wasn't falling for that one.
I'm still surprised
Everyone
how many.
should know.
I'm surprised how
coming
many
out
do
of
not
this and
know.
indeed
I
shoot.
watch so many
Yuragi's
tiny
thinking
plays
about
where
throwing in a slight change
they
to help out a
reach the
little bit,
time
but
where they
they'll
get
bail on this
BKB
now.
and
Now
they
he's
don't
caught
do
out
it.
by the Dream Coil. Okay. Catch the two
It's
of them.
such a
Yuragi.
popular
Mickey snaps
pick.
in, it has got the
They
guard
should
up.
know.
TP's heading over.
But they're
Tiger
not.
falls. They've got the control.
SingSing.
Yuragi, he's out of it. Now get the kill, Liquid. See if they can get more. BZM will turn towards Zai. Matu able to
Oh,
break away from
Wolfman.
Amar with the speed that he has in
Took
that
dog for a
ultimate
walk.
form.
Dog walk
Escapes the
away.
Razor.
Escape the leash.
He's around with Amar's. Now his BKB comes to an end.
So
Amar?
They'll take
Amar?
out Amar. BZM, the last one
He
left
really
alive.
wanted a kill.
He's trying to go back
No,
for
don't go
Boxy,
for that,
but
you just
Boxy
gonna
has
die.
got backup. He'll go
Miss,
to
miss,
finish off.
miss.
In fact, he's not
Never
gonna be able to
fucking
do it.
lucky.
Fucking misses,
Heading over.
dude.
BZM taken out by the
Oh
Tumberman.
my
This is
god.
falling apart for OG. A slow,
Oh.
drawn-out fight that
Gaben.
ends up with them dying one after another.
Gaben.
It's
And
not
that-
even.
that was
So,
the BKB
what's the
fight.
mischance? 25?
20 or 25, isn't
You said a
it?
one by one
25.
trickle through.
Yeah,
of
so
each
it's
one of OG's
25
scores.
with
The
like
puck got to
pseudo
just play the best game
RNG.
ever.
So
They
if
came
you
with an ice
miss,
vortex down,
you
he's able
should
to
have
throw,
like
I
only a
actually don't even
10%
know,
chance to
10
miss again.
10 sets of waning rifts.
I mean, look
and
at this.
illusories.
BZM, he
Uphill miss.
he
So
really
it's a
wanted to stick
super
around
low
for
chance
Boxy,
for
No,
the
but
it's
double
not
miss.
miss, it's
incredible
evade. Tiny
risk to
dodged.
take
Look.
with the numbers that
Yeah,
Liquid
yeah,
still
he
had
dodged.
up.
Yeah,
Tiny
the
dodged
rock
2
dodged.
times.
Yeah, yeah,
Indeed,
yeah.
Mickey
Yeah,
ready to
yeah,
go in
Sure, sure.
and finish off some more there. That was a rough fight for OG. Liquid now up 18
But yeah, that was not a
8.
12% chance
And
to
again, in
happen.
quite
That's
a
like a
bizarre
7%
situation,
chance to
where
happen.
Liquid, they just lost their Aegis. It had expired. OG
Oh
scores.
my
They turned
God.
up with the BKBs. It didn't matter.
I mean,
Liquid still
let's be real
smashed
here
them
though.
with the
Even if he
It's
got the
just to
kill,
freedom
we
from
would still been
He
shit.
would still fucking die. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
still
died
dead,
like a
but
dog.
it would be
Shut down.
slightly less
Because
shit.
they didn't go
It's
for the
just very
shard.
demoralizing.
There's no way you go for that
I've
kill.
seen that.
Yeah,
That
like
silence
he
to deal with
blinked
the puck,
to
but
get the
yeah,
kill,
Mickey,
but
Mickey
like
just got
his blink
absolute
position
freedom
doesn't
to
allow
cast,
him to
and during
live,
all of it,
so
he
might
has
as well
these
just
pesky
blink
auto
out to
reflexes
live.
that just amp up his spells that much more.
Fuck is he dying for a tiny kill on
Smoke up from Liquid.
They've
They're
got
on
everything up. Every
STA?
time they have their ults,
On
they're
mid
gonna look to
TA.
fight.
Yeah.
5k net worth versus 12k almost.
Despite the BKBs, they very much can poke them out of OG, kite them out, get back in.
Look at these wolves. The wolf is scouting out OG right now.
There's the jump. Straight in with the
Hi,
combo.
hacking. I love this combo.
BKB off in time. Quick remnant to jump to the side.
Oh,
That's actually kind of okay.
Overlord Zaichu will Echo Slam.
Is I? Is I? Is I?
Wait, can you block toss damage with BKB?
Yes,
No,
I think
no, you cannot.
Oh, it's not like
Once you're tossed, you fucked.
Seconds of that boosted movement speed, but they have the searing chains. Yeah, will sure.
Yeah, so he just had enough HP with his Flame Guard. Because it looked like he blocked something with BKB.
He knows what he's doing, he gets out.
Flame Guard was protecting against a Blast Tail.
He just wolf ran in. I think he was looking for if Mickey was able to find an opportunity to jump in from side, but they didn't want to risk anything there.
Oh my god, imagine if you could BKB toss damage.
Well, I guess just the one BKB was uncool. And
Counter 0. BKB avalanche damage, BKB toss damage.
Are you thinking too much of Tornado? I mean,
yeah, I mean, that's why. But Tornado has like Cyclone has that invincibility frame. That's why it works.
I think maybe the S
before you take damage.
I saw that he was like amped up on health from it. I think it might have been the thing.
But Tiny doesn't work like that.
I like this as well from Yuragi.
Because if you get knocked out of the toss, you still take toss damage.
For the Mage Slayer.
I saw that recently.
Yeah, can definitely be really nice versus that putt versus Tiny.
Ah.
Get him
Yeah, I saw Spirit Breaker charge someone that is in mid-air, and then Tiny got the kill.
yeah, it just insta-stop. It's like Genma Cookie, same concept.
Yeah. If you get knocked out, you get inside.
Damage-wise, they've certainly got
Unless you avoid call node.
Yeah, then you're stuck, and then it doesn't do
Actually,
damage.
that's not true. Something stop it, like Nick stun and Lion stun. They just stop the toss. You don't get damage.
It's
they've got one of these mobile heroes ready to chase him around the team fight.
It's not a knockback, it's a rewritten up and down. I don't know fucking
yeah, like knockbacks don't stop the damage, but like something that rewrites.
Doesn't have the shard yet, but he's going to be bringing it soon. So that'll be big solutions for
him. It's super weird.
Super specific.
Yeah.
What's that, BKB on TA? He does, right?
Take out the Tiny.
I think so.
There's no way he blinks in like that about BKB.
For OG likely.
Sure,
you can get away with it this time.
Just still have to be careful. Big AoE ultimates. Constant scouting from Ice Vortex and Wolves.
Oh, ulti for this. Oh, ulti use too.
Oh, attempted by Zai, but the Fisher comes out.
W is W.
Runs him down.
Perfect timing, really.
Hey, Roche again, boys. Let's go.
Roche number 2.
Round 2.
But this time they have BKBs.
So.
Also, Liquid can see this.
Yeah, but OG has very good tails
They know that
BKB.
Dawnbreaker doesn't have ult, so even if Dawnbreaker buybacks, she can't join.
This time OG
so they can actually just zone them.
Just does it by himself.
Yeah, they're doing it much safer this time.
And they have Shard on Chen, so they can take over the Lycan creep if he tries to scout.
He's a short.
Yeah, the scout with Vortex Spot.
So
they're going to give it to Amar, the Shard.
I think BZM just bought it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I think he wanted it for the fight, and then.
I like how they slowed down for this.
See that once again, Chu. Excellent stop to Zai's attempt to escape Amar.
He was probably dead even without the Fisher.
I mean, the slowdown mattered for that one. It's like, that was almost same frame, where Dawn used ult and she got fissured.
This one's very close.
The animation's obvious though. There's like a whole light glowing around her.
Definitely more to see here when we turn up on LAN. OG Liquid, 26 minutes in.
Oh.
Either way.
Oh, yeah.
Playing it safe as soon as they reveal themselves for the jump.
Oh, Mage Slayer Ember. Feels good.
I think he was asking for the trap.
I really like Mage Slayer.
I think he was asking for BZM to use the trap to use a shard on it.
It's a really nice Mage Slayer game.
I'm not sure. I think he might lack farming speed and fall behind all the carry.
BZM, he was sort of pushing around that bottom.
Well, I mean,
he's not alone though on carrying, yeah.
BZM is there carrying.
Yeah,
like,
mid carry.
BZM is going full carry. He's going dataless next.
Now they get the silence, but they have
then he's just gonna be a frontliner for vision.
They have a pretty big window to go for these catch plays because of these triple BKBs plus
yeah, it's just like 4 of their 5 heroes are suffering so much from the Mage Slayer.
And Matu still quite not having his BKB done.
Oh, if he doesn't...
Lycan without a shard. Yeah, golden fight.
If he doesn't go Octarine after that SN SNK.
Mars got one. here for OG.
This is the most Octarine game I've ever seen in my fucking life. Oh, if he goes for condom.
One side there's traps, other side there's wolves. Both teams doing a good job of at least scouting each other out and being pretty obnoxious with that. See if Mickey
Shivas in this? No, dude.
On Park?
Yeah, this is not the Shivas game.
Mars gonna maybe see if he can help out. Hand of Gold will be popped, but it's not enough to save Chu.
This is Octarine game.
Turn the coil onto Amar, but BKB's at the ready. See if Liquid can kite this out, maybe get back in after the BKB comes to an end. But Yuragi and BZM, they're ready to stand tall and help out Amar around this mid lane. Ice Blast. Not gonna do much at all there.
It is
Amar steps
right
out to
click
the side.
course
So
and a Chen. I at least understand like the soft process.
Pretty big whiff there from inside.
And Chen heals, so the anti-healing works, the attack speed slow works.
Yeah.
And the slow is also nice.
Or you just jump the Chen and they get nothing.
Yeah, they did only actually
And the shaker.
BZM quickly makes his way bottom and get a tier 2. Making good use of this Aegis.
Nah, I guess it's not bad. I still think Octarine is better.
He'll certainly think about chasing this down. Amar ready to help out as well. Mickey's going to jump in.
Oh boy.
Guardian back up from Zai, flying over. As they'll split the two of them, but Yuragi, BKB back up and ready.
It's such
an
awkward
being
fight.
used.
Will protect him from the final few right clicks, but as it comes to an end, Yuragi will manage to still finish him off.
Mage Slayer protected the Chen. Oh my god.
Puck died.
Mickey goes down, Zai surrounded by Amar and Tiger. Throw out the hammer and attempt to drag himself away, but he cannot escape. Zai goes down.
Tiger got saved by the Mage Slayer.
To fall so far on OG. As Matuma Man pops
Oh
the
god, 250
won't
gold.
be able to chase down Yuragi. In fact, BZM's looking
Yeah,
to chase
nice.
down the two of them.
Oh,
Diving
AA
into the tower.
players.
They're looking to go for more here, OG.
I just wanna play wards.
The vision's there for BZM to find himself the triple. Matu, the last survivor here on Liquid, and all he can do once again, it's just run.
No TP.
Yeah, he can't get involved in these fights till BKB. Now it's coming
It's okay,
out.
has Spilling Blade.
They just lost a pretty tremendous fight.
That's fine.
Trap for a second.
This is fine.
Okay, he's blocking
Don't
the way
tell
as
him.
well.
This is fine.
Another really successful fight from BZM. In particular, he's able to just get on top of these heroes, get the control onto the puck. Kind of dataless done.
Yeah, the physical damage from BZM is going to be quite something in the next fight. It's really getting some good stacks on the Deso as well. 6k lead now for
Triangular
OG.
and Puck. Octarine Core and Puck
Very,
is
very
just a
good usage
fucking
of these
god tier
moments with
item.
the Aegis. Still
It
50
makes you
seconds left
invincible.
on it.
Paired with
It's
the
really
level
looking
20
difficult
cooldown
for Liquid to
reduction
get the
talent,
initial
you just
setup
keep
with the
healers
A blast.
perma
Sometimes
silence.
it whiffs,
Yeah,
but
they're not able to delete
Backline heroes can't play against Octarine
and
Puck.
it's also just this army, the Chen army.
Core
This is
heroes
why we
can
saw
kill
it
him,
so
backline heroes can
popular
play.
as well in Arlington.
See if they can do it this time in the mid.
difficult to
It's
play.
set up, but Ice Blast comes in onto BZM, but it is at the moment
Still
where
Aegis
he
for
still
30
has the
seconds,
Aegis.
so
He's
it's a bit
going to be back for
unfortunate.
round 2. Zai dies underneath his own tier 2 tower. They'll
That
find
is
you on the backlines, but BZM,
definitely
he's ready
not
to jump
Aegis
in
Poke
aggressively,
bomb
looking
then.
over towards Boxy. Change will control
They
him.
really
Goes
should have
to
just
buy
waited
Boxy
30 more
sometime.
seconds.
Amar will be chased out to the side, but the helmet already
Mama
thrown
took a
down
like
to
turn before
Matuma Man,
BKB.
so a bit of his ultimate and BKB duration put to waste. Boxy cannot escape this. Matu again having to run back up towards the high ground. There's
No
no
coil.
fight to be had here for Liquid.
Hey, Matu just
They
ended the fight
really
with
had to
BKB.
wait
The
30
Halberd gets
seconds.
on him right before it pops. He
Oh,
spends
but
the
why
whole
did they
second.
even? Why did they jump TA
Blows up
first?
there to the
I don't
heavy
know.
physical DPS
It's
that
30
BZM
seconds
now
before
has to
Aegis
offer.
expires and they go on
We
TA.
saw that Liquid, they wanted to try and put
Ugh.
together a defense around the tier 2, but they chose to
That
do
was
it at a
just
point where
wait, like it's a
BZM, I
tier
think, probably had
2
about 20
tower,
or 30
and they
seconds
can
left
just
on the
hold
Aegis.
their high ground.
Sure,
They can
you
definitely
take him
hold
down
30
the once,
seconds
you're definitely not doing it a second time.
without full engaging.
It was a bold move
That's
to
what
try
they
to go
had to
for
do.
this versus OG because they even still have Hand of God. They still have Echo Slam. They still have quite a lot available for them for this fight. And now, I mean, the game just that's pretty explosive.
No, it's two
Two
sets
sides.
of
Pretty
racks
much
here.
over.
I mean, a little bit of safety in the fact that Liquid still have a tier 2 top, so OG won't be able to push for more, but they've already pushed for what certainly feels like enough. At 13
I don't think Liquid feel the game that much.
It's wild.
Severe
The
damage to the base
draft is
stun.
better
It's
against
wild too, right?
BKBs.
Like Mika is 6-1 and 9. He's had this
Once
like, perfect
BKBs
game
come
of
out,
one
they don't have
death,
anything.
Allows them to just kind of roll over. Think Matu is still 5 and 0.
And Mato's 5-0 and 11.
He just can't. He can't get into the fight because
Look
his
at the main
hero
damage against
is kind of
BKB.
countered
Lycan
versus
running
all
in.
of this.
All he can do is run around.
Yep.
That's the thing about carry like and I don't like.
He can't get stuck in.
Really good preparation here from OG. Even though they lost that first Roche, right? And that kind of gave Liquid a lot of momentum. Right after, it seems like that Roche didn't even matter. OG was like, okay, we got our game plan.
BZM after the dayless, those last fights going
They
away.
were already losing from
He's
laning
already
phase and
building up
drafts.
That money once more getting towards, of course,
They
that
just got
hex.
lucky with that Roche.
I think that's
So that game
Because
ended
OG decided to go Roche with like fucking 5k gold in their bank or something.
So Liquid, they cannot afford to make any more mistakes. The next fight, the next jump, it has to kill a core at the start of the fight, and not the one with the Aegis.
No, it's not. It's like the Ice Blast comes a bit delayed too, so Taiga always has the opportunity to actually get the heals off. And Taiga is actually, you know, we haven't really talked about him too much, but he is humongous. How much he's providing, the auras, the heals, and everything too.
Humongous.
Like, I don't know who does Matu actually focus fire. Everyone is pretty sustainable.
SingSing, yep. He's not going to get the chance to really set up for
there's the one tap.
Opportune Ice Blast is immediately
There's
taken down. Mickey
Hey,
caught
gone.
out by the stun. They've got enough before he can jump out.
Fisher,
That's the two of them
out
down.
of range,
Mickey,
Fisher.
no buyback. 1,300 gold short of it.
They're going to hit tier 4s,
I mean, they'll look to end this here, OG. I don't think there's anything that Liquid's going to be able to do to stop them. They've just got the three of them up. OG, all the push in the world
What can you
here.
do?
With the army of Tiger and the Deso, the DD as well, of course, on BZM as they take out the tier 4s.
Can't even cut creep waves. Matu tries to send his dominated creep, or his overloaded creep, gets taken by Chen.
Hey, honey, it's time for your
There we
melt
go.
strike.
Liquid held back in the fountain. OG closing it up as they'll go towards the Ancient. Pick up a few more kills on the way out. As Zai dies in the fountain. The Ancient falls. GG is called, and OG, they'll take this game 1. And
what an interesting
it was
one.
kind of close until it wasn't.
I mean,
So
it was just-
we had a certain point. It's like, well, this is a nice close game. And then OG was like, excuse me, no, it's not. We're just going to close this up. And then just bam, just like that. Those last moments of the game looked like Liquid was just completely lost. And OG knew exactly what needed to be done to get the win secured.
It felt like they couldn't take any team fight, and they have a Lycan who's 5-0. They had a Puck who, as we mentioned, was 6-1. And then the game just ends. It's going
Wanted a
21-21, but OG
tempo
with the pushing
carry.
power with the
I guess that was the
ATBs
idea with the Lycan.
Phased.
Yeah,
Hey.
More when they had Aegis. That was a pretty interesting game.
Oh, for sure, yeah, very well done there by OG. And indeed, I mean, sort of the reactions there from Liquid players sort of just like, well, that happened.
Yeah. I think Matu was probably
Matu's
like,
I
wait,
didn't
what?
die really
Like,
this
what's going
game,
on?
and Mika's like, I only died once. I mean, what do you sort of draw that down to then? Was that the draft then? They took risks, they tried something different, it just didn't work against OG.
I honestly think Chen is just insane. I think AA is a hero that
Thank you, Shootles, for the 15. Keep it on fire for the 17. Rain, fake with 88. Watch party, yeah, we watching. Samuel, good tap play with the 29, man.
This army, the way that they can fight around it, these auras, OG just, it felt like they were impossible to fight into at some point. Once they got that Aegis after Liquid lost that initial Aegis.
Well, we'll see how sort of Chen plays a factor in the second game if it gets let in. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to OG.
Fire Chen unbeatable.
I'm gonna grab some food, BRB.
Burp. Age Vampires 5. Age Vampires apparently gets his first DLC soon. I don't know if they fixed some of the like glaring problems that the game had. Like just stuff that wasn't in the game that the older games had.
Yeah, you could tell that to Sing once he has taken his food.
No. Hey. I guess I'll grab some food as well. Right back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prices, for the 32. I just started playing Thymesia. Looks cool. Yeah, I finished it already. I had like a day early access on that game. Went through it in one day. Nice game. I'm not done with Forest Frontier. No. Waiting for more game fixes for that one. Malaysia Prime Minister going to jail? That is so much info I didn't need. It is so out of topic.
Question mark? I feel like I'm watching Arlington all over again. I'm seeing these Earthshakers on OG, although with a different name above the hero. And I'm seeing Liquid kind of fall to pieces. This was a moment of brightness, a moment of greatness from Liquid, and then it all began to spiral out of control after a little while. What was the cause, Effie? Was it good itemization from OG? Was the fact that this Lycan was basically paralyzed all game long, or was it just a little bit of all the above?
I think the easiest way to simplify it, like in the most reductionistic
X-Prime Minister.
would just be that
Still
Lycan would
though.
run in and
I don't know what
pretty
I have
much
to do with it.
nothing, and then if the Ice Blast didn't kill anybody, they just didn't have the damage to do it, right? The Dawnbreaker did not build to skill. Dawnbreaker went Strength Shreds into Blink, into Halberd, which is a nice team-based item build, but it just didn't work. At some point, they were just getting outscaled to the point where if OG won a single fight, they just took over buildings, right? They lost that mid lane so quickly. Even though it looked like Liquid did have a decent
you're happy
grasp
about
at
it.
the, like,
Oh,
at
that's
the
very good.
At some point, so.
Yeah, I had a higher expectation.
It's nice to see some
They let
accountability.
the Chen go through so early on, and Winter, it seemed like they had a strategy in mind for anti-Chen tech, but then it seemed like the Chen was just good against the Lycan. He would just steal Lycan's creep and be like, great, life is, I mean, like, I don't need to do Zoo, I'm just gonna make you be a useless carry.
Very nice for you
even
guys.
The laning phase itself was terrible, you know, AA Lycan against against the Chen and Ember. I mean, there was
That's definitely a lane.
No, there was no much they could have done. 4 minutes, I think the tower was already gone.
Yep.
Yeah, they do have a very different way of thinking about Dota. Like Liquid, they think that maybe we can deal with this Chen pick. I think it's very bold that they do that in a tournament of such scale. But then again, it also comes back to certain things, like when they are looking at the strategy, when they are thinking of the game, like how are you approaching the game, and maybe they have to try to.
I'll see
adjust,
a lot of this
the
tournament, yeah.
direction of,
Not
where they are
everything.
heading, you know, because I feel like they have.
Because it
very good
starts too
tools
early for me.
within the players, the team, but the direction of the team might not be in the most optimal way at the moment. They have to find their way.
How about the hero selection? Do you think it was the right call to make Lycan the carry and Dawnbreaker the offlane?
I think in this meta, it feels a little bit too simplistic to say Lycan was the carry and Dawn was the offlaner, because like we talked about earlier in pre-panel, both of the side laners are the carries. If the Dawn had built to scale with like the Desolator into BKB build, it would have been different, right? Then Dawn could have been the primary carry. And I do think that in hindsight, after watching that game, that Overlord pickup by Lycan was a mistake.
I'm so fucking
Maybe
stupid.
scoring
It's like the
80
third or fourth time I look bottom right, and I keep wondering why the timer
But
doesn't go
overall,
down.
While the draft did look cool initially, as the game
Literally
played,
fourth time.
a lot of the mistakes started to become
It could have
apparent
worked
within the
maybe
draft.
if they itemized differently, have a different approach, because I felt like the Dawn and the Lycan, they were kind of trying to enable each other, but neither is standing up to the plate and saying, I'm going to carry the game.
Right.
I'm going to be the DPS hero.
Yeah, but also don't you think that if OG hadn't given up that first rush, the game would have
That
gone
too. Yeah, OG definitely.
astray for Liquid
They
way
definitely felt like
earlier?
they were lacking a good shot caller. You know, nothing against Chu, but I feel like when they were playing against Sep or or their captain, their own captain, everything was a lot more smooth. They don't really make like the Roshan mistake. I felt like it was kind of rushed. They were having like a 4K lead. TA had dagger plus desolator, so they felt like they could just run in and finish the rush. But they were playing against the AA Park, so it's gonna be very difficult, risky. And I felt like they just needed to farm, chill, maybe go to the rush if you win a fight or get a pick off. They don't really have to just walk in to get the rush.
Yeah, my concern for Liquid is that if they hadn't been essentially given that first Roche on a silver platter, then that game would have completely fallen apart for them a lot earlier.
Yeah.
So they have to address the fact that they could have lost this 14-minute Roche at like any point, and they didn't necessarily have the tools to fight back within their draft. So I do think that their approach versus Chen should probably be scrapped. Like, the idea was cool, and it was nice to see them it, but next time, ban it out. Just ban it out. It didn't work.
So in an ideal case scenario, let's say that obviously you don't get the Roche on a silver platter, but what was the game plan for like the lane? Like you said, it was AA Lycan. What happens there? How do you get to the point where you can deal with a Chen if your laning stage is so difficult to begin with?
Yeah, maybe certain things were not really discussed well enough. They were more focused on the big picture. You know, we have this combo when they're coming to push. We call Ice Blast and then we kill a hero and we defend our tower. But before that happens, we need to play the lane. You know,
Right.
I always say before you play Dota, you have to play the lane. If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game. So the huge problem was the lane, and it was definitely a huge Achilles heel in their draft. You know, everything looked fine, but the lane was just not going well for them.
Yeah, it was a very 15 to 30 minute oriented strategy coming out from the draft, whereas you still got to get to the initial minutes of Dota, and we are going to bring you to a second game after the break.
We're not waiting for Waka for obelisk. Just watching him Dota today. Just chilling. What are we looking at right now?
You love it, you wear it.
Oh, ESL merch.
Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Can I play more Bannerlord? Yeah, for sure, dudes. For sure. I don't have time to play all the games I have. Only 24 hours in a day. Thank you, how the auction for the 42. Was time easier good? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a nice game. Win awesome prizes, 1 DHL box. What do you think they put in a DHL box?
Yep. Cock. Oh no.
Cock? No, can't be cock.
Human body.
That's just a cockpit with lots of DLC.
Yeah.
Wow, an i9 core. Isn't that like 600 euros?
Wow, Apple Watch Series 7.
I'm not rooting for any teams. I'm just here to watch some Dota.
DHL surprise box. Come on, guys.
Thank you so much for the 50. I have not seen that movie.
Surprise.
No, I still have to watch it. Did you guys watch the new Lord of the Rings?
No. No.
Oh, not Lord of the Rings. Game of Thrones.
No. I have not even watched the first one.
Really? What? You didn't watch? Oh
Nah.
my god. Well, you should watch it, but do know that the show ends at season 5. So just...
I know, that's all I only know. I just like watching when shows are shit. It's funny. I watched compilations of like PowerPoints about stuff, and it was funny. What happens in season 8?
Yeah, it's too bad they never finished that show. I wanted to see the ending.
How unfortunate it never ended, huh?
Oh, it is what it is.
I'm watching Made in Abyss season 2. It's pretty good.
I still need to watch that. And the movie. Oh man, I need to get on
Yeah,
it.
the problem with that is that you suddenly have to watch a movie, but the movie is good.
The movie is good for sure.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
you
good.
need to watch it.
Yeah,
Because it's
I will
basically
watch it.
there.
Did you watch season 1 or
Yeah,
just
I
not
did.
at all?
I loved it.
Yeah. The movie is the same, it's just, you know, movie pacing instead of anime pacing.
Oh.
But it's a very small story, so it makes more sense that it's a movie in the end. And then season 2 is just back to its normal pacing.
Yeah.
Season 2 is soon over. It's at episode 7 out of 12.
Back to regular scheduled despair.
Yeah. I usually don't like slice of life and kid shows like Made in Abyss, but that one really stands out. I like that one. It's nice and chill.
Slice of... Wait, you said
Yeah,
you
I
don't
mean,
like
yeah.
like. Which one was it?
Which one? What now?
Kid show, slice of life.
Slice of life? Kids show?
Yeah, Made in Abyss.
I mean,
it's just
there is slicing of life and kids. Yeah,
they definitely are there.
You're
right.
Yeah. I can't disagree.
Yeah. Oh, it's starting.
OG bucking the trend of how the Tour 3 Western European DPC went, at least the very end, where Liquid defeated them to take second place. But now it seems that post-Arlington, and even with Chu, they're feeling comfortable, at least against Liquid. Or maybe Liquid's just feeling uncomfortable, Winter. I think,
Did you watch To Your Eternity?
Reading too much into the emotions
What now?
if I just look at these
To Your
cameras?
Eternity.
Am I
No,
trying
never
to
heard
make
of it.
conclusions whenever
It's
I
a
see
really
people
good one.
rubbing their eyes, and I'm like, damn.
What is it, genre-wise?
No. You're on the right path. Like, definitely as Dota players, you can tell, when a fellow Dota
It's
player
hard to
is
explain as a
stressed,
genre.
he's feeling
It's
the heat,
about
you
like
can tell. They are definitely looking very flustered.
I guess
very worried
life.
because they know that
It's
Dota
very
Let me put it this
tragic.
way. Like, what's the target audience? Teenagers, adults, kids?
The problem itself,
I think
feel like it's a very fundamental
teenagers and adults. It's
problem,
like
the
it's more about like
direction,
tragic.
how they want to play the game.
It's a fantasy setting and
what heroes should be important. What
I
what
haven't
should be
watched
banned,
it,
what
but
should
isn't
be
it one
banned.
of those
Those
where
are
it's
the things
basically
that
experience
happen, and it takes
the
more than
world
just
through the eyes of the
Yeah,
god?
it's like how to experience the world. Like it's just life experiences. Usually more tenderized towards like tragic, but there's also like on the like
against Secret.
more
Sounds fun, I'll watch
lighthearted
it.
part.
Poly wants into the call.
Morale is gonna be an all-time low.
At least they are
Polly,
repairing things, Effie. They have
do
not
you have him
decided
on
not
Discord?
to do like, okay, I know how to
Yes.
deal with Chen. It's like, okay, please give us Chen and give us Lone Druid.
Chen Lone
They got their
Druid,
comfort
right?
right here in this Lone Druid, and not
Yo,
just that, they
Dire
are
Chen.
which is the currently more overpowered side in Dota.
Dire
so
Lone Druid.
If they can't win with this
Matumba
Dire
Druid.
Chen, with this Lone Druid that they have
There's
become
so much fucking
accustomed
animals already
to
in one
playing
team.
with, then I would be very
Yeah.
concerned for this team.
But Titan,
And
that
it's
one's
not
new.
even something that you can chalk up to day one.
Titan
jitters.
is OG
It's
special.
more so of a fundamental
Yeah.
problem that Winter pointed out.
Usually
that
it's
is just
Seb, but I
making
guess
itself
True
more
was
and
just
more known throughout the competitive season.
you just need to
we
play
saw
like
the
Seb.
cracks in Arlington, and I'm
Be like Ib.
consistently, I know
Just
one
play
thing
like a
that we have
two-time TI
criticized
winner.
Aster for in
Yeah.
years past.
Just.
is
Just.
famously good
Beep
within their own
bop.
region,
Beep bop
but
beep.
then they break out into international waters and they fall to pieces.
I
And
am
Aster has surpassed
full
that
of
curse,
oil.
but now it seems like Liquid is taking the mantle.
But Your Eternity, I just suggest you should watch the first episode. It kind of explains how the rest is gonna be. It's a very good episode, even if you don't want to watch the rest of the anime.
Southeast Asia was
It's a very standalone episode.
Roster. That one I was so hyped up on for so long, and they would lose.
I'm not
every
that picky on the
single
shows I
round
watch.
After completely
I watch
going
everything.
undefeated in the Southeast Asia qualifiers.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being an Aster fan for many, many years, and then
You have been suffering.
I even
then all of a
watched
sudden,
live action
they're popping
Death
off,
Note
and it
and
just
Fullmetal
feels like you're
Alchemist.
fine.
Hell yeah.
You're no
I'm an
longer in the
enjoyer.
T-team,
I
but
watch
the-
everything.
The master.
I
team.
mean, you watch it, but did you actually enjoy it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course.
Now
Have
that's
you
an
seen
Rex.
live action Attack on Titan?
Thank you for 39 Train Max. Let's make a Dota team. Get Ortiz on the team. Let's go.
As someone who hasn't seen any of the anime,
Which
do I
one?
want to do that to myself? Live action Attack on
Attack on
Titan.
Titan.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Let's fucking go, man. Hey, is that one?
I think so, yeah. I don't know if it got translated.
So,
I saw
They kind of don't really have
I saw
the
bits of it.
Everybody is just like.
I watched a show called, what was it? Ghost Wars?
Oh, wait, Ghost
Wars? Ghost Wars, yeah.
Ghost Wars.
It's not easy to fix that. Sounds like
Ghost Wars, yeah.
Someone who has a lot of experience in this panel.
Hey,
it's
the fish need him.
I watched a Rurouni Kenshin live action. That one's good.
That's true.
That one's actually good.
Your babies, Winter.
A bit rushed, but still good.
I do have to say though, looking at OG so far, right, it's only been the one game, but it feels like even though a sub may not be here, he is here in spirit because his heroes are just coming straight into the pool,
yeah,
right?
they feel like ET is better at dealing with Chen this time.
Yeah. So, exactly, like this ET is something that he picked for himself, right, versus Aster, and it was in their game too, their deciding game, if they were going to drop out of that series, and they're just confident enough to bust it out anyway, which says a lot about OG, just
I fucking love
their
busting.
ideas regardless of the player behind it.
Yeah, I mean ET is
bust it out.
Against Chen, you get to delay the pushes,
Yeah.
you're just very good in the lane as well against the Chen. So I think all in all, when you pick this hero, the other thing I would want to
watch BattleBots? Dude, I fucking love BattleBots as a kid. You guys ever watch that, BattleBots?
The Robot Wars?
Yeah.
I think so. Don't really remember it
I
though.
love it as well.
Dude, you'd have some student show up with some fucking thing that just spins, and some other guy shows up with a fucking flamethrower and saws and shit.
Definitely fun enough.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, some fucker shows up with a flamethrower and like a giant chainsaw, and some student show up with like a spinning thing. Like what the fuck?
Teams have gotten used
It
to
was so skilled.
Because even though he does have that heavenly jump, which enables him in the early game, these pucks and these void spirits are still really good.
And the spinning bot wins anyway, because they're invulnerable.
And in terms of him,
It's
as
the
a player,
shape.
he gives you excellent vision, and he gives you a lot of damage, but he doesn't give you much by way of disabling, which it seems like a lot of teams have just been leaning to these kind of supports that let their cores
Berserk
be the ones to step
2016.
down,
I've
just
seen the
like doing it
CGI.
themselves.
It looked great.
Isn't the stats like kind of skewed because I feel like Zeus as a support might not be as good as a core Zeus, so if the stats are together, then he might not have an accurate representation.
Yeah, if we're looking at like the total win rates. Yeah.
Because core Zeus, in my opinion, is actually way better. I would actually prefer Zeus to be on a core role much more than a support. Like you mentioned, support Zeus, you have a lot of problems. You don't have stun.
Thank you, Homeless Clay for the 47. Dog and Pig, thank you for the 86. Kush Eisen, thank you for the 15, man.
Do you really want to be drafting around a support?
Yeah, exactly. In this case, OG, though, they did ban out ET when they had the Chen themselves, and so they consider it, like you said, to be a very strong solution.
Alright, I'm back. Is my volume back? Okay.
It seems to be fine, unless your government decides to censor you again.
But even the Snapfire itself, with the
kisses,
the kisses with the spirit and the aura that.
What is Jerax's hairstyle actually? What is that?
It's like a samurai.
To disable them
That one's very popular these days.
Is good enough damage, right?
It really
Snapfire
like
is one of the better supports versus Chen.
it really points out his receding hairline though.
I have the exact same haircut right now in hairstyle. The exact same. But I don't have the hairline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you can pretty much play her on either her little shredder, you can play her on her nukes, and she does well.
And I have the sides shaved in the back. He doesn't. He has long sides. It's more hobo style.
Hobo, man.
Mine's more refined.
Yeah. Hair grew long, so that's just what he's gonna do.
It fits well with Chen, if you have a support duo.
How much does OG need to worry
I don't have a man bun. I have a ponytail.
So far, it doesn't seem like anything is necessarily
man bun.
Man bun.
Chen so far, and good call, Winter.
I mean, the shredder is decent against the bear, I guess.
Yeah, I
don't know how to put a man bun. It's like you have to fucking fold it or something.
Coming from Eye of the Storm Razor as well, it seems like they do have a fair amount of physical damage and obviously natural order.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually.
So this Enigma pick feels like classic Liquid, going back a little bit to the DPC tours, but it feels like they're drafting to more of their comfort and what their offlaner can provide for them this game, right? But for the most part, this hero doesn't necessarily have
so
to
many
play
units.
on the Blink BKB, right? He can make his auras, he can play on his Eidolons, and then all of a sudden you're looking at this Chen early tower pressure. You're looking at this Lone Druid, and now you have this Enigma who could potentially build that Wraith Pact.
Liquid's lineup feels nice.
Play on Vessel from a distance, but
Yeah,
he
looks
can just
nice,
provide
though.
your
Nah.
team that kind of presence in the mid game.
Like nice laning phase against
So,
not even mid game against Granny. Dix Assassin. Razor feels so awful here already. I don't know.
Timings, everything has to be perfect.
Razor can't kill Eidolons. They have too much magic resistance.
No. Can't kill units. Ulti's kinda diluted too for multiple units on the across the whole field.
I mean, they got the Copium Elder Titan. You can run in with 1000 damage.
has been
If he gets the scepter.
Oh, the Titan is like one of those heroes that's
Everything is minus armor.
it randomly destroys the whole game sometimes.
The bear's gonna melt.
Like you stand next to an Agi hero for like a second too long and he's just dead. And sometimes he runs in laning phase for like fucking 500 damage per hit.
Just look to exploit this bear by killing him over and over.
Well, it nerfed it though. Yeah.
Laning stage is no longer that bad. Laning stage you can get only like 100 damage and like 5 armor.
Yeah, okay. So you don't actually get the legitimate 250 damage bonus or whatever it was and 522 move speed.
Yeah, that's more rare. And you can't refresh it anymore. You can't just like hit one creep and then do it again.
In this game compared to the last is that OG with this
Sad.
if they won
Lone Druid is not really an Agi carry.
Going for them themselves, right? Where they could turn that one fight into complete map control or even
it's like a weird mix hybrid strength Agi.
Lone Druid is not countered by Elder Titan because he gets bonus armor from his ultimate. Bonus armor gets not reduced.
No, but also like his bear doesn't really care that much.
Because like we talked about earlier, this is their comfort.
So it's a
his
weird Elder
bear
Titan
also
pick.
gets bonus armor per level. Like you reduce only a very small portion of Lone Druid's armor.
He knows this heroes, all these niche heroes very well, way better.
And you don't even reduce all of his magic resistance either, because he has bonus magic resistance, so also not reduced.
At the moment, they're gonna need like they are lacking in terms of like some initiating heroes. You know, they have a lot of push, they have team fight, they have a lot of group up, but they need someone to start the fights for them. And Nyx isn't that great.
It's mostly for Chen. I don't see how ET is a Chen counter.
They need the type of hero
you can run in and kill Chen, basically.
Yeah, well, he was gonna run in and kill Chen.
Also, you can stun his entire zoo.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty nice. The stun is pretty nice. But as a counter, I wouldn't say it's a hard counter.
It's more like it's nice. Like it makes Elder Titan viable.
You get stacks out reliably, I guess.
I mean, in laning stage, he is like a counter. Like Chen has a hard time dealing with Elder Titan.
Always good against Chen? Is it?
Creeps have base armor.
Magic. This
I mean,
is good, I guess.
If he can run in, the armor minus armor matters because like the creeps have base armor.
But even so,
right? So they're gonna shred. They're gonna shred the creeps anyway. With the
Granny too, and Razor. Dude, that's a lot of area damage.
Oh, there's still Storm. Oh my, Storm Chen.
Hey, is that one of the worst mid heroes of the entire patch I see?
Going back for the previous
He's fine if you pick it with a reason.
Angle as well.
He's been getting picked a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he looks okay when people actually have an idea how to play it, but usually they have like a Pugna or like a Coddle or something that can regen mana.
Storm 70% win at the major, really? What the fuck?
He wasn't picked a lot, but when he was picked, he did well.
Surprising.
I mean, he's very good against TA.
I hope they stopped making null talismans.
They're gonna rework nulls again for no reason. I'm ready.
Yes.
They can kill the creeps really quickly.
Nulls will give 1.5% spell amp and 1.5% mana cost reduction, and it's gonna be beyond broken again. I'm ready.
People are making Soul Ring nowadays.
Yeah, on Storm you buy Soul Ring.
Storm, in theory, can play a very good game because of that, and he's playing on the tempo side.
Soul Ring bottle into Kaya or Witchblade.
Defend against this aggression early on.
Yeah, it looks like I feel like their idea compared to what Liquid did in the first game against the Chen. I kind of like the OG's approach a lot more. They have this high physical burst, team fight, wave clear, and I think that they're gonna be able to hold out this Chen push this game.
I'm gonna have to say, okay, so Liquid got their comfort and they got this Dire Chen, and they got their Lone Druid.
So if they don't get the game,
if they don't get this game, then I'm very concerned for their entire performance throughout this tournament. So let's just see what happens.
All right, let's set the dynamic very early on then. If game number 2, OG and Liquid with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, let's find out indeed if Liquid's able to find sort of their fire here with the draft this time round. I mean, what do you sort of make of this?
OD Pixel and
Bogged. Doesn't seem like Liquid have turned up this game and said, we want to play this, we don't care what you're doing. OG, they very much do, you know, the counter picks here, so the ways that OG is going to be able to deal with Liquid's heroes seems pretty good.
It's their Chen solutions. I know like the ET is one of theirs that they like
When patch, when battle pass.
As well as the Enigma and the Chen, right, to stall out. So for me, actually,
Well,
I do really like
in latest 1.5 weeks, so
if he's able to run away with things, he is
at least for the balance patch.
I really do like this time. I think the Pango
The last time I played Dota properly was over a month ago, actually. The 19th of July.
This has to be the game where Liquid looks to kind of just dominate. They have the Chen Lone Druid on Dire, and that's kind of just been the big thing for a lot of teams that has been a recipe for success.
Last game, Liquid.
Oh, Battle Pass isn't after TI. Battle Pass is during and after TI.
Of course, after that, it did quite rapidly fall out of control.
They just want to have a Battle Pass that extends after TI to keep the hype.
And it's like that,
so people keep playing.
Also, it was like, you could feel that Liquid had to because they're playing into those 3
I like the idea though, because
the idea is good, but I mean,
let them make the mistakes.
It's just because Singy got delayed. They didn't really say like what exactly they want to do. They just said that there will be 2 battle passes or like an extended battle pass. That's all they said.
Yeah.
And that it's gonna be later this year, but they didn't really do anything to fill the early year with Dota stuff. It's just straight up nothing. That's why it feels a bit disappointing. But soon they'll release it, so we'll see if it was worth the wait or not.
Mid matchup BZM on the Pango against Mickey's Storm.
Little nice trade farm coming out here. Sometimes you can see the Storm is pulling a little bit ahead if they get some like lucky vortex during the shield mid-air or something, but 99% of the time I think we've seen this one been like that trade farm. I know Quinn was saying the same thing.
It's very important, of course, who hits that 6 first.
Yeah.
You know, Pango's able to get
Someone
it
go
online before the
basement?
ball lining's ready.
Whose audio was
He's
that?
got to be
Okay.
careful around these stairways.
Basement audio.
Issues. Matches in pre-6.
I think that was 2B actually.
What? I don't know. I barely heard it.
It wasn't me, but I heard something, so...
I
heard basement stuff, I don't know. I don't have a basement. Well, I do, but
maybe it's
in the
production.
basement. Maybe it's actually...
Side lanes.
Yeah, I heard it earlier as well.
Straight
It might
up.
actually production.
From Liquid, the
Basement.
Lone Druid. Tiger in response getting this ET. You know, when
ESL
we sort of
basement.
start to see, you know, what the ET can offer offensively.
Do you find an ESL basement?
I think it's
I followed this up there, by the way.
Get level 3 in particular, but
No,
I
it's
think
a
overall
Rambe.
about the game plan with the ET vibes versus Chen. It's like eventually there will be Eidolons, there's gonna be summons, there's gonna be all this stuff, you're gonna have damage, and then you are gonna have that big amplify, and Earthsplitter is gonna be great to clear.
I hear it from you. It's from you.
A little extra gold.
Like Singy goes up whenever I hear it.
I'm more than happy to trade with Insania. He's been buffed up.
SingSing goes
Get
up,
himself
huh?
sent out of South as well.
It goes up all the
Tiger
time.
can continue to trade with the chat.
Apparently I ate
Just a big move here.
some
Box
Kier
CG
that
makes his way out of
spoiled.
bottom since he's playing with Enigma. Takes the rune,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Mickey will
What?
get top rune, so
Yeah.
that will
Kier
probably
is
put some
like
pressure
a
onto BZM as it
rice
progresses. The
porridge
next one,
dessert
absolutely
type
gonna have
thing.
to check it on the side of OG to make sure
And
that
it's
BZM
spoiled.
Yeah.
And now your stomach is in pain.
You know, your Argy is the same
No,
lane
no, my
TA
stomach's
against
fine.
Zai's
Like,
Enigma you know,
my
what sort of
brother
happens
and then
is
my
it's a
sister-in-law both
easy
came
lane
into
for
my
the
room and
TA,
were like,
or
Emmett,
can this Enigma cause some issues?
the Kier was
Enigma
spoiled.
always
How'd you
causes
eat
some of the
it?
issues, however,
It smelled so
Enigma has to be
bad.
very careful of how he positions
like,
his
it tasted
Eidolons, 'cause
perfectly
one or
fine.
two of these side blade hits and then
So I
the
just
whole
ate
lane
it.
is caught back up if you are able to
What
get
can
the
you
clear
do?
out onto them from that TA. But Enigma's always
Maybe
annoying
I'll
for any
die.
of these carries,
Maybe I
'cause
won't
you're always
die.
pulling the lane constantly
Nah,
back.
well, it is what it
Just
is.
you have to be very, if you do
What
get
can you
all
do?
about, do not get off your Eidolons. 'Cause they have
And look
ways
at
to
that guy's
very
name.
easy
What can you do?
inside.
What can you do? You getting hit by a bear and a fucking Harambe? What can you do?
See, the plan to build this game. Tiger.
I like that his bear is called El Doge.
El
Doge.
Stun still on cooldown
Oh,
with the stick charges.
Got a blast.
Oh,
I'll do it.
oh,
First blood.
blast though.
The Uragi here in the safe lane. Thanks to the setup and control of Chu.
It's funny how it all started.
This is
too. I know
so
we were
bad in
looking
laning
at top,
stage.
but I was looking down there. They're actually like stop attacking to get the last hit on a neutral creep. and
What's the
then
build on
just get
Storm
the
now?
kill 'cause they just
Soul Ring into what?
onto him.
Bottle Soul Ring into Kaya or Witchblade.
As I playing this
And if you can't play greedy, you have to go BKB after that.
Look, they're just like stopping.
I see.
Soul Ring Bottle BKB.
And then it actually ends up getting like a couple extra hits onto him, and they get the kill afterwards.
He already queued up the Soul Ring after his bottle. His HP region is surprisingly good, so the Soul Ring doesn't really
The
hurt.
mid lane, Storm, about a wave or so ahead on CS.
he got the runes, right? Because Boxy checked bottom rune. He
There
gets
were
the other one, he's able
two
to
sentries
check.
blocking the same camp.
Yeah, he just was
God
able to
damn.
do a little bit extra. Now BZM will stack a camp. Guaranteed gets a rune. This time Boxy actually not going, so OG doesn't have to actually react to check a rune either, since he'll get one guaranteed.
Gonna try and make a go for Chu here. But yeah, Zai doesn't want to waste any further time chasing this.
Beep. No, he's fine. He has boots.
Beep.
Let's stop looking.
Yeah, they're trying to guess the door code, but they can't.
They're both kind of like slowing each other down a little bit.
soon.
There's a link on the bear.
Who's
There's a
that
fear to
in?
push him away. It's going to
Hey,
start
mate.
getting a
The
lot more
basement
threatening.
people.
You know, Taiga's about to hit level 3.
They're
that's
getting
when he
smarter.
really
Oh,
gets
it
that
could be
power
let
spike
them
inside
out.
the
I
face
see,
of
I
level
see.
2 Spirit.
Getting it, of course, across many units here.
Yeah, he's got plus 142 now.
Of course, that stomp.
I mean, look at him, he has 13 armor. Like, it's really nice in laning stage.
Yeah, look at that damage, Matsu.
Oh yeah, the armor too from there.
Like, the armor is what matters. They buff the armor per
He'll
creep.
try and turn with the bear onto a mark. Still has to be careful. Anytime he steps up close, Tiger,
that's a nice stomp.
Get that set up.
Oh.
They're going to get him.
They will. They'll run him down.
That should be a
They'll
kill.
take him out. They might
Suicide for
even
this,
get
yeah, fuck
Saber
it.
as well.
Yeah.
Or
Quite
he didn't even
almost
get it.
died to the tower.
He needed one more hit.
Indeed, seeing the potential there from Tiger on the ET to just build up his own damage and also just have that setup, that ability for Amar to step up and take the kills.
Yuragi?
Nice play from Now
Oh.
Zai, he has earned charges too, so they're going to be able to continue to pressure this. They're playing the lane bottom really, really well. I've seen sometimes the Enigmas give up
How
like
does
1 or
that
2 sets of Eidolons to
happen?
1 refraction, or one of those side blade refraction kind of splits. No, Zai's playing it really nicely. Actually, as soon as the
How
TA
does it
steps up to
mix
go for them,
Enigma
he
and
gets the
get a
stun
kill?
and breaks the refraction instantly.
But TA is not that good against these two.
Over in the mid,
If
Tiger.
Snapfire doesn't use her spells to slow down the creeps, then TA loses their fraction. It takes a lot of damage.
On the side, Liquid Mickey did have to take the walk back to the fountain. So keeping things overall pretty balanced in the mid.
Rune check, Liquid actually double checking.
Man,
He's
it's like
just gonna roll
Boogaloo.
for it.
He wants to go for the kill.
He's going to be able to find Insania.
Find him nice and close to the walls. So a couple of bounces and a swashbuckle will.
Oh shit, everyone can hear me clearing my throat.
Yes, we heard it for the last 3 minutes.
Someone could have said something.
I'm watching Matu, 'cause 70 seconds,
Nah.
just reset
Nah.
his bear. He has to be pretty
It's the
careful.
Rona, man. What can you do?
ET plus Razor
We're
bottom.
polite.
No,
it's the rotten cue.
Done. So a fair bit of damage thrown
Hey,
down
nymph.
upon him.
I think he might leave that lane and go
It's,
jungle.
yeah, it's getting a bit scary down there for the TA.
It's just every time he walks
Nymph
up for a
just
3 point,
shows
he
up
gets,
just
he
to-
gets completely
just to
pushed out
flame
of it,
me.
so I think he will likely
Nymph
see
got
him
farmed by
make his
Ala
way away from
Treon.
us soon.
The storm out
Oh, he
here
actually
from
came
Amar.
back.
Gave up.
Yuragi.
Feels farmed, man.
Dangerous place to be. He has the refraction, saving him through some of the instances of damage. Cookie to the side, but the Eidolon right clicks will follow up and take him down.
The cookie was so
Yuragi taken
late.
out and shoot. Also maybe in a bit of trouble. Boxy's going to keep the chase on. Spike Carapace catches
I
Chu
hate
out.
Enigma lanes,
Double
man.
kill for Zai. Bottom
They're
lane
very
continuing
frustrating.
to get
Oh,
very well
Madoma
played
getting
here.
chased down
Over
though.
on the other side of the map.
Not
quite
level
the
6 yet,
opposite
so
happening.
can't live.
OG, they are forcing Matu out of lane again, getting the kill here for Amar. Both safe laners not having too much of a fun time.
Oh,
Mickey comes in, though, will get the
Mickey.
cleanup. I
Kaboom.
think they killed the bear also, actually, during all that, so a little bit more gold going for the Razor, but
I think he's
Yuragi,
going
he actually
power
went for the
trips
Eidolon
next on
again
Storm
when he went
Spirit.
bottom, and as soon as he stepped up, they just
I wonder
went
what he
for it.
goes after power threats. If he thinks he can go
BZM.
greedy or has to play
To
safe.
try and set something up here
Oh,
for Yuragi.
good
We'll have the
cookie.
control. Well, maybe nicely. Oh, yeah, they do. The blasters there. Chu's not going to let that. They get any
But
chance
have
of
any
getting
of
away.
you seen the
Secures
gameplay
it
for
with a scatter
Diablo 4?
blast. 5
Nope.
to 6. Coming up to 8
It
minutes
looks
in. Close start.
nice. But,
No,
you know,
Yuragi-
considering
I guess
it's
they just really
Blizzard, I don't want to
leave
get
the
my
bottom lane
hopes up.
empty at all. Yuragi just continues to make his way back bottom. Don't have any stacks built up just yet, but now they're
I
gonna
ain't
start
touching
checking these
Diablo
runes.
4.
You have to stop Mickey from getting pretty much every power runes. BZM, some help.
They've got the cookie. Blast as well as good damage. Still enough mana for Mickey to get back to safety.
Instant TP
No
from his
bangle?
legs to fill the bottom.
No.
No, I used it earlier.
Try to keep enabling this Storm Spirit as much as possible. There's a lot of eyes. It does feel like it might become onto Mickey as well as that offlaner, because the lone druid, you know, Matu is having a bit of a tough time up top. Back up.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
it's a good
Yeah,
roar.
put a stop to the
It's a good
stomp.
pause.
He has to. He really has to. I think it's actually kind of scary. He can die in those situations if even a level 1 stomp hits him with Razor's close.
Hmm?
We'll see here on the replay that impact move coming in. with the bottle for his mid.
Nice.
That is a pretty big impact move.
That nice countdown. Fucking countdown to TP impact. Sure. Oh, Nick's gonna TP in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, he refilled bottle.
When will they remove bottle massaging?
Tiger even trying to go for the bear.
Yeah, that's very funny.
I mean, either remove bottle abusing or remove water runes. Just straight up.
Bottle massaging is the dumber one.
Yeah.
Yuragi continuing to sort of play
I mean,
with
they
fire
nerfed it as well, right? They.
You can't just freely bottle for 2.5 seconds.
However, this tower drops, and then they have like all this different type of pressure that happens. So it seems to be the choice that his, like, even though he did get that extra death, he's holding the tower.
So you can only give 3 bottle charges and not 4.5.
So it's a cool approach.
Now step back now to take out some of the neutrals.
I mean, it's taking the same route as they did with what do you call it? With courier bottle. Like they're slowly nerfing it.
Playing in the area as well too.
Same with region towards allies.
Slow is only the
I mean,
prettiest.
I'm a fan of the healing salves. I fucking hated having to buy healing salves for your core non-stop, and they refuse to buy regen.
They stalled it for some
+1.
I don't want to buy a healing salve. I want to buy my big item. Buy me healing salve right now.
Cameron, Nix.
Yeah, Nix Cam.
I remember crying about it constantly, that healing cells need to be nerfed.
Onto Tiger. BZM will look to
when they
try
were,
and turn
I
this
was so
around.
happy.
It's not they didn't even nerfed. Core players didn't buy more regen. They just don't do it.
Yeah, I mean this basically just forced them because they were bullying support players into doing it for them.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just sick with the fact that like lanes didn't matter because the support would always just spam healing cells.
It's an arcane bottom.
It just made like a bad habit of people.
Close.
2 for 2 there. Both teams losing their supports.
Close for BZM to go down too. I think Zai almost got the angle to get like, the black hole from the
why does
low ground,
Matu's
but
bear
just
have
was
gloves?
unable to find it.
I didn't see.
But OG's gonna put a lot of emphasis on it. Stopping
one,
the
multiple.
That's one of the big things about how their draft was designed. Just stopping a lot of pushes. The Pango, the ET.
I guess he wanted to go Midas and then the game went shit.
Heroes always will probably turn
That's not that shit.
Or the Chen army.
I mean, his game went into the dumpster. He's the lowest farm core.
Now they have some stacks to work on. So
he feels like he has to be active. So Mask of Madness is better. Midas feels really awful if you feel like you have to join the game.
Obviously, OG set up to get themselves their first tier 1
Yeah,
tower.
make jungle great again. That was fucking fun.
Take that save flame 1 away from Liquid.
Glove is also very cost efficient attack speed item.
He's gonna be going standard
for
build,
50 gold for 20 attack speed.
We'll talk about for a couple reasons. Just the massive amount of minus armor that there is on OG. Right, that Mask of Madness, the bear, El Doge for Matu could be in some trouble in a lot of situations. We do see there he has the Ice Ogre, the buff onto it, and we probably will see that happen a lot onto this bear. But you can see how much emphasis OG did put into just minus armor on their draft. Razor.
I'm sure you're gonna get your mouse soon, Copium.
Be able to deal with all this.
I mean, time to check the progress again.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened to your mouse, Zucker?
His mouse disconnects. Like when he moves his mouse, it disconnects, and then you can move it again after like a second.
We'll get the smoke from Liquid.
Feeling good. I mean, they're getting great farm on their cores.
Yeah.
Diffusel's
Basically unplayable.
So opens up a new power spike for him.
I mean, they're gonna look for the jump. Straight away, they'll find Tiger.
Nice jump in the back.
Separated from the rest of his team, they'll take him
I
out.
managed to play Evil Dead with it because if I lose mouse control, I just dash around.
OG, they are heavily grouped up there, pretty much the 4 of them. Liquid still able to find that opportunity to jump in and take one of them down.
Still being delivered. But the approximate says today.
Well, have TP's coming in. One charges at the ready once this stun comes to
not
end.
enough,
And
is
he'll
it?
look with
No
the
way.
rolling thunder to get out. In fact, maybe
that's a dead storm if he finds him.
Over into the river, crashing
Inside,
over
yeah.
towards Mickey. It's the 2 of them dead. As this time, the poke from Liquid gets punished. A little too close
optimistic.
to the tower there.
It's a free
Whether
tower.
They maybe had a chance to take out BZM as he was low. But that was a risky fight, and it did not pay off at all for Liquid. OG, they were
Storm isn't
more
that
than
bad.
prepared for
That
those
was
sort of
just,
plays.
they just didn't have the damage.
Their damage,
And he didn't use Soul Ring to jump away immediately.
Storm deals as much damage as he's able to get if he's able to connect.
He was still hoping for the kill.
But they had to know that he had the stick charges. That was pretty bold move. OG strike back heavily, continue to hold the mid tower, and they're getting just
This is so
great farm
risky.
across all 3 cores.
I think it's full stick on Pango. Well, like close to full stick.
He got the stick out.
Lone Druid in particular that
full stick and drain drop. Well, the rain drop saved him, and then he got the stick out.
Sure, he's not playing versus the most type of disables that can trip him up. But overwhelming damage. That
that's a nice.
To catch out Chu here.
Yep, maybe even a second one.
Let's see what they can get with Mickey. Zipping across over towards Amar. Zai does have the black on already.
Bam! Eldritch ultimate. Look how much it hit. Holy shit.
Mickey,
come on.
2 dead, maybe more. Tiger caught out by the
What
root.
can you do?
They'll find a third.
You
This
get
time
rooted,
Liquid
what can you do?
able to group up, fight as a team, and
They get the tower as well, I guess.
OG's own jungle.
Now they have to full emphasis on taking that mid tower. Otherwise, OG immediately when they respawn, they're gonna go back. BZM.
You're not gonna roll in there. Watch it gonna
this you don't have the damage.
Great jump there, and they're gonna even get another power.
That tower's gone. Oh yeah, demolish him there.
Happens,
Okay. He'll be happy to grab onto that and very close
he's
to
going
having the
Deso
Witchblade
next.
done
Don't
as well.
Mordred.
So next fight, Storm Spirit's going to be very, very potent.
And Insania, he is
going for the Witchblade build.
Arcane Storm.
A little bit of the answer versus
It's the
all
greedy
minus
build.
armor that OG does have. And even the Witchblade too, right? Like, of course, it's a
But it
very
was such a nice E.
Look, bam! It's perfect. The moment it connects, he pressed it. Oh
See
my
again
god.
here, that move from Liquid. I mean, OG, they were bringing Tiger and BZM
Fight
in
winning.
from the side, but just not able to really connect
like
in
that
time
earth
to give
split.
Amar any chance to turn. And of course, once Zai's dropped the black hole down, nobody nearby to have any shot of putting a stop to that.
OG looking to strike back now.
And Zai knows they're there,
The fuck?
so won't be getting
What?
caught by surprise. They'll
Oh, it's a
bring some
ward.
TPs in
Yeah.
Liquid.
Here comes Mickey.
He's going to look straight for Tiger. Gonna go for this.
Oh, stun hits him.
Watch the side.
Pop it out,
he got
Caught
hit.
by the cookie, but see the rolling thunder from BZM. Look to chase him down. Mickey has
Arcane
enough
rune
mana
so
to zip
balanced,
down to the low ground,
but is it
BZM
balanced enough?
shield crashes in.
He needs help
continues
though.
to chase.
Oh
The
yeah, he gets
plasma
help.
as well, bringing Mickey down low.
Oh, why did
No.
Pango switch targets?
Prism jumped too far away.
Why did Pango switch targets?
There's only
I
Zai
don't
will
know.
fall. Mickey
He didn't check his mana, I
survives.
guess.
Matu, the bear's
Or
dead.
didn't know
Matu, of
that
course, taking a
Amar
huge
was
amount
coming.
of his
Oh, he
HP
got back
there
in one
with the
tap.
loss of his bear. He's out of the fight.
With the
OG, they're
pole,
pushing on for more
Bosom.
with the Deso on Uragi. He's just cleaning through them.
So now
Double kill
Stormy.
for Uragi. He's not
Oh, Stormy back in?
Yeah.
Triple
Yeah, he's
kill.
dead now.
And they still didn't get the
Stormy
razor.
back in. They actually didn't get anyone.
The fucking razor didn't even die, man.
And the bear,
No.
right? I think they got the bear and the full
They
team
certainly
wipe.
did, yeah.
Oh boy.
They certainly did. They got it all, and
They
they
got
got more
6
than that
kills
as well.
with the
They'll
bear.
step straight
Oh
up
my
towards the
God.
Roshan pit with the
2,000
Deso on
gold.
Uragi. This should be
15
theirs. I
minute
mean, the
fight.
respawn time is a pretty low, of course, at this stage of the game for Liquid.
But it's dead.
But they
Liquid
take it down
just
so
got hit.
quickly.
Liquid
So
lost
they
600
really
gold.
did. They got it all there, OG.
Abandoned quest,
And it was
restart
Liquid
quest.
kind of the ones picking
They
the
went
fight.
back in, right? Because Zai
was-
died, Mickey
yeah.
got out, but then Matu sort of found himself in the midst of it all. He was like, well, we've got a fight going.
Well,
and then OG were like, sure, we'll take it.
Even before that, the way that like
Oy, oy,
Nick was
oy.
running into the fight, I think he was a half mana even when he was approaching, walking into the jungle,
Life's
and then he
pain, pain is
arcane
life.
zips all the
Well,
way
for
in,
Tiger.
and
Yeah.
he gets turned on because of it. He gets a little bit of luck, I would say, for the Snapfire getting the cookie into where he like secondary zips. But either way, it was like a fight that Liquid forced, and OG just completely
That was
smashed it.
a very, very rough fight for Liquid. I mean, you see the step up now for the cause of OG. Uragi after that, the Aegis, a couple of hundred gold. They'll have the Blink Dagger done on top of the Desolator. I mean, already that last fight, we saw him finding the positioning to clean up a triple kill. This TA is going to be quite the problem in the next fight. Liquid, they've got to be cleaner than that.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Amar, BKB, they're
He
now,
called
all
Liquid
three cores are
dirty.
now pretty massive.
Yep.
BZM now with Blink too, so he can always sit in backlines and get his initiation every single time. Even more amp of damage. I saw Taiga, not really a traditional item you see picked up on ET, but a Veil. So not only amping their physical damage, but also more amping their magical with his spirit as well as that.
Tried to poke Amar in the mid lane, but good to see OG pretty prepared with sentry placement. Well done around the area of play they're looking to sit in, making it very hard for Boxy to ever really catch anyone by surprise.
Well, TA is super far ahead. 8
And
Deso
OG now
stacks
just
already.
Very grouped up. I think every time, I think it's going to feel a little similar like that last game, even though this one's a lot more OG favored. Is Matu never going to be able to join into a fight. Like his bear might just always
He
die.
was caught by that high ground observer ward.
He's just in by himself.
I mean, yes, even with the mech pop.
Okay.
There's no saving from that sort of damage, and now Zai's going to be caught in an awkward spot here on the stairs. BZM can get a good few bounces onto him. I think Zai's going down. Yeah, the swashbuckle from BZM finishes him
Oh
off.
wow, he died to
Two
Eidolons
of them
on
dead.
TA.
They will lose the Aegis and Tiger. Buyback comes out as well
Chu.
from Insania. See what they can
Perma
get
root.
from OG in returns. They'll take out Chu. BKBs are ready from Amar. It's just the three of them, OG. Amar, he'll go for the TP out with the remainder of the BKB, and he'll
3
make
to
it. He's
4.
away.
Invite to
So
call.
they'll lose them, their own two
We
supports.
can do that
They're
sometime,
getting
dudes,
a
but
little
not
bit
today.
feisty there,
Not
diving
today.
up towards the tier 3s, but they still got the big kill out of it. BZM was able to roll in, take down Zai, and get out alive, so not too bad at all for them still.
And they are forcing these moves behind a tier 2, so Liquid has
Yuragi,
to react.
I don't even know why you want me on a Dota team, dude. I'm a
Of
dog.
course, that'll be a dieback for Insane.
I'm a
He's
5K
out for a
player.
long minute.
14
And now they're looking to fight against still here. Very low mana on the side of Liquid.
Tiger is going to be able to provide some coverage here with the stomp, but still the fear will allow them to lock down to take the kill. Matu getting chased out, but Zap is there from Mickey, dragging back Amar with a vortex, but the kisses are coming in.
Very dead.
Mickey's mana getting relatively low. He's got to really consider how much
He trying to
sticks
get
around
both.
for
I
this,
got
and indeed
knighted
that
now
last
with
bit of mana
Granny.
needs to just get out of there.
Yeah.
They get Amar, but they've got to
Screedy.
escape.
Oh.
Zai,
Oh.
Uragi's not going to let any chance of that
16
come out.
Deso stacks. He's almost
But
done with his
the Deso
Deso.
hit, Zai's gone yet again.
Might also go down.
Oh, you go boom.
A little bit of a tier problem
A
here.
little bit out of control. Uragi, moments ago, picking up the Blink Dagger. He's pretty much got the money for the BKB done as well.
already
now,
got a
thanks to
free
those
Claymore.
kills.
Oh, yeah.
And the Grove Bow on top of the Dragon Lance. Yeah, we've seen already this sort of reach of these
Good luck
Melits
making a
have
comeback
had.
against
Don't
the
go
TA.
anywhere near this TA, you will die.
You just walk into Mickey.
They're,
It's like,
they're like
hello.
picking off each other so nicely, right? It's like, yeah, the Pango there dies, but then now Uragi's able to take that big control. Same thing for the Razor.
Yeah,
Every time they sacrifice one of those cores, the other core gets a big boost because of it.
For sure, yeah. Liquid, they're getting something out of these moves, but just never quite as much as OG is.
No, not quite enough.
OG continue to push that lead now, 8K ahead.
And they're getting so much map control out of this. They're preparing themselves, getting this like area set up for that next Rosh, because as we know, the whole game is really about that second Rosh in most of these situations. So with this type of advantage in the first 20 minutes, controlling the map with TA, getting such early level 18 also, there's traps everywhere, there's wards everywhere. It's difficult for Liquid to get out on the map without being spotted. Foxy is now 12, so we do have level 2 Vendetta.
It's just so hard to play with it with the sentry setup that OG's just consistently had. Does feel like it's one of those games that's going to fall down to the big plays. Zai, he's got to come in with some huge black hole to give OG.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's so close.
He doesn't even know about it, does he? No.
Right? 'Cause he can itemize the Basher versus even BKB Blink, etc. They always have Earth Splitter as well, which is always going to be that counter versus BKB Black Hole too. Yeah, it does feel pretty difficult for Liquid. OG
They're no Nexus there.
Power.
If they don't control Uragi, he will tear them down one by one.
Level 19, queuing up the Shard next. He's going to have that extra answer versus Storm Spirit. He might even, he's queuing it up. He might get it from the second Rosh.
Oh, TA has so many items already.
When it does spawn, but it's going to be another extra element.
We're looking for the trade here, Liquid.
The bear.
Amar's just going to chase it down.
Eldor.
He'll be able to get it out to the side.
Yeah.
Save it. BZM has actually found Mickey. Mickey's
Mickey
got
didn't
plenty
get
of mana, so
perma-stunned.
shouldn't be under any
Not
sort of
in
threat
there.
here.
Nope. Batu's
No.
bear is in the trees here. I don't think they saw
That's
it.
not the spot.
Uragi's still coming in from the side.
Oh.
I think
why the bear there?
They did.
What?
Yeah, they saw the angle
Why-
there
what?
across the top of the tree line.
What?
Speedy. 5 seconds till
Just
he can
walk
return
away.
It. The
Got the
trap.
trap.
They're
No.
going to get it. They just did. I wasted
They
kisses
didn't
there,
need
but
the kisses, but I
Okay.
mean, it's a lot of gold, you know.
It is.
You know, you got to take the chance there as a snap fight. It's your time to shine, get that money.
Well, you also
but
know,
indeed, it wasn't necessary in the end.
you know now for next fight also, you can full commit onto the bear, and then the Lone Druid is worthless. If you just kill that bear, he's going to be done. He can't
That's a
resummon.
scary fight.
Uragi, no mana, no BKB.
Oh, that's a nice kill.
Uncharacteristic catch there.
Why is he there?
I guess
What's
we
going
checked
on?
out of the game for a moment,
I
and
don't
Liquid,
know.
they surprised him.
Aggressive
You don't normally see Uragi dying like that, but he just did out on his own. And Liquid, that's a huge kill. That was the man that was giving them all the issues in these fights.
Why?
This is the POV.
He tried to
He was
solo kill
fighting,
on Storm?
Getting onto the bear. And because of that,
And he was
gets
already
isolated,
super
so he's
low
able to
mana,
get
then he
back
didn't
onto it.
immediately
Where's the TP?
disengage.
He doesn't have TP?
That's a big catch indeed.
I didn't even see
No,
it.
he just wanted to
And his
farm.
team
I was
did.
looking at the bear.
Yeah, I just put that right. We're all out of here. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Where's Uragi? Oh, he's over
He
there.
just wanted to farm and walk away.
And good on Zai. Holds the black
So
hole just
greedy.
in case too. Doesn't need to throw it in case another situation
What the
happens.
fuck?
But indeed, as
Wait, did
you
he feed
mentioned,
1200
BZM,
gold?
The Basher will
Yeah.
be there for the next team.
Hell yeah.
But
Yeah,
you know
that's a
what,
big strat.
at least a small little gain to shut down the
Storm is going super greedy. Witchblade
maybe try to
Kaya and
find
goes for
something,
Sunj
but-
next. No BKB. He
Well,
don't
we're seeing
care.
Roche time, and that's of course going to be the next big thing. 50 seconds, potentially if it's going to be a short respawn. And we'll see Boxy very close to the Blink Dagger. So of course that giving Liquid that extra chance of getting the jump in. Of course, as we've seen with the Vendetta alone, Boxy's not really able to lead into the fights as he would hope for. So with that Blink Dagger, having that extra bit of jump, and just having something else to throw in on the front lines, create some sort of chaos so that Zai gets a bit more space to sort of assess the situation and look for those big black holes.
Yeah, I mean, because Enigma never wants to be the first one to go.
No.
Storm Spirit isn't really either, and yeah, as you mentioned, Vendetta walking in is pretty impossible.
She
So
could
having
up
like triple
BKB,
forms of
no?
initiation, yeah, will be nice.
Not
And he
super
can also
greed,
use like the
just
Blink
very
Carapace
greed.
in pretty nice fashion versus like
I swear to
DT
God, if I
versus
didn't know the
Razor,
Kier
so
wasn't
a lot of different things that he
hadn't
can
gone
do.
bad, I wouldn't. Now there's something in my head,
Slightly,
and now my throat feels weird, and my tongue feels weird.
Placebo effect. Full effect.
Yeah.
Ludipo.
Does have that meld dispel also a really big one versus the Enigma.
It's okay.
It's fine.
Worst case scenario, you get the
So
shits.
OG will have a pretty good
Yeah,
chance of
actually
getting
true.
their hands on that under a minute.
And they're gonna have. I mean,
Trust
their
your
gem is
body.
gonna be picked. I feel like Liquid might want to actually get a gem soon, just so they can.
Just
get
Indian
rid of
food
these
simulator
traps in the
for
area, 'cause they know how
foreigners.
important that Roche is gonna be.
Oh, yeah,
It's
true.
been scouted out. The
Also,
icons were
it
sent
tasted
over.
fine,
Worked
so it should
quickly
be
fine.
fine.
We actually see Boxy.
Yeah, Indian food
He's able to
simulator.
get the jump onto Amar. We'll see if they can burst him down in time. They can't. He's able to get the BKB off. And now backing up to the high ground. In fact,
Goodbye,
ready to get back
Boxy,
in on
man.
that. The swashbuckle cuts through Boxy, takes him down.
Doge is
Manson
also
through the
dying so
barrier on top
fast.
of Amar. Amar
where,
still
where?
alive.
He didn't get him.
Finally, Mickey's able to zip and take him
But
down.
Mickey gets
Zai
him.
just getting blasted by the
Oh,
kisses.
Zai?
Black hole, but Zai
Black
dies
mole.
immediately. 2 dead on Liquid. BZM continues to
wait,
crash
was
across
it
the wall,
another bear?
take out
Yeah.
the bear.
Yeah,
The stomp
2 bears
catching
down.
Mickey as soon as he
They
zips in.
just
He has the
dies.
vortex to drag
Mick-
back
Ooh,
on
yoo, yoo.
BZM, but he's got to run.
The
He's running out of
silence?
mana. He'll get up to the high
Oh,
ground,
it's
but
not
BZM
Bash.
will jump.
Oh, does he even have Basher?
Mickey
Yes,
will manage
Basher!
to
Yeah,
do
he
it.
does.
Oh, but there's no
No
bears.
bash.
They killed them both.
Passive,
So
passive.
Matu is
Fucking
in creep at the
passive
moment,
Basher!
So there's no way that they can actually contest this.
Massive
And come on,
Basher.
he's a cream of brown
Passive
whips and 2
Basher.
branches, you know, come on. But he has a lot of bears, 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
OG just taking the money, and I mean, they're getting a split it as well. You can see across the board, everyone's pretty much had a chance to take down a bear. Wait, who's missing out on that? I think it was either Chua. One of them hasn't managed to kill a bear yet. We'll see if they're able to do so by the end of the game.
This really is
One
one of the
shard
most
on their
bear-killing
team.
lineups, as we mentioned. The minus armor
Yeah,
that
it's just
they got.
Chew.
Oh.
No,
Chew.
no wonder he dropped the kisses.
Razor
He was like,
probably
everybody
wants it.
else getting to kill
That's
the bear.
true.
I want to kill one as
Alright.
well. We'll see if Chew's able to take down one of these bears before the end.
Did I just see that? Someone bought a gem. I saw it, right?
Lone duel is impossible against
That
Bango.
was the one who picked it up.
Yeah, your
Mars
bear
actually
just gets
won with
disarmed
Liquid's
and
not
loses
the one.
armor,
Now
and then
approaching
TA
into this
uses
with
Melt
the shard.
Strike, and
Who actually got the shard?
I guess
They
all
bought
3
their
of
own,
those cores, it's not
and they
great.
gave it to the E team.
yeah. And Razor can link
So
the
they all
bear,
bought their own,
so
and
he
Tiger's
loses
hanging
all
on
of
to
its
it for
damage as well.
I didn't know that Lone Druid was a first phase hero or something.
It's not. It's just if you have a Lone Druid player, you could, but
Absolutely
they didn't
massive,
really
finds
ban the
himself
heroes that
DD
are
now
really
too.
good against it.
That might bait him
Oh.
to go for some solo
Just
aggression
draft
in the
mistakes.
jungle, but he has got the Aegis, he's got the BKB, so he can definitely get away with going for some cheeky sort of play if he sees anybody out alone here top.
Absolutely.
And he
Yeah,
might just do
Boxy
so. Here we
might
go.
just win it.
Spike Carapace will slow down the offensive potential a little bit.
Oh yeah, Melt Strike.
Oh
down,
my
Rog, he's just able to turn,
Oh, it's
take
so
him out with a
broken.
further
I
swift
didn't
hit.
know Melt
I mean, they
Strike,
also know
the
at the
melt
moment
damage
there's
goes
no bear,
first
so
and
like,
you
the whole
right
map
click
is open.
second.
There's pretty much nothing that Liquid can do.
So it only blocks 200 damage on Nyx.
BZM even
You
cleaning
still
up the
get hit by
entire
the
army of the
by the
Chen
actual
now.
clap.
Also, let's give TA a silence.
Able to get the final ancient.
Yeah, why
and
not?
He got 3 out of 4.
Give her
Don't see
14
not
silences that all last up to 3.5 seconds and have a 5-second cooldown.
Yeah,
on
but
a
when you
minimum
give
of
something like
1.5.
this, you don't give them blinks or mobility.
Okay, just trying to
Of course.
Yeah.
push out
Yeah.
this bottom
Yeah.
lane as much as he can.
Let me
They
introduce
forced
you
the
to
roll on
TA
BZM,
Aghanims.
actually.
Yes.
Bear went onto him and got a
Global
root.
Blink with 10-second cooldown.
So we'll have to reset away, OG. But they're getting so much farm out of the map. Liquid's literally not. Liquid, they're trapped. Liquid's like actually farming maybe like 10% of the map.
And you don't give them dispels or like damage block because then otherwise they're too tanky or
OG.
and invisibility so they can dodge
Unable to
spells.
stop right now. Uragi.
Yeah.
And they're always
Nearly
I
20K
mean,
net
I'd
worth.
say in my
Every time
rational
Liquid let
opinion,
goes,
just
like, we
delete
might be able
TA.
to get some vision somewhere. It's seen. There's traps
Very
everywhere.
rational.
They're going to get
Yeah,
the jump.
very rational.
Mickey's in trouble. He's taken down. They have enough burst to eliminate him, and as soon as the bear's back up, it's in trouble.
Oh no, the bear!
They're chasing it down. There's not there to control it. The bear is dead again.
Gone.
Oh, man,
Has zero armor items on the bear. It's not the way.
Now that I think about it, It's alone with just a shitty arc warden.
Some sort of silence from.
Maybe it was a trap. Yeah, it might have been.
He has to buy items twice.
Shit.
And now no bear again. Yeah.
I was ready for shitty puck, but actually Arc Warden makes sense.
So also will be.
Yeah, well, arc warden is a shitty puck.
True.
Foxy. Maybe trying to find something.
Yeah, but isn't
Be able to
Lone
do it
just
on his
shit?
own.
No, he needs a
And,
boost. Oh, there's a
yeah,
sentry.
steps up to the sentry. They've got Dust at the ready. Boxy.
He's underwhelming. He
They'll
can
go
work.
for the TP out. They need a first hit bash. Well, okay, with the swashbuckle, that would
The
give them
thing is,
plenty
there
of
are only like
chances to roll
7
the
people
bash,
that can
and
make
BZM
Lone Druid
certainly
work,
does.
but those 7 people, it's still mediocre, even if they do
Yuragi's
their
just
best.
in.
I mean,
He had a trap.
He's got the Aegis. He's ready to go for these dives. Zai's dead. Level 24 now on Yuragi. As he'll continue to push on, take the tier 3, get onto the barracks here in the mid lane.
Yeah, he doesn't play that
That
one.
comes out from Boxy. Mickey will be back up. Zai still dead for 40. We'll see if they consider buying back, but this Rax at least in the mid lane, they may just let go down.
Even with the buyback, it's like what's he really gonna find?
He plays all the toxic heroes and all the animals.
He's had a green hero face.
Even if they do get that jump,
He's
they've got to
also
take
had
him out
these
twice.
animal hero faces.
Like the 3, look at this, like 3 supports kind of in a way. Supports, I say BZM. They're just playing back and just letting Yuragi as well as Amar hit the tower while the 3 of them wait for anything.
Now with Zai dead and Aegis in the hands of Yuragi, I think they'll step
Sure
back
feels
from
bad
defending,
if
or at least
Storm
putting
Spirit is the
together
one
any
that
sort of
performs the
attempt
best
at
in your
defending
team.
this top rack, so it will be 2 full sets here for OG.
And OG's already, they're still.
They had a good lane on Enigma. But yeah, never really anything happened after that.
Might be able to find Matu if he's not careful. He might stick around for even one more rave, because OG was quick with this smoke.
If they find either of these cores, we'll see BZM preparing with the Rolling Thunder.
Because they got the scan successfully, so they knew someone was there.
Indeed, but
no.
it looks like
Where's
Mickey
Storm?
and Matsu will be able to make the correct movement over into the trees, TP out. They'll get back to the base. Also, very damaged base.
They get about, 3 waves of farm and then get pushed away back to the base. As OG gonna look to close this one out. A full Aghanims now finished up for BZM too.
I mean, if Zai doesn't catch BZM in the chrono, whether it be the swashbuckle or the swashbuckles coming out from the shield crash Aghanims, a bash is going to be there.
Yeah.
So very, very difficult for Zai to find these opportunities to have that impact he needs to.
He kind of needs to get Yuragi, BZM, and Taiga, because otherwise Taiga can split her immediately. Yuragi will just kill him through it, and BZM will likely bash.
He's got to get them all.
It's pretty difficult.
And we'll see here, OG. I think they're pretty prepared for this fight. The Liquid tries to bring Mickey's been caught out by the disarm box. He tries to jump in Yuragi. He'll go straight over the walls to a man. Zai's going to use the black hole to lock down Yuragi.
Oh, he got him. They actually got the TA.
That's a good black hole. Yeah, that's a kill.
Well, where did the TA go? How did he get there?
He's turning back towards the rest of the fight. A marble full Tiger.
Did he blink in himself?
Matsu cleans him
I
up.
think
Triple kill. But Matsu, this time around,
now,
the bear will
now
live,
the bear
and it will
is
live to kill
well
pretty much them all.
They couldn't focus the bear down because they got split up and stunned.
Oh my god, Dota is so easy when enemy carry jumps into 5 of yours.
That was interesting the way that one killed. OG completely split up in the fight. Yuragi
Also,
went on
what the hell
own.
was
talking about on their own, Zai.
BZM doing in this
Walking
fight?
down the bottom lane, maybe getting too excited with the outcome of that last
Was he
fight.
up?
BZM says
I
no,
don't
back
know.
to
He
base
didn't
for you.
use roll.
That was beautiful though. I mean,
that's crazy.
Exactly what they needed to kind of have
Huge
some
fight.
hope in
No
this
idea
game.
what he was
Matu
doing.
Gets all 4.
It really did seem sort of the downfall of that one was maybe
That's like
Yuragi
two
getting
extremely misplaced
a little
cores
too
for
deep with
OG.
the jump, right? He
Yeah.
went too far away, went completely in trying to get on top of sort of Zai and such. But it meant that
What is he doing?
even though they were inevitably able to stop
check the
the
TA.
burst, but they couldn't stop the black hole.
He blinked at the
It just dies too quickly off to the side.
And then he hurricane
Yeah, he
piked
blinked and
himself
actually-
away
Oh
from the
my
bear.
God.
OG is left on the
How did he not blink towards his team?
without their course.
He
And
pushed
risky move
himself
taken
even
there,
further away
and
from
it
his
gets
team.
punished massively. See the damage
BZM
output
became a ball, but
of
didn't
Matuma
actually
Man
ult.
in that last fight. Step up as their
Oh,
bear
OG trying
goes
for
to work.
content.
His
Lone Druid
positioning,
did
I thought he got like tiny
4,500
toss.
damage.
Black hole if OG separates like that without being able to.
5,000 damage.
Signs of life for Liquid.
Going for content, guys, come on.
Respawn, immediately smoke up, gonna look
Clearly.
at the fight. Black hole still on cooldown, and a god as well.
Content. It's the best of 2. It's group stages.
Yeah, they know. They know. They
Best
can
of
push them all the way back to the
2.
base. Lane's all still shoving in as well.
2-2.
I know. Do you know that they know?
Yep.
I'll settle for the outpost.
They know.
Get these lanes pushed back in. Of course,
Refresher
they did set up around
Elder.
that bottom lane, but weren't quite able to push in and take out the tier 2. So
Oh.
still an extra
Yeah, he'll
layer
get
of
it.
defense
He'll get it.
standing
There's
for Liquid.
4.5k gold
That
to go.
bottom lane prevents any
Refresher
chance of
8 is
OG
Giga
getting
Chat
megas.
build.
Yeah, let's see how much they
It's
emphasize
just
if they want to push. It's
the
50
idea
seconds
of going
single Black hole.
refresher over
See Roche
Axe
in
or
time as well. 30
BKB.
seconds
Oh, you don't want Axe.
Roche is going to be back on the clock.
You want refresher so you can double ult and then you go in. and you do 100% damage.
Yeah.
BKB.
Yeah, you kill everyone. It's 100% damage. It checks out.
DD and Quiver. So a decent amount of damage that he should be able to do inside of the fights now.
Technically true, which is the best kind of true.
Basher was done, he's on his way toward MKB. With a BKB on his bear too. So quite a significant amount of farm game just after that.
Needs to have a lot of copium that they get the stuns, so they stay in it for the whole 3 seconds until it goes kaboom.
Well, when they want to focus Tia when she goes in like that, you can get the stump.
The longer spawn.
True.
OG likely to stick in this area, keep the control.
See, Tiger's a genius. He's playing around his TA being suicidal.
They definitely will have the tools to head out and go for the Roche fight if Liquid do want to take that risk against OG. I don't think they'll sit back and let them have it for free. Even though it will go down very quickly, of course, with the minus armor that OG have, so any move will sort of have to be made preemptively. They might have to sort of gamble on when that Roche respawn is going to be, so they are around in time.
I'm checking to see. Okay, they do. Okay. I was like, do they actually have a smoke? Because I was gonna say, if they don't have a smoke on Liquid, they actually can't.
It is 75 now, so it's a bit harder for her to die, even if she's suicidal.
Right? So they don't know. It could be up. So they're gonna just smoke.
If you play the 5 heroes with Black Hole, you still die. 25 with us.
They're gonna try for it now. It's just.
They kind of have to.
Still a minute left for the Roche.
I'm sure Penguin's going to save her next time.
That Liquid have to take if they want to have any
she can blink into 5 heroes.
Can they even save her? Like, don't you think Enigma, BKB Black Hole just kills her with Lone Druid hitting?
Sure.
Lone Druid has BKB as well.
They could be doing the Roche.
How do you save that?
You bashed the Black Hole, man.
Immediate BKB reaction from
you fucked up.
Liquid, they'll cut their losses, try and get Boxy out of there. I mean, actually saying that, Matsu's still thinking about getting stuck in.
Money changes hands.
Let's see if he can catch it. Bear trying its best to retreat, but BZM in with the chase down. Rolling Thunder catches onto it. Seems Zai prepared to help out from the high ground. Does still have the BKB ready to use on the bear if Matu feels that it's going to be in trouble. Mickey will try and
that's a good bosom roll.
By the roll up. BKB ready as he continues to go for BZM, but BZM is back at the ready. Out on the high ground. Zai tried to get him with the BKB to look for a back opportunity. The BKB comes to an end. Zai getting control. He's not going to get the chance to drop an ult this fight. Silence is there. Zai goes down. Matu caught outside of the base. He's dead as well. He's Basher! Oh my god. But indeed, Matu is 700 gold short of it.
Splitter.
So unless Zai can do some sort of 5-man black hole on his own with a follow-up mid-game, this is not going to be an easy defense.
He just
they've only got 2 up against the 5 of OG.
And contemplated reality.
Stepped up a bit too far trying to go for that fight. They kind of had to, as we said, though, but now get turned on quickly.
I mean, just under 400 gold short for Mickey to even throw his own life in, so he's got to be careful as well. Even though he's back up, he won't have a second chance to defend.
He's going to get the 5-man back.
He's going to go, but immediately he gets caught up by the silence.
Where did he go?
Oh my god.
Okay, that kill that he got there did give him just enough to buy back.
With the bait.
It's very important that he was able to take down Chu like that. Give him a second chance to get back in on this. We'll zip forward, grab a bar, they'll take out the Razor.
But
they're looking to close it, OG. As Uragi blinks away from them, looks to shut it down, commits in with the BKB. If they've got anything to stop him through it. In fact, Uragi will turn for some kills on top of it. Mickey has to zip away. They can't stop the Ancient. GG, game over. As OG, they'll once again close this up against Liquid and get the 2-0.
I really did like their approach to versus the Lone Druid. I think they really understood how to play versus it and how to shut down Matu. I think the whole draft is kind of pertaining to Lone Druid and Chen.
Okay.
Stopping these pushes, heavy physical damage so that the bear is never actually able to tank up. And that kind of felt like
it went from Uragi throwing to the game being over in like
killing this bear.
5 minutes.
No, I mean, they were still 15k ahead after they threw. They were 20k ahead before that.
Several fights where he gets jumped on, but he's just tanking.
Thank you, Small Panda for the 16. And Burn, thank you for the 19. And Nep for the 41. Oh, Derpy, thank you for the 50. Slaying it, thank you for the 4. Cloud Allen for the 18. Faisal Scan, thank you for the 7. Kemos, thank you for the 54, man. Iwan Wapo, thank you for the 2. And Pluska, and thank you for the 60.
But there we go. Liquid not quite able to pull it together. They pretty much had that one fight around Man's Bear.
How many more games are there?
Back, but other than that, OG
I don't know. I mean, there isn't games going on in the other ones.
Didn't stand a chance once again.
Yeah, I mean, what time does it stop?
OG will take it 2-0 against Liquid.
I'm unsure.
Thank you, Bad Night, for the play. One more series?
Yes, one more series.
Okay.
Fnatic OG or Liquid Nigma. Because TSM Boom, whatever.
play across the obelisk after that then. Do you ever play that, Hooker? I think you would like it.
Yeah, I think Hooker would like it.
I watched some of you playing it.
Super fun multiplayer.
How does the multiplayer work in that game? Like,
you just control a character each, you assign them.
Yeah.
If you have two people, you can send as many as you want. You can have one guy play 1 and one guy play 3. It's up to you.
It's a bit kind of like For the King in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rare that a PV card game is nice in multiplayer.
For the King 2 comes out soon.
I've never played For the King.
It's cool.
Pretty alright.
This is how epic smells. Ontdek nu alles van Nivea Man Deep.
Nivea Man Deep.
Look at that. Deodorant. Smelling good, man.
That Apple Watch ad is so bad.
Where do you see the Apple Watch?
I just have it all the time.
Different
my
ads,
ads. Because Switzerland.
Oh yeah, in Switzerland. They target all the rich people only. Only Apple products.
There's a lot of Apple, Samsung, just all the big companies. The bigger the better. The more expensive the better.
Money to spend.
Yeah.
Hey, what is this place? Looks nice.
Used to say.
Look at this
when
thing.
I'd let her down. Feels bad, man.
It's Genting, but what is that tower?
She's so
King Sweet Temple. Oh, it looks so nice.
Switzerland doesn't even have a single building this big.
This is a feat, right? So big. Yeah. You definitely
I think apparently they're trying to revoke the rule in Switzerland. There's one that you can't build higher than 150 meters.
Why?
I don't know, because that's how tall the Berner Münster is, which is like a religious building, and like in fucking 14th century or whatever, they made that rule. Nothing can be bigger than that building right there.
Oh, okay.
What's the average elevation in Switzerland?
Very small. It's like 70 for town,
really?
like cities. It's like 70 meters. It's really.
It's fine. Tall buildings suck anyway. They block the views.
Yeah. There are no tall buildings here, basically. It's all medium to small.
I went to New York one time, and we had a window on like the 60th floor, something ridiculous. And it was the view of another building's window, and that was it. It was ridiculous.
Nice.
Nice.
Good view.
Yes, yes, you get a window.
OG continuing their hot streak after Arlington, and even with some other players in the mix, Chu, unfortunately, I think the main thing was that he didn't get to kill a single Spirit Bear the entire time. And I think that is what the high score that OG was going for. So many deaths on the Lone Druid Bear, so many summon deaths in general between the Eidolons, and yet again, maybe 1 or 2 fights go the way of Liquid, and we're like, okay, maybe something's about to turn around, but it seems that this is just a fractured team. It seems like they have not been able to recover from whatever mental block they experienced.
Is it Edinburgh, UK?
They come here to a non-DPC
Edinburgh?
tournament.
That's in Scotland.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's Edinburgh.
What the fuck? Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
It's pronounced Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
We're going to Edinburgh.
Still, it seems like
The fuck?
remnants of the Arlington
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
into Genting. And on the other side, we
No. You can't trick me to live on those islands.
Chu into the mix, and I'm curious how they're feeling with this new player. And we got a chance to speak to Yuragi with Slacks.
Bold.
That is right. I am here with Uragi, the Templar god himself. How you feeling after that series?
Feeling great.
Yeah.
Good warm-up.
I wanted to talk to you about the hard decision that it must have been to kick Seb. I mean, he's kind of been, you know, dragging the team down a little bit. You got a great replacement here. How you guys feeling?
Shut up, boy.
Yeah, perhaps. Okay, well, let's talk about, not about you, but about Chu, if I may. Can you tell us a little bit about this guy? I talked to some of your teammates at the last event. They said he was awful. They said he was terrible, and I felt really bad. Is he starting to get better? Are you doing good with
It's not Worcestershire for sure. It's like Worcester.
That's awful. What makes him so horrible?
Sauce. There we go. Worcestershire sauce. That's how I say it.
Wow, ouch. Well, you guys seem to be doing just fine, though, with a stand-in. Incredible job to, no matter how many stand-ins you throw, are you guys going to challenge yourselves eventually and just get the worst stand-in you possibly can and still win these events? I don't know, probably Tsunami, I would imagine.
He does.
No. Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's get a little bit serious then. You guys, that was quite a series. You came back after game one. It was looking a little rough there. Any thoughts? No? You believed you had it the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good confidence. That's a lot of confidence, like how you got picked off in game two.
What the fuck anime are you
times,
watching?
like the black hole bottom.
That doesn't matter.
Is it
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Oh, well, you did win. So any explanation for these some of these pickoffs that we saw this time?
Blinking.
Oh, okay. Are you going to control that later? Are you going to work on your blinking?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we can clearly see the control is there. Getting ready for your next match, sir. Should be exciting. You're going to win that one as well.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Well, very confident. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay.
It's not an awkward handshake.
No,
we'll keep going.
I'm kind of.
They look like twins.
Tsunami.
It's great.
Hello. Goodbye, Slacks.
Anyway.
Goodbye, Slacks, and goodbye to OG. I can't believe they wouldn't let me stand in. I have a lot of thoughts and valuable input. That's why I'm on this side and the smart people are standing over there. Effie and Winter.
Me?
Yeah, he did a comment.
I heard a beep.
And he mentioned, like, one of the questions that Slacks asked was,
I confused beep with beep bop.
Who was the worst teammate that you have? And ATF, no questions asked, was like, Chu. And then Slice is like, wait, what? How can you like come to that conclusion? And they played with Chu during Riyadh, so it's not completely unfamiliar territory playing with Chu at a LAN event. And so far it seems to be going swell, Winter. They got the win. Snapfire is looking solid in Chu's hands, and Uragi is in high spirits.
Yeah, they have. I think they still have the same similar approach towards how to play the game, the strategies, despite having countless stand-ins. Like whoever is the stand-in doesn't really matter. You know, the team still looks at the game at the same way. They are playing the same way. Maybe certain areas need to be improved, like throughout the group stages. Like I would say that sometimes they are making decisions a bit too rashly, being too in a hurry. They have to be more patient in certain occasions in the game, so the game will be cleaner. But I think overall they look like OG.
Yeah, I mean, I would attribute that to the lack of their captain being involved at these majors, right? The sudden bouts of impatience. Because he just hasn't been around. It's kind of sad for them. But for the most part, they do the best with what they have. And on the topic of ATF and Chu, I gotta say that ATF's learned how to talk to him or something. Because he probably told him, you're buying 3 sentry wards. You were coming to this top lane and you were blocking every single one of Chen's camps. And as much of a meme as that sounds like, that's actually what happened. And that's why the Chen was so useless and could not do anything to enable the Slender at top.
Yeah, but the thing with Liquid is like when I watch that game, I'm looking at their draft, right? I feel like you have 2 ways to win the game. Either you play with the lone druid timing, or you play with this BKB black hole, which the enemy doesn't really have any cancel to it. But the way they were playing is like, I wasn't sure where they were going, because if you're gonna play around the push timing, then you have to protect the lone druid. So you have to make rotations to help the lone druid, at least get him into the game. But
Yo, keep the flames in my chat. Chill.
Top, then he didn't really get much help after
Tranquilo.
That. The Enigma still played the game, then he bought this red pack and he wanted to push and everything, but they didn't really.
No dramas here.
The lone druid. So if they were gonna play this.
Thank you, son, for the 11. Liquids, thank you for the 21. And for Chill Worker, thank you for the 40. Have I played the Messenger yet? I never heard of it. It's over 9k. Thank you for the 45. What changes do I like to see in Dota? I don't know. I just want any change so I can just go into the game kind of like fresh.
They had this concept with the Dawnbreaker playing to scale eventually with the Lycan, and they
Would be nice to play the game within like 5 minutes of queuing.
The aura pushing build, and then just switch gears. They didn't finish the vessel, had to go for the blink BKB, but by the time they got the
buff Tiny and Puck.
Yes. Buff Puck should get buffed.
Really was miserable, but I just think
Sure.
it's really
All that actually
hilarious,
reduced
but
phase
also
shift
really
cooldown.
smart that OG actually used force in the first 5 minutes in the Radiant jungle, and that's when they're even playing
It
against
works
the
with
Mulan.
shard.
You do need to dedicate sentries to blocking Enigma's pull counts.
Yeah. If you hit enough units with the shard attack, you just get phase shift again.
For the entirety of that laning stage.
Yeah, no purge creep to take off ET's buffs, no mana burn creep to just be irritating, and seems like Liquid might be needing to go back to the drawing board yet again, as we have already finished around 75% of the day. We have done 3 out of the 4 series, as we take a look back at what has transpired so far. A-Stream, we had Aster 2-0 Talon, Secret 2-0 Alliance, and OG 2-0 Liquid. And you will be seeing OG return here after the break with OG versus Fnatic. And elsewhere on Stream B, it has also been much of the same. Entity 2-0ing Alliance, Aster 2-0ing Thunder Awaken, and right now it is Fnatic versus Boom, and it's looking Fnatic favored, but I think there's like a Venomancer and a Phantom Lancer going on in that game, and so we'll see how that pans out. And then we finally got a 1-1 split on Stream C with Enigma Galaxy versus TSM FTX. Earlier in the day.
Also, aside from the Puck buff, Arc Warden was picked only once in Arlington Major, so Arc Warden buffs.
Only NA is capable.
I'm sure Arc Warden's gonna get picked at TI.
I don't know if they were supposed to be the 2-0.
He's gonna get like a small buff of like attack speed or
that's all that matters.
Or damage, and then he's picked non-stop.
Something to bring the carry style back a bit more instead of the spooky things.
The spooky ghosts of no moving.
He was also having some Saberlight.
I remember where they just randomly added a basic dispel on Spark Graves. That was interesting.
That sounds balanced.
And I guess
that was a thing.
Closing thoughts, Winter, on where Liquid's at and what they should look to in
it
the
was
future.
so dumb.
I feel like they have to figure out who to play around with. Like, we always talk about like one team you can only have one polarizing player. I mean, I feel like
it's leaking, Uker. It's leaking.
It's leaking.
Damn it.
Each other, but
I fucking need a new mic so I can stop using headset with this CAPTCHA system.
One person, they are not really choosing, you know. I feel like they have to sort that out, figure out which kind of game.
Nice bottom pick. Don't tell them.
When they figure that out, I think they're gonna be able to
literally
be on the right direction and improve.
At least Puck is very high player skill based.
Their main focus is going to be TI.
Yeah,
Western
it's broken, but you at least have to be good at the hero.
Here in Gensing, and then maybe bring that.
Unlike high-skilled Bristol players.
Meanwhile, we will return to OG.
QW, double kill, QW, triple kill. Rampage! Oh my god, I'm so good at the game.
You wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing.
I actually only get this fucking Apple Watch ad. Holy
I only
shit.
get this fucking deodorant one. I wonder if they're trying to tell me something.
You stink.
Do I stink? Fuck, man.
Shit.
Back at 3 and hog over the tier 1.
I'm getting poor shamed at least.
Oh, look at all these nice Apple products you can buy.
Yeah. Shit.
Hope for one good game to watch today. Just one.
Yeah, they weren't that great. Pretty one-sided.
You get
that's kind of how this patch is going.
She the plug and the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lip stays. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She knows she my favorite.
Oh no, the Fnatic game was good. Just our luck. It wasn't on the main theme, sadly. We only had Stomp so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's OG Fnatic, so...
I have no idea who Fnatic is, like who's in it.
Fnatic is a completely different team now.
The recognizable names are DJ, Jabs, maybe Armel.
Yeah. Oh my god, Armel. I don't want to remember his Arc Warden. It's fucking horrible.
Doggo.
Dog.
Why you cry, Doggo?
Let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine.
Nivea Man Deep Antitranspirant. Met de Black Carbon formule en de unieke geur van Dark Wood. Voor 48 uur bescherming. This is how epic smells. Ontdek nu alles van Nivea Man Deep.
Deep man. Man, I'm gonna buy some Nivea right now.
Drink it. Become deep.
Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine, what you better have. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. No. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. Just trying to control it.
We're just watching whatever this team comes up with. The OG Fnatic game. I think this is the last game, and after this I'm gonna play across the obelisk with Waga.
Not gonna lie, would be fun if they release patch now. during the tournament.
ESL
Fucking
One
doing the match.
Malaysia 2022
During a match. Fucking
continues
game
with
1,
our
dispatch,
final
game
set of
2,
series
and
of
new
the
patch.
day as we move into Group B.
If
You
they
already
add
saw
Primal
OG
Beast with the
once, now you're
patch
gonna
and
see
it
them
goes
again
mid-series,
here
that would be so
on
fucking
Stream
funny.
A as they take on Fnatic, currently Southeast Asia's strongest team, because they just 2-0'd Boom on Stream B. And maybe a little bit unexpected, seeing as how Fnatic just barely eke their way into direct TI
I still fondly remember when
whereas Boom, they did it
we were
with
streaming
a
Wagamama's
more
team, and
organization,
suddenly Bats
I
dropped
suppose.
screen
There was
brass.
no
We
unofficial
remake.
sources cited in
That's
terms
a
of them
patch that
getting their
Pango came to
points.
captain's
But
mode.
I am joined here with Effie
We just
and
picked Pango instantly,
Adam,
put him on safe lane for me.
343. Welcome to the talent life, my friend. How you feeling?
Well, that was actually one of the rare screens that we won against them, so you know. Nice.
What's been your impression of
Get hard
casters
countered.
historically? Do you like the idea of being able to share your thoughts
It
to
was
the world?
strangely working.
I mean, I love talking about Dota, so...
That guy has like 5 names. Did you see that?
Nice.
You know, like I've met all the casters. I'm close to like Kyle and stuff, and everyone's just super chill.
Oh.
It's always such a
The guy on the right.
nice environment to be in, you know.
I didn't see it.
And you're in the right place.
He's
because
like
I
3
was
middle
hoping
names.
to maybe pick your brain on OG, which is the first team that we got to see earlier. I already heard Effie's thoughts, but one thing that we were citing over the previous series is that maybe as much as they're doing well in terms of having different stand-ins, perhaps having an in-game leader does make a difference. Did you get a chance to watch that previous series?
Yeah, I felt like I think the thing about OG is they are so used to playing with stand-ins on their support role. They've been doing it all the while, and Taiga has been like really good adjusting to like either pos 4 or pos 5. It looks like he's playing like pos 4 right now with Chuvesh standing in. I think like the previous series at least, I felt like it was an outdraft both games, and it was pretty hard for Liquid to take over the game, even though they were like mistakes made by
Ervan
OG,
Shabin
for example.
Akhtar
So I think it
Hussein.
was,
That was his name?
not
Yeah.
the greatest.
What the fuck?
I think it was
That's
a
so
bit more
long.
biased towards OG. Like their game was easier to play, in my opinion.
Yeah, we saw two different, I guess, approaches to Chen. Effie is how it came down to. Liquid got their Chen in the first phase. They had
Sun off.
both dire both times, but it seems that the
Cultural
outside
differences, I
decision
guess,
OG
having the
presented was
father's
a little
name.
more effective than the Lycan that Liquid was going for, I guess.
Yeah, so with Chen, if you're letting him through, you're confident in your ability to play against it. And Liquid let it through in game 1, but their strategy to deal with it did not work out. Whereas OG showed that same confidence in game 2, and it entirely worked out in their favor. And I would just tie that down to a team's conceptual prowess, I guess, and their ability to like theory craft things like an Elder Titan to play against it, to create these kind of heroes that no other team was willing to bring into the meta before Arlington.
Yeah, I think something I'd like to mention is OG, when they picked the Chen, they banned the Elder Titan, even though I don't think Liquid plays it. I think it shows that like OG is very, they're in their own meta.
Yeah.
Like the way they draft and the way they pick and ban, it's like everything that they believe in, and they're very committed to it, and it shows in their games.
That has been consistent across many a roster for OG, and then just the fact that they're continuing with like the Earthshaker that we saw in game 1. They bring it out in Arlington, they keep the good times rolling here in Genting, and Fnatic on the other hand, they have had to probably do a bit of a pivot, because they played with a 60% North American roster whenever they were in Arlington, and it brought them success. It brought them eventually a TI qualification directly, but now they've got their full SEA roster, Effie, and they defeated the other SEA team just now with Boom.
Yeah, well, Raven is actually not playing.
True.
Because he has COVID. So they got Palos from Execration instead. And interestingly enough, Adam was talking to me about how Palos plays more meta heroes than maybe someone like Raven, who's
I
more
think he's
traditional.
much more aggressive as a carry. Like I feel like he really tries to use his network. Sure, he probably has more depth than Raven. Raven's like probably the most stable carry in SEA, but I think Palos takes more risks, and sometimes the risks have more rewards. I think Fnatic play really well with that too. Like judging from the games against Boom, like maybe Boom isn't doing the best right now, but I think Fnatic playing like they probably just had a scrim yesterday, and you know, 2-0 Boom. That's quite a big deal considering they've been losing to Boom the whole season.
And not just that, during the Gamers Galaxy in Thailand, Fnatic bombed out of that one. They did not do well at all. So for them to come into this tournament and start off with such a bang.
Are any of you going to TI?
That's got to be the kind of confidence boost they need, right?
No.
Going into this new tournament.
No fucking way.
Have you not heard about all this fucking ticket scandals and stuff? Apparently it's like impossible to get anyways.
Surely you know somebody of any team.
He's a Pinoy player as well, and I believe, like judging from Fnatic's YouTube
I couldn't even
videos,
afford to fly there and back.
So I think it's a big comfort for them as well, and a great experience for Palos. So
just stay there.
That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
immigrate for TI.
someone who posted some Chinese translation on Reddit that the communication
Tickets were
was a
sold
little
out immediately.
Yeah, but I think
And they were already pretty expensive
so you're
from
basing it off
just
of
the
the
store
vlogs,
itself.
I guess,
Yeah,
Adam.
yeah.
So
Like
then-
their post-game discussion and stuff, there's like so much tug along until Sunday
Really?
talks, yeah.
Okay.
Or they talk to Jabs.
And then who's their coach right now?
Sunbi.
Sunbi, that's right.
Sunbi,
Okay, yeah.
Sunbi, yeah.
And so
it's only him and Jabs who like speak English to the team.
Ah.
At least that's what I saw. Yeah.
Funny you should bring up Jabs, because that is actually one of the players that I wanted to look at for the Predator head-to-head. I see what's happening here. Okay, so...
Oh, it's nice that this tournament is so close to TI.
Take me back to the Stockholm Major,
Yeah.
Duffy. I believe that these
Don't
two
have to fight so
players may
much.
have not exchanged words, but exchanged punctuation marks at some point.
I believe
Question
there was
mark.
A
Question
smiley
marks.
face too.
A
Yeah.
smiley
if I'm
face
not
too,
wrong.
yes, perhaps some chat wheels. Yeah, there's a bit of history between Jabs and ATF, as it looked like Fnatic may have changed the course of history, because OG won the Stockholm Major, but there was a brief moment where it looked like they were going to get eliminated. OG were going to get eliminated in lower bracket to these guys.
And then they had that really epic turnaround.
Mhm.
I remember that game so well because the kill score was 22 for Fnatic and 3 for OG, so it was just a prophecy.
Is that?
It's destined. It was pretty cool. No, I mean, as far as beef goes, I think ATF pretty much.
Another one from
everybody,
this
so I don't know
staff
how
is getting
seriously
booted.
he takes
Ah,
it,
shit.
but I can't speak much for Jabs because
I never see
Production.
Jabs beef, you know, but
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe it's an off-lane thing. You know?
Maybe, that's true. I mean, historically, I've always considered the offlane to be the most relaxed of the lanes, like in the universe era of things, where offlane was just kind of doing their own thing, and then ATF brings a totally new dynamic. The hotshot, big mouth, perhaps.
I feel like every off-laner I know is toxic somehow.
Really?
Okay,
It's like
please.
some other
Sorry,
ones.
sorry off-laners. I ain't saying nothing.
You're not saying nothing? Definitely not laning dynamics, of course. No, any offlaner you've laned with has been...
Waga is here.
Yeah,
Wow.
They've been great.
They've been great.
They've been great, all of them. I love all of them.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Any expectations for
We're
Fnatic
gonna
for the
across
rest
the
of
obelisk
tournament,
soon.
How about in this series
Yeah.
against OG, you think? Obviously, they don't have Raven, but as you said, Palace is as good of a replacement as you could ask for, aside from maybe DreamSL, who's on Enigma Galaxy right now.
So with Palace, I do want to see a lot of this early fighting with your carry, a lot of this early aggression. And we were talking in the green room earlier, Adam, and you were telling me about how Jabs has a tendency to draft around himself.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I'm not sure if they're taking that approach this tournament, but he kind of like last picked his heroes earlier, so I think they are going back to that again. I think OG has like a
I'm
very
not going
set
to
play style,
TI.
and it's up to Fnatic whether they can overcome it.
fucking
or not.
way.
I think from experience, Fnatic's a bit
I'm
slower on the
believing in
drafting
Europe
side.
TI.
If they do get
Oh
past
wait,
that,
we were
like,
supposed to
they're
get Europe
highly
TI.
great,
I forgot.
We already had a Europe
It's good
TI.
intel on Fnatic,
It
but I want
happened
some
in the end.
intel on OG, and beyond
True,
just
it
the
was just-
gameplay, I want to see
I
the
couldn't go
faces, the emotions,
during that time.
the visceral nature of it all.
Oh
I
my
wanna see
god.
This man deep
Lon,
Oh my god.
be scared.
Light
Hello,
flickering.
Tsunami. All right, we don't want to bother these guys because they just gave us an interview. So I just wanted to sneak you in here and let you see behind the curtain here without them noticing that we're watching them. Right there, you can see Chu. He's really handling that hot pad right there. Yeah, they're looking really sick. Taiga's making eye contact. Get away from him for a sec. Okay, he's lost interest. Go back.
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Okay, fantastic. The referee is giving us very angry eyes. Taiga's looking at us again. Get out.
The Europe TI was
Okay,
no spectators.
Oh shit, he's actually seeing us all the time. All right, they're looking prepared, Tsunami. I gotta be real with you. These guys seem like they're ready for another 2-0. It looks very, very intense in there.
Is
We're
it
making enough
cold?
noise where
Why
they're all
why
looking
all
on.
the hand warmers? I'm seeing them all over the place.
The hand warmers are there. I talked to them about it. They said that their hands can never go under 100 degrees Celsius. It's like that movie Crank, like with the adrenaline.
Right.
If their hands cool off, they fall off. It's a wild regiment over there in
thought you were
OG,
gonna say the
but
movie
yeah, they're looking
Speed.
really strong.
If their hands go
Speed.
underneath a certain miles per hour.
90% of the people watching
That's
were
true.
born after the year 2000, Tsunami.
Crank was like a 2003 movie.
Crank's an ain't.
People don't even know who Jason
Bro, that's an
Statham is
ancient
anymore.
reference. Speed. Okay, you're making me talk loud and I'm distracting the players right now, okay? They need to come up with a different one. Thank you. Can Chu, could I have your hand pad? Give me your hand pad. Give me your hand pad.
He does
Give
not
me the
look happy with
hot
it.
pad, Chu. Come on.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Jesus, that was awful. All right, well, there you go. Yeah, you can zoom in on that one. Thank you very much.
Wow. what aim this man has. Get this man a skill shot hero in this next draft. His Snapfire was so on point. That was just a Mortimer's hand.
Imagine just sitting by your PC and a fucking stranger walks up asking for your hand warmer. Oh, Jesus Christ. He just stares in your eyes and that's
confused.
Looks like fun over there.
Adam, did you ever have to do content with Slacks as a player?
No.
Are you happy about that?
I dodged
You
the bullet.
dodged? For the best, I'm assuming.
I have no idea.
Did you? How about as a player in general? Did you relish the opportunity to do
I enjoy
interviews?
doing content.
You do?
Yeah. I do.
Okay. Because a lot of players don't.
I just like talking.
Yeah, but I see that many of them like talking specifically about Dota, and a lot of the content that we try to do is to get you outside of your comfort zone.
So I think most content are okay, and then sometimes you have these like media sessions where you have like 5 people interviewing you, and everyone comes and asks like, how's my country, or like, how's the food, that kind of thing. And most of the time we are like in the hotel, you know. So it's kind of really hard to answer properly.
Fair.
And the questions are kind of repetitive. Like it's very, I don't know, like robotic, I guess. Yeah, those don't feel the best. Other than that, everything's kind of fun.
Okay.
Got it. So they should be asking questions like, how is the bed? Is the air conditioning good enough?
Honestly, the questions about the drama and like the Dota scene and like how interactions with people, those are fun.
Wait, you like answering them?
Yeah, of
well,
course.
we always try to get something out of players, and they're like, no, I'm just gonna do my thing. You know, I prepared for this team the same way I was prepared for any team. I've never heard any player being like, yeah, I'm really scared of these guys, or yeah, I'm gonna absolutely destroy these nerds. They have no chance.
Fifth fucking time I looked bottom right and I thought it was a timer.
I don't think I've
It's like, when's the fucking game starting? And the timer goes up.
Maybe it's different now, you know, like it's a different perspective. Like I talk much more than I did before.
Yeah.
Is that
I mean, they're at the PCs, so most 15 minutes, I would say.
I haven't played for a while.
What we
so it's,
watching?
like, different for them. Like they go
Og,
into the game, they're like,
Egg
"Oh,"
versus
they feel it, but
Fnatic.
They don't really know how they feel.
Og.
As well.
They don't know how to express
Yeah.
themselves.
Other than like the TI OGs, like no one has really like come out and be like, I'm gonna destroy, you know?
Right.
Yeah, we haven't seen like that kind of confidence or.
I think I can still walk my dog in time. I'm gonna be right back and walk my dog.
From an entertainment perspective, we also feel the same way, that it's
Much
very
work.
exciting to get the drama and like build rivalries, which is why I'm seeing so many people be critical of ATF. I say
Mango
get more
take
ATF
walk the
as
mango.
characters
I mean, walk the
I need
SingSing.
more
Yes.
question marks, more chat wheels, more tips.
More battle passes.
More battle passes.
Alright, we're gonna surprise SingSing with Waga.
Yet, as we will bring
Wow.
you the draft for game number 1, OG versus Fnatic, after the break.
Hello. No one expects the Swedish Inquisition.
Oh no.
If anyone did, how are you doing?
I got your sleep schedule.
Yeah, you got my sleep schedule. You poor bastard.
I mean,
You poor soul. How could you?
can you guess when I woke up?
If you got my sleep schedule, you probably. It's probably like night for you now. You're about to go to bed soon.
Oh, very good. It's pretty
Oh
much.
shit.
Yeah.
When did I wake up?
When you woke up?
Yeah, on my current like wake time.
Probably like yesterday afternoon. Been
not,
awake.
not afternoon yesterday, but 11 on the.
11 p.m.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Midnight, morning. Yes.
It's pretty close to morning.
Technically morning.
It is a couple hours ahead, and it's suddenly morning. Wake up.
Yeah, I mean that's good. I just woke up after sleeping on the fucking floor in my living room.
What?
What are you doing there?
I have my mom's dog over because she needed someone to take care of it, and it was bedtime for me, so I needed to sleep. So I slept on the floor so the dog could come and cuddle me. So I had a good sleep, dude. The dog just came and like slept against my chest. Really adorable.
So basically, the dog waited for you to fall asleep so it could have the bed, although it's him. No. Himself.
Yeah. Yeah, they asked me if I can take care of the dog, but really a dog just comes here and sleeps as well, so he just fucking sleep for 4 hours.
XD.
That's nice.
look at that beautiful, I'm assuming Kuala Lumpur skyline, Adam? Does Genting have a skyline per se, or no?
I would think so.
Okay.
It's just kind of further down, I guess.
Right.
Like the line's lower, you know?
Yes, exactly. Because I know, so how long is the... It's a mountain cable car, or is it like a taxi that we take up to the highlands?
Like us?
Yeah.
We're taking a shuttle bus up, I believe.
Right, but it is it's up.
Yeah,
so
it's
we
up.
have to,
It's
like
at
a
the
lot
peak.
of winding and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's kind of windy, yeah.
Okay.
In the rainy weather, it's gonna be fun.
Do you suffer from motion sickness, Effie?
No.
Okay, good.
Only in certain video games, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Like FPSs, you'll...
Well, it doesn't happen that often, but sometimes I'll be playing a game like Sekiro, and then there'll be some underwater swimming thing where I keep shifting the angle, and then I just feel sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have screen shake?
I've been informed nobody is allowed to talk about cute animals without providing proof by Twitch chat.
Why
Okay.
would you have such a thing?
I'll put proof on my Twitter chat.
Camera is somewhere else, and it starts shaking.
I'll upload
like,
it.
Oh no, I'm taking
Don't worry.
And I'm too
I
dumb.
realize.
Let me ask you, is there anything in...
Wouldn't want to do this wrong.
That you just jumped?
So oftentimes blink daggers will scare me.
Blink daggers?
Yeah.
It's Techie's bombs for me.
Oh yes, okay,
Sometimes you
yes.
just go and... Shit, you did.
The new generation of Techie's minds, not so much.
That's true, the previous one.
Yeah.
I believe they call that trauma.
Trauma?
Trauma.
I don't know about trauma. It's
Yes.
more like you just don't expect it, and then you're like, there's this explosion on your screen.
Once
and
upon a
you're dead.
time, the Arcana had like a literal pop-up.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it was a real jump scare.
Yeah, there was also the Zeus Wrath, you know, like there's like a flashbang on your screen.
Yes, that's right.
Oh my god, I found it so annoying. And there's no way you can like you can't dodge it, you know.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. You just have to tank it.
Yeah.
Blink daggers are the most potent way to scare somebody. Even your own teammate who blinks in can
Yes.
scare you.
Yes,
Just the
blink
sound of it,
beside
you
you,
just like
yeah.
you jump. You're like, who's getting me?
I think I once forced an ally
it's just
BKB
your
by blinking him with
quad or
PA.
something.
How about, do you have minimap
Just
icons
freaking scare him?
minimap colors?
Yeah, I scared him. Same for
pressed for
BKB.
icons.
Press for
Number
icons.
way to protect yourself if PA blinks you is BKBing.
A lot of people swear by icons because they're like, I need to know what hero I need to be afraid of. But for me, I'm like, oh, pink. If pink,
Yeah, I
if
think a lot
pink's
of
not on
people
the
are
map, then
afraid that way.
I'm very scared.
There you go,
know
chat.
how like a lot of people they play with their scoreboard?
Yes.
Like it's the like
It's
I have it,
malware.
like,
Don't click
for
on
me,
it.
I press minimap
Don't trust them.
icons.
Oh, okay.
You
So
know
that's
what
like
I mean? So,
how you
like,
keep
just
your
keeps-
APM
yeah,
up.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I see. Did you ever have like a StarCraft or a traditional RTS background?
No, but I did play like Chen and all back in Dota 1.
Oh, so you're a
like
micro
it's
player.
alright, you know. Like not StarCraft level, but like I can Delta split if I need to.
Right,
you know?
okay. And that's why you got it. So maybe this hand warmer thing you would relate to. Look at him. Look at you. He
100
threw one away and now he immediately got a second one.
I mean, whatever works for you.
Oh, you got new hand warmers. Hell
The
yeah.
most important thing is player comfort when they're playing.
He had
these
extra.
high-stakes games. I mean, it
I
is
saw a
it's
skill
still-
shot there.
it's the reason why we see
You are
RTZ
so
always with that
confused.
blanket around
I
him
mean-
all the time that he can bring.
Slacks walks up to you, you get a bit scared. Man is
Yeah.
weird, dude.
When you sit down,
You can't blame the players. They're trying to stay away. They think they're safe over there in their player area.
You can't enable
There's-
minimap
there's
icons
literally
on
nothing-
real
Never
there's nothing
safe.
else to do. So just end up like throwing around the hand warmer. You know, you look at them. They're not like warming their hands. You know, they're just like
Right.
fiddling with it.
It's just a fixation
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah. It's
I
like a
gotcha.
fidget spinner.
Yeah,
Do you
exactly.
guys remember when those were a thing?
It was only like
Fidget
2.5
spinners?
years ago.
Oh, it was longer.
No.
No, it had to be longer.
Really?
Yeah. Because I remember having one when I was in college still.
I don't remember
Towards the
what
end.
life was like before the pandemic.
It was a
Dog
time
type.
skip
As a
in
border
between.
collie.
There was a life before the pandemic.
I don't know.
That's what they
My
tell me.
family has a lot of border collies.
Such a great
Got
memory.
You know, there were
We got
multiple
4 of
Genting
them
tournaments
right now.
before the
That
pandemic,
is true.
actually.
Speaking of that, like, there's only 3 players here, I believe, that have like actually won Genting before. So they're kind of like fighting for a second title.
Yo, you did your homework, Adam. I'm impressed.
I
Do
mean,
you know
this
which
is
ones?
KP, Rezo was the last one. Oh no.
You named the 2 that I know.
I feel pressured
Let's
now.
see,
That
fight
you
to
mentioned
our
the
Mango.
homework.
Mango sounds pretty
It was
tough.
Newbie and Chaos. Oh, Moon Meander.
I've heard him.
That's
There
right.
you
Wow.
go.
Well done. I'm impressed. Yeah, these
Defending.
a lot of these,
defending
that's right,
champions.
defending champions. A lot of these players have history around here, and I know even
Always.
DJ had like a insanely long 90-minute game with an earlier iteration of Fnatic. It was a Eternal
Border
Envy
collies, how do you
Fnatic
guys sleep?
roster.
That was.
Well, my mom has 2 and my sister has 2.
I miss Eternal Envy.
He's been streaming quite a bit, but
Yeah.
apparently he has officially retired from competitive. And yeah, I'm with you. I That's what I'm saying. I love the characters that emerge out of Dota. Everyone wants.
I'm back. What did I miss?
There's a vocal majority of people who want everyone to be
Oi,
stereotypes.
Wagamama!
Hello, sir.
They just love
You didn't miss anything.
So it
Oh, just in time. Perfect.
Yeah.
You know, like Homelander in The Boys. Every time that guy is on screen, you can't look away.
Well, Chu has a new hand warmer.
cannot look away.
That's the only thing that you missed.
That show. And I mean, in
Big.
a way, Ahmad is the most compelling character in OG at the moment.
Maybe
Like,
he's borrowing
everyone's
from a
fighting him.
friend.
Yeah. And,
Thank you, Prince, for the tier 1 and the 50
Yeah,
bits,
the
man.
hand warmers.
I'm glad you like it. Susan Dorp, thank you for the 17 months.
But people want someone to root for and root against, and I welcome those types of characters.
Dun, dun,
So,
dun,
we finally
dun,
get to
dun.
our draft for game number 1. And
Is Timber really that high priority now?
immediately getting
Only against OG.
Viper.
Amar is like the best Timber in the world.
Oh, I see, I see.
His early game is strong even if you counter him.
Like every team against OG will always ban 6 Amar heroes in a row.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's been like that the entire like last year.
I
It's
wonder
legit
if that's because Amar is so good on them, or if other players have nothing notable to ban.
But OG like.
I mean, they have notable other players actually on other heroes, but it's I don't know. I think it's just Amar. They think he's too important. He's actually really good.
Yeah.
Considering how much he gets target banned, that he consistently has the impact he has is pretty fucking impressive. And what I find funny is that he's the drafter, and he's always getting target banned, and he's like, nah, that's fine. You know, let them ban all my heroes, I'll play something at the end.
It's not like he has a choice.
I mean, he could pick his hero earlier if he wanted to, but he
Earlier
just
than the
waits.
first ban?
No, but like, you know, earlier than they banned 7 heroes, you know?
Yeah, sure, like the third one.
Yeah.
And then they came back, and then Raven was sick.
Well, they go with the same as last game. Razor, Ildur
So I
Titan.
think they haven't like got back to a team that has their own identity.
Yeah. BCM also plays a really good Invoker, but Invoker is so shit this patch. It's hard to shine on. I heard Stormstormer got to play it though in the ESL here.
Just
Did
wanna maybe just
what?
do what
No.
they feel is best right now.
When did you notice, like, at what era of Jab's drafting was he drafting primarily for himself?
I think at the start of Fnatic when they were doing really well.
It's the last time where Chen was this valuable. Was it like
before
3
and
years?
after, like,
4
he
years?
did take like a step
Yeah,
back
it's
in
a
the roster for
while.
and I think
It's
they
just Mech was overbuffed and nobody cared about it because nobody else is Chen. It costs 100 mana now, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's nothing.
I would say it was like
It's
totally
super
And it's cheap. Yeah, cheap too. Was it 1900?
2,000 gold, yeah. 1900 gold, costs 100 mana to cast, heals 270 HP.
It used to be 2.3 and 200 mana, right? In the same
Yeah.
patch, I think.
And it
now it's
healed
just...
less
Like,
HP.
most offlaners have an overlapping hero pool at this
Yeah.
point. Like, the patch has been around for so long that I think the 6 or so offlaners that are viable, every offlaner needs to know them. Sometimes you'll have like some specialists in like Mars that are not necessarily as meta, but
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of teams who are willing to open with the Timber
That
and
bullet.
Fnatic is actually one of those teams. It is something that they did pretty often throughout the DPC.
Yeah.
And the
I
only
want
other
that
team that does it
bullet.
with the same kind of confidence is OG. So I feel like maybe a little bit of the tension comes from that as well, right? They see themselves in each other. Send each other question marks. But Fnatic go back to this Faceless Void. It's what they drafted game 1 versus Boom. They just opened with this Chen Void, and I think it's a really decent answer to the Razor, right? Because on lane, you can just time walk out of the static lane.
I think it's more for the game than for the lane, because the Razor has a very hard time sticking to you in the game.
Like there's
wanna
just
mention,
2 white
as a
buttons.
drafter, if I'm OG and I pick Razor,
And the rest is black.
They took
What keyboard
a
is
minute
this?
to decide to pick their next hero. They are not prepared.
yes, which also may be a bit of a factor.
It looks like mine.
Playing with a stand into
Steel Series? That's Steel Series, I think, that icon.
Had, I guess, like maybe 20
Yeah.
minutes after their Liquid series ended.
Next to
They were waiting
Control.
for Fnatic
It's
to
very
come
blurry
out.
right now, but that's a
And so
Steel
perhaps
Series
a little bit less
icon.
time to, like, pour over the drafts. But yeah, they did spend some time eventually just picking what they picked against Boom.
But they do go ahead and try to protect this Void a little bit by taking out the Puck that still made it all the way into the second phase, right? One of BZM's best heroes, but also a hero that can control this Void early on and play versus its stun quite well because of how elusive he is. So taking the TA out as well, I feel is a response to the way that OG have played their last series. They played 2 TAs, they run it to
I
perfection.
mean, if you're at a LAN and you're playing against a team that hasn't showed too much, you just base it off the last series.
I keep thinking this guy's
Because
Akka.
the drafts look kind of similar to, you know, like at least you don't want them to be comfortable playing what they play again.
And Fnatic, in order to protect their first A's Void, they also banned out some of the Spirit heroes.
Yeah,
right?
man,
But there
is
were
zooming
players
closer
being
and
so the
closer
Ember
with
Spirit
every
was a
shot.
bit more of a niche ban, but they took out the Storm as well, which would have done well versus our lineup. But because of this TA performance from OG, they do have to expand a ban on it. So maybe put their Void in a more vulnerable position this game.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I feel like OG is trying to trap Fnatic here because they did take out two of DJ's first two pick heroes, which was the Marcy and Tiny. And I think DJ, like, even though he has a very big hero pool, he tends to play very limited heroes in tournaments. So like, I think the Tuskar is going to come out and then OG is going to pick Wyvern and be really happy with it here.
You think it's worth targeting DJ if there were? Because like we keep mentioning, Jabs typically saves himself for the end of the draft, like in that game that we were talking about with this opening
Bottle bean
for himself. So you think it's still worth OG's best interest to like, preemptively pick the Wyvern actually?
Yeah. I mean, it's good against Chen as well and the Void, like it's a safe. Fnatic don't have damage, they ban the Snap and the Coddle. So it's kind of only Phoenix left, which is not really a DJ hero. Because, yeah, so what pos 4 like gives you damage right now, or pos 3 or mid? They kind of banned all damage. There's only like Zeus kind of heroes, you know.
So it is a little bit curious that this Wyvern made
My
it out
god, you spent 800 euros on the keyboard?
it's typically one of the best
What the fuck do you get from a custom keyboard that's 800 euros?
that Void is focused on, and you've got the Cursed to place on him if he
Like,
doesn't
what quality chains do you get? I don't even understand.
To counteract this, you need some form of
I feel like beyond a nice key press, I don't know what else you can buy for it.
I'm ready for Queen to push out the target from Void Chrono.
If you're gonna make this Void work, if you're gonna land these Chronos and actually kill heroes, you need heroes like Queen of Pain that can control this Wyvern, jump on the backline, right? And it's an added bonus that
Isn't ET Wyvern such a OG support duo?
I like this pick a lot. I think the Quap makes the Wyvern not able to go mid.
Very different
They're
typing
annoying
experience.
heroes.
So
it's like you can't
the
go
window
where you
doesn't
want,
Try it
right?
out.
Because he doesn't want to win the Quap. Number 2, you have a hero that
A lot of
comes to the
zoning.
safe lane, protects the Void
Face
tower,
denial.
and kills the Razor for him. I think that's really important because Void versus Razor is not a very
I don't think I'll spend 800, but I'll check it out.
And now that you have this Earth Spirit to pair up with Queen of Pain, this is one of those like, classic combinations, right? Earth Spirit loves to play these aggressive mid laners that rotate, that can play for kills on lane, that play very aggressively on these runes, and Queen of Pain fits the bill. She may have fallen out of meta, but still, combining her with a support like Earth Spirit, you have so much backline control. And this Wyvern was posing a problem for the Faceless Void, but I feel that Fnatic have addressed it with these two picks.
And you were looking for damage in the Chrono, Adam,
Yeah,
and Earth Spirit kind of
it's
fulfills
great. It's
that.
great. I think the Earth Spirit makes a lot of sense here because they have not shown Jab's hero. So if the mid matchup is bad, like wherever counter pick there is left for Lina, for example, I would think that's probably the worst matchup for the Quap right now. Then the Earth Spirit, they can pick a more independent off lane, and the Earth Spirit can like change the matchup. Then they have two stable lanes, and they enable their game to they enable themselves to come out of the laning phase with not so strong heroes.
I mean, speaking of independent
Unable to come.
still in the pool,
Gachi Hyper.
quite good.
Kaka.
This is a really good pick by OG, by the way.
Yeah, that one's
Stops a
better
lot
than
of the
Lina.
damage in the Chrono, early especially. They have like a Wyvern heal with a boat on top, ET Spirit protecting. They have a lot of protecting the front line kind of heroes and tanky heroes. And Fnatic does not have the most damage on their lineup right now to go through a ghost ship.
Yeah, and Kunga is one of the better heroes at dealing with these zoo-type drafts, right? He has...
Oh, G has no damage either.
Can hold his mid lane for as long
There's very little damage in this game.
I would say that Kunga is probably the most stabilizing type.
You mentioned Quap being the highest damage you did here, and maybe Razor later.
Just to keep your game safe, to keep your team safe, and to make sure that the lanes don't snowball out of
Queen with Kaya Sanj.
I do agree with not having enough damage in Chronosphere though. Like Earth Spirit can't help you in your Chrono, your Chen can't help you, and you're going to depend entirely on the Sonic Wave. I mean, potentially Quap can get some right clicks in.
Grave King ban,
So
that's a good one.
Void does feel entirely dependent on this Wyvern.
DP would have been a lot of damage for Fnatic.
I wonder if Fnatic's gonna pick Pudge again. Feel like they need that kind of hero. I'm not really sure what else is there. There's like some OD, you know, if you wanna like be cute.
Yeah, because I look at the draft that they had against Boom, and they did not have that much damage in the Chrono there either. It was Faceless Void, and then they had a Chen, a Batrider, a Marcy, and a Pudge.
Yeah, like they play for a Void to farm till he has damage. So I think it's okay. But I think the problem is OG's heroes right now. They have slightly stronger lanes, and they have a lot of protection on their heroes. So if they like force objectives,
Of course you need
like
Borm
1x1,
hands.
like what you gonna do?
Playing Dota, or playing anything with cold hands is so shit.
The
It
worst.
sucks. I did it. It sucks.
Fucking sucks.
Especially when you go to events, there's usually like air conditioning and shit. Like it gets cold, you know, your hands get cold.
make
when I
sure
went to
they have
Chinese events, they didn't turn on the heaters inside the buildings, so inside was just as cold as outside. It's so weird. It's absurd to see. Like everyone, like all the talent and all the workers, like everything, they were just wearing winter jackets and everything inside.
Yeah, look at all OG's bench.
So
It's
bizarre
all
to see.
damage. Phoenix, DP.
Yes.
I think if Fnatic won like a similar
Completely
hero,
normal.
Like Pudge. There was another hero I was looking at. Where did it go?
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, I've lost it. Apologies.
Jabs played a fair amount of Nature's Prophet at the Arlington Major, but
800 is worth the price. I don't know. It depends on what you really pay for 800 for a custom keyboard. It's hard to say before you try it.
Konga deals with you really well as well.
It's like in-ears, when you go from cheap in-ears to really good ones, and then you wonder like, how much difference could 300 euros really make on in-ears? And the answer is quite a bit. Yeah, I never considered custom keyboards before. I didn't really think they were a thing at all.
But still not that great.
I hope they pick OD good.
I'll look into it. Sounds nice. What are you crying, Dogo?
I think it's good against OG's heroes.
Okay.
Weaver.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Alright, so this is probably an offlane Void and a Palos Weaver. Because he is a big Weaver player. I would think that's the case right now. Not a huge fan of the pick. They did ban the Bloodseeker, but they're kind of just going all in on lanes, I think.
Yeah, I can break the stat.
Offlane Void makes their draft look nicer.
I spent so much time on a PC, I should get a nice keyboard. Exactly, I stream for a living.
While he's not the most popular hero and Fnatic have two kind of out of meta heroes and the Co-op and the Weaver, it does give them things in their draft, right? Firstly, in case of the Razor lane swaps or whatever, your cores, your side lane cores of Void and Weaver should both have a decent time because they can both escape the static lane.
Yeah, going from gaming headsets to IEMs, oh my god, dude. It's a different world in sound. It's suddenly you can hear stuff happening around you as if you were there. FPS games, PV or otherwise, you can hear everything. Any step behind you know exactly where it is. It is so perfect.
Fnatic's whole draft like is based on chaos. Like they want chaotic fights. They don't want this like formation fight because I think OG's heroes definitely look better in that sense.
Then what's the Chrono doing? I feel like the Chrono is everyone gather around, let's focus on this one area. But if they're looking for chaos, then like Weaver's off hunting.
Gonna have cans? I guess you mean soundproof with cans? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, IEMs are generally quite soundproof. Way good enough for just your house anyway.
Okay. I still feel like
I'm using Chimera Erd right now. It's a Chinese brand.
And they solve that pretty well.
Yeah.
But then
I bought it off my brother's suggestion. He says they're pretty much too cheap to be sold at this point. And they're like selling them just to get them out. Get the brand out.
Gonna become a hero of this tournament. The hero was kind of dead.
I don't know much about it, but I'll take his word for it.
You can pick the hero early. There's like item builds to deal with a lot of things. Yep.
And I think with this last pick, Alchemist, OG have given themselves a win condition, right? They've put Fnatic on a timer. And yeah, they do have a chaotic run at you draft, which is historically excellent versus Alchemist because you want to invade his triangle, you want to make sure he can't farm, but you're
I don't mind in-ears in long sessions. If they hurt your ears in long sessions, then you need a better mold, or like that little rubber thingy.
There's like a lot of minus armor there. They just have a draft that comes together on timings, I think. Like when the Razor has BKB up, we'll have like Radiance plus one item, and you have a Void Weaver. Like how do you contest that? But I do think Fnatic has the right heroes to slow down their timing. And they need to do well in lanes and create chaos, so I think it's a game of execution.
Okay, I want to see our prestige cast execute this.
Moldy in-ears. You can get your ears
Phoenix and Jonix Fire.
Oh, thank you so much.
Like they make like a mold of it, and then you can get perfect rubber thingies for your ears.
And Fnatic before all that, Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We've had a great day of Dota already here in Malaysia. And a lot more Dota left, of course, with the group still going on. Should be a really interesting time, OG versus Fnatic. We've seen this matchup multiple times. Already a bit of fight going on.
IEMs are bad for ears if you have super high volume like anything else.
Head-to-head a while ago.
But I don't think they're a problem if you just use them at regular volume levels.
Right, I was doing media day. I was having a conversation with Amar. We had to make him make a tier list.
I don't know.
And he,
I'm ignorant. I don't know shit. Game.
Game. Let's fucking go.
I guess it's a support Weaver.
Game.
Fnatic is
Has to be.
They love
yeah.
for that kind of stuff. Fnatic, I'm not quite
Or offlane Weaver.
Also,
Isn't
yeah,
it support
offlane
their
Weaver.
spirits?
Yeah, it's Weaver or Spirit on the offlane.
Pretty annoying lane.
Offlane Weaver into Razor is okay, I guess.
Of course, you did mention there might be an early fight to break out there, just maybe. OG.
I mean,
down behind the tree line with a very nice ward to give the vision.
both side laners are good against Razor.
Is that a first blood I witness?
Should be okay, but Amar gonna
Pathing, he didn't eat a tree to go into fog.
bit of a weaker start here for Fnatic, John.
He fucked up his pathing there.
Bounty runes going their way as well for OG, already kind of set up to have a good time to cook us off here. Immediate TP out, of course, reset.
Not pretty hard to farm as Alchemist against a Weaver ES lane.
Yeah, they can kick you out of your acid spray, so it's easier to fight them.
Yeah, Weaver's fast, so he doesn't
Just
stay in
walk
that
back
fight.
into it.
Yeah, but it's enough harassment damage.
Okay.
Chu should have a pretty good time trading though, and that's my one concern. The Earth Spirit, as you know, can get off to a slower
I
start.
do not like being queen against Kunkka though. Kunkka is strong. So much HP.
That's painful.
It is certainly a good game for the Earth Spirit though, right? I think Adam pointed it out there on the panel, but
But you got
do have
almost
that kind
the
of
best
backup
possible CS for first wave, 4-1. It's really good.
Yeah.
You can't deny anymore, so...
Yeah, getting one deny even on the first wave is good. You got all the CS.
No, I mean
look at that
the,
CS!
the Tidebringer deny, like it's gone now, it's not that bad anymore.
Yeah, that's gone, but it's not. Still bad. He was doing the Uker CS.
Yeah. But he missed another CS.
He failed the Uker technique. The stun farming. Did you see it? He was trying to do your move, man. You should teach him some. You wouldn't fail this.
I'm using the Kinara Erd. It's a URD.
Yeah, he stunned and failed the CS because he didn't do it right.
I missed it.
So did he.
XD.
Downtime of that Tidebringer
fucking D.
Annoying, but you're already seeing BZM show off why.
Yeah, good old days when Kunkka had Tidebringer deny. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's fucking 90 bonus damage. Oh, baby. It's
Win lane, lose game. Feels good, man. That was the life of Kunkka back then.
You enjoyed a lot of Kunkka in those days.
I did. I like bullying in the lane those days. But those days are over now. No more bullying.
I kind of feel like playing support Kunkka. If they buff it a little bit, support Kunkka might be back. It looks below average at the moment.
Oh, I used to play a lot of position for Kunkka in like fucking 7 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago where support Kunkka was a thing.
I mean, that was the OP one, with the 8-second cooldown X mark or some shit. Or 8-second downtime,
level 1 X mark was just super value.
It was a level 4 one, and then they upped the cooldown by like 50% or something, level 4.
Yeah, it had like decent cast range as well already.
Yeah, but I mean like level 1 X mark had like 1000 range or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was just the cooldown was high, but the range was insane. So you could just gank
max
with it.
torrent, and then you get insane damage, and you have the X mark to gank.
But also torrent scaling was different. Level 1 was 120 damage.
Yeah.
There's no real threat for Yuragi. Like, you might find Jabs finding his own CS and being able to get to a stage where he's quite farmed up on that Weaver, but you aren't going to slow down the Alchemist at this rate.
But now Kunkka has Water Park.
It's just not much laning pressure coming out.
He does have a lot of Water Park, which is funny.
Boy, don't food stamps. Give me a creep, please.
It will be on target. Boulder Smash will be there as well, so BZM will go for a bit of a
He's so tanky.
I think he should have kicked him back. I wonder if it's better or not.
He can't.
Can't?
His angle. He came from Dire side, so he can't kick him.
Yeah, but from Shadow Strike, plus that stun, you might get time.
No, he got body blocked. Like, the hitboxes are so close together, you have to move around, which is super awkward.
Unlucky.
It's not enough. And you are buying space out for Armel to get that build-up, which is important. Should be able to snowball into those runes, but they have to do
Those are pretty expensive IMs, yeah. But I don't like to skimp out on money on stuff I use every single day.
He's so long.
Like chair, mouse, keyboard, like all these things.
Crocodile or whatever.
I really don't want to skimp out on them. I barely spend my money ever anyway, so...
You should get by everything.
Yeah. Good old janky hitbox.
He is not hitting creeps effectively. So BZM right now not hitting creeps very effectively either.
Queen has actually played the lane so well.
Yeah.
Armel. I think Armel is a stronger laner than BZM though.
BZM, I suppose as long as he stays alive, he's going to be happy.
Yeah, he's still finding some farm. He's starting to lag a little bit behind Armel. You're seeing that level 3
Give him the arm.
kick in.
That's interesting. He went for level 1 Scream to secure CS and then still max dagger.
Makes sense. Level 1 dagger fuck sucks.
Yeah, it's not enough damage and you rather want to secure the first wave.
People do this against Kunkka and against some other heroes on Queen. Like, 2 points is not really enough, and like going 2-1-2 feels bad. You're not gonna do much if you use all your mana. But even just one level 3 Shadow Strike hurts quite a bit.
Is going to be just fine to walk his way out. Chances are they can't really kill him either. Yuragi, not going to get rolled on. He will avoid that. They
Good
do
Yuk.
up the boulder smash, and this is a lot of damage coming out from Jabs.
It's
okay, he got extra gold from the bug.
Right behind him is Jabs. Not going to give up on this kill, but now
He is not dead. Oh,
Weaver on the other. Oh, that's a very early stun.
Yeah, he was scared to lose vision because he was close to denying himself.
Oh!
DJ J-Dane! DJ!
Donkey John.
You're seeing the DJ going away there. Solo lane EXP for Jabs to hit that 5, to have all that magic damage on hand, which Shukuchi should just harass. And with this duo, sure, you can get some good spacing out with Shu. You can zone out the Earth Spirit, but you can't really
Not a
stop
courier.
Weaver, and he's sniping here.
How did they not devote that ward yet?
Very, very nice observer ward there.
Oh wait, it's a fresh ward.
And I suppose with the
Nice,
advantage they have now at this top
Didn't he
lane,
kill Ark off that? Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Perfect roll there from DJ. Yeah. Boulder Smash going to be more than enough damage, and it goes back to the vision though, right? Because now you can really just start capitalizing off that top lane vision, as we are going to have
settings.
the classic SEA's pause, Jonathan. We can't cast a game without a pause going on. Looks like we are going to have the go ahead already though, so a very short pause as tips do come out towards BZM as well. Palos, he's getting excited, Jonathan. Why the hell not?
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, they're having a pretty good time at Fnatic. They've had a great day 1 so far, and the start of game's looking decent. 1-2, you're not too far behind net worth. Your cores are near the top in CS, and you're getting some good.
We not farming Kunkka? Hell yeah.
On Jabs, especially.
Yeah, just played really well in lane. I think the little Earth Spirit move as well helps. Just a single rotation can be useful, even if it doesn't kill.
I go.
Push them out of lane.
This means you go to base. You lose 500 gold.
Yeah. Yeah, it's costly. You miss time and experience and room control. All of it.
That's
level
a nice
6 versus level 4?
Told you, I'm our god. Look at them. Giga Jet.
Roll in, BZM going to be targeted, but Armel going to try
Not sure how Void dies there. Too greedy.
There is a lot of damage flying in, but the Quap is going to be just fine. They blink away.
I'm not sure if he's fine on that Kunkka.
Go for the rush onto DJ and does
Check Kunkka's HP.
Kunkka is fine. Bolt buff is
The
about
bolt buff
now.
is long enough. It has long
Yeah.
duration.
Bolt buff is 10 seconds and dagger is 15 or 12.
Yeah. Takes a while before the bolt comes in though.
Yeah.
Hey, Misky.
Favorite play is when Kunkka uses the boat and you just reposition him somehow, like fucking swap him away from the boat and then kill him.
Yeah.
That sounds dank.
They still find the kill, and it's enough to kind of make up for that loss.
Soft Queen's max attack range is Scream of Pain range. Like, how did he miss? While right-clicking.
It is, I think. No.
He somehow missed the Wyvern while attacking her.
Actually, I think maybe it's a little bit lower now that I think about it. Yeah, you can definitely miss while auto-attacking.
Oh boy.
Oh, DJ so far in.
Stop the stomp from coming in, but BZM
First player is a fat hero though, but yeah.
Yeah,
Not fast enough for that. Like smart good spell.
But you do have to kind of fear giving too many kills away here to OG.
Yeah, it's not just the kills. Think of the space you're getting up top. Think of the space you're getting here for your Alec. Yuragi's just free farming top net worth now, and that's just going to get worse and worse. There's just no way Paulus is going to be able to keep up. He is farming decently enough. I say that he is bottom net worth core, and that is a big concern for Fnatic, right? We've been talking about it. The panel pointed out they stall.
Struggling so hard.
Bigger. You see Amar just so confident down at that bot lane. Though Armel is going to show up on the quad, but is quite low on mana, and Amar still playing around here. We'll find Jabs with the X out from BZM, and the boat is going to land with the time lapse. Was there in time, but it may not matter.
Oh, that was close.
Right on the edge, does manage to secure the Weaver.
Journal also in danger now.
BZM's right behind
Is he?
You haven't got the X up, but you might just have the damage.
Could have tied to the torrents.
They're scared of rotations, I guess.
They were just so confident with movement out here on OG. Fnatic trying to keep that aggression up, just not finding what they'd want. And again, this is just so much space for Uragi, so much time for him to keep building up in the Alchemist. Has a lot of gold saved up going.
Void is already half net worth.
Once that's up, and you're just clearing all these camps, all the actions happening in mid and bot, so much space in the top jungle.
Okay, he denied that one creep.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, and then time walk away. Giga chat. Got him.
Got him good.
Look at this, John.
Another kill more, and Weaver died twice.
Killing a Weaver and Void with Razor.
I don't know. Void happens if no one helps. Void dies because he has to time walk away, and then you use your Q and slow him down and do damage. But Weaver, yeah.
He rated himself C.
Okay.
And then he rated Jabs D.
Well, at least he got helped this time by the Wind Wyvern.
Yeah.
Not sure how much a Wind Wyvern can help against a Weaver though, but yeah.
He was there.
What nice awareness, well. Was that ward? Oh, maybe they smoked under the ward. Because there's one on the high ground.
Yeah, I think they saw him there.
Just classic. Talos, he'll get started in that top tier.
I think they saw the courier, at the very least, and was flying in.
Really concerned about trying to defend this. They might just
True.
And couriers now show which hero it's from, so you know if someone is actually there.
Mid lane though, there is a bit of a group up coming in from OG. You have got BZM sneaking up from the backside and Tiger kind of baiting from the front. Fnatic not going to be able to really catch anyone.
Should do that. Should just send out your courier to fake rotations.
Yeah, hell.
I wonder.
5-head. 5-head gank.
Just TP.
Yeah, both TP.
Yeah, not quite enough there.
Stuns Doko.
From Fnatic, stun was on cooldown on our Centaur, and DJ too far for the.
I mean, they got a grand total of 2 stuns. One is 3-minute cooldown, and the other one is single target.
So if you have that TP,
Chinese
Don't forget the Centaur.
Oh, Centaur, there's the Centaur.
There he did. Oh, they used 2 of their stuns.
Killer.
Wait, what?
Alright, it worked out.
Oh my god. I'm sure ET griefed there with that stomp.
Yeah, that was pretty grief.
Oh,
Void is back.
Gonna bring him right back, Palos. Unable to time it. Amar showing up
A nice, fun, eventful game that's over at 11 minutes.
Pretty much. This game legit feels like there's no way back into it already. We're only 11 minutes in. Like when you have Chen and you lose this hard early against an Alk, it just feels doomed.
He's level 5 in that fight.
Doomed is one way to put it.
Impact move right here.
I'm gonna look at how Liquid is going.
Look, that stomp, that's a grief stomp. Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
he
grief
was dead.
stomp. 100% grief stomp. He even cancelled it like 3 times.
Yeah.
Ah, whatever, it's fine. They still all died.
Chrono used, still all died.
We'll see if they can keep it up
Oh.
though as Amar.
Lose pos 1, lose pos 2.
Once again, his favorite target of this game, number 1, is going to drop.
Oh, hell yeah, kill that Weaver. Fuck that hero.
What do you say? Pretty rough game number 1.
Bucks life.
Already.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. You know, maybe Amar was pretty accurate in his tier list. Who knows?
I report that Nigma is getting
certainly
stomped.
12 minutes, Radiance, Alchemist, 8,400 net worth, yes.
It's
Call
fine.
it. Call it, ship it.
He's only 4k behind. It's fine.
Yeah.
Follow-up stuns there from Genuine not landing.
Oh,
Yeah,
creep
He's
stun.
going to be just fine to walk his way
But no
out.
creeps
See
to
how
farm.
fast
Bro.
OG reacted though.
Who cares that?
OG grouping up
The
once
sail
again.
stun is not Walker stun. Fuck you.
Only if he gets like 3 CS with it, then it's
You
okay.
need to use it primarily with the intention to CS.
Exactly.
That's different.
Yeah, put some respect on his stun.
I hacking loves how stunning.
Going to be just fine as well, Fnatic, they continue to group up mid lane, John, but they find nothing with all this grouping. Is now DJ. Going to be just fine. Just a bit of a casual X being thrown out by BZM.
What the hell is my Alchemist win rate anyway?
Now for Fnatic, like you look at the levels coming out on supports of OG. You already have 2 level 8 supports. Armel's still level 9. Ow. Like he's only 1 level ahead of the 2 supports. Like OG just have so much to play
Oh
with.
no.
So much damage coming out from their spells. They've already got the Veil up.
Sounds like I was right.
Amping up all that spell damage even more. The Radiance has been up in Uragi for quite some time. They're even allowing some space out for Chu to farm by
let me
himself,
put it
working
this
on
way.
Blink, and there's no punishment.
0 punishment coming out. Fnatic, all they can do is buy more.
Yep.
I have 9 heroes with less than 50% win rate.
Alk is one of them.
Yeah, Alk is one of them.
Turns out the self-stun.
Might not be the best play.
Top 3 net worth right now, all on the side of OG, as Uragi's having the freest game of his life at the moment on this Alk. Radiance up, Blink up. God only knows what's coming out next here, but OG, perfect game plan being executed here is Chu. Gonna go for a TP out, and guess what, John? No stuns available to stop it.
I mean, it's a weave.
It's a stun.
To be fair,
what
the
fuck,
he's so good!
Oh,
he pressed R.
Mid lane. I can't quite say the same for Armel. John. He'll cop the boat right to the backside, and Tiger.
I too enjoy Quap versus Kunkka.
Yeah, get X marked. That's the thing. It's not just about the lane, but afterwards, if you don't have BKB, you're just dead anytime he sees you.
The lane isn't that bad.
The lane is bad, dude.
No, it's not that bad. If you go level 3Q, but then you have level 3Q, but still, it's not that bad.
It's pretty bad, man.
Level 3Q Quap, no, it's fine, dude. And if you loser like me, you go level 4Q.
You can straight up just X mark TP base, bottle, refill, full HP, he has like 1,000,000 HP.
Level 4Q.
Level 4Q, 1 X mark base TP.
Q2. Level 5Q.
Level 5Q.
Okay, then it's good.
Got him.
I don't think it's that bad. But I think the mid game is awful, like you see here. The mid game is a fucking nightmare to play.
I guess I'm basing my a lot on it, on how it feels afterwards as well. It never feels good.
Where's his rewind?
I don't know. They're having fun with the rewind. In case you missed the stun on the Weaver, they rewind.
Play it back one more time.
I mean, I like seeing the bug die, so good rewind. Oh, he's actually going Witchblade.
Oh my god.
Despair.
He's never gonna have BKB this game.
It's despair. He's not gonna. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
I'm surprised he went power threats too with Witchblade in this.
A lot of Queen players go for it. Pucks skip it, and Queens go for it. I don't know. I think tough. You can't just rely on HP in this game though. Like in a game, normally you take the strength count on Queen, 11 strength and the power threats, and you're fine. But here you're just dead anyway.
Might die in the end though. A very nice stun from
well,
oh, it's a nice laser kill, but
now you need to get out.
Yeah, he's not getting out.
Yeah. TJ?
DJ got this.
Yeah,
come on,
he
DJ.
got this. He got this.
Come on, DJ, just roll. Keep on rolling. Yeah, I didn't have rocks, man. Got no rocks.
No rocks.
Looks like the bug has been fixed again. Except, wait, Chuto. Yeah.
Like you got the Razor. He's the main issue here, but it's not good enough, John.
There's just no damage. You're taking
it's okay. It's only 13k net worth behind.
It's fine. Don't look at the if you remove the alchemist from the game, the net worth looks kind of fine.
But then it's almost even.
Yeah, he's dying here, maybe.
It's almost even.
Hawk is dying here, maybe. Look.
Oh.
Oh.
Tiger.
First hit bash.
Oh, he gets pushed away. He gets the bolt buff. No.
Oh, but he's so close.
DJ.
Oh.
You hit him.
Oh.
Yeah,
why 2 seconds of ult?
And he's dead.
How much gold did he get? Where was the gold? I didn't see it.
1,200.
Jesus.
And it cost them nothing. They got it for free.
Yeah. They almost got the same amount of gold. Look, they got 700 for this fight, and the OG got 900. Fair trade. That's a good trade.
It's good.
Yeah, just keep trading like that, and you'll catch up.
It's going to be a while until we can get to that point where they're durable to counterfight.
Playing Jube, keeping the vision, gonna pop the curse.
Oh, that one creep.
Gonna show up once again, Jabs. How do you find your way out of this one?
How does the Amar always know where the fuck he's going?
You see it.
You see it.
What do you mean? You legit see it. A Link.
Oh yeah, Link gives fake vision like Spectre.
No, but you literally see the silhouette. Not just the Link.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean with fake vision.
Exactly. I mean, even if you only saw the Link, you just follow the Link. It doesn't matter which. But yeah.
Well, like, I had a Razor in my game today, I mean not today, yesterday, and that didn't happen. Someone went Invis and the Link just stopped showing.
Yeah, player
Maybe
problem.
the Razor wasn't very good.
Yeah.
Error is between the chair and the monitor.
Skill issue. Might be the hands.
He didn't have the hand warmers. Yeah.
His hands were cold, that's why it didn't show. I see.
Fnatic, they can think
I see.
It doesn't seem like they're quite well aware that this is actually happening, and even if they did, chances are they wouldn't even try to go for the roll in to steal the Aegis away.
There's a nightmare being queen against this Orchid first Conka. Yuck.
Oh, it's a good
Even
sign when
Voids.
it's a free Roche. Yeah, the fucking queen is impossible, man. This game is BKB.
Yeah, but then you have BKB and there's still Winter Wyvern ulti, still Link from Razor. It's still sad.
I mean, I understand why Armel didn't want to go first time BKB, because then he just buys BKB and blinks out and he has 90-second cooldown of existing.
Yeah.
Well, Kaya into BKB was an option.
Yeah. Right now he doesn't kinda exist.
Now there's no Kaya and no BKB, so... good luck.
I think a lot of the time on Queen you just gotta suck it up and buy the Kaya-san shard, even when it looks scary, and then go BKB afterwards. Kaya-san shard is really strong.
Not running anywhere near fast enough. In fact, now the X back from BZM.
Kill that fucking
You got the
Weaver.
time lapse off, but is it gonna matter? Maybe it
Space.
does. Never mind. Silence is there.
Just
Jabs
oh,
will try for the TP up, and
was
he is
pretty
almost
close.
certainly just gonna die to
That
two
was
as
very
well.
close.
They do lose
Right.
5 Tiger. Stud is gonna be there, but won't make it in time, so they do find something for their trouble. Fnatic,
Got
they
you.
get themselves a kill. Not the greatest kill in the world, but you've got to start
I did
somewhere.
Taiga kill was worth 500 gold. This is fine.
Just a little bit, you're getting some activity onto Palos. The BKB looks to be flying out now on our faces Void. So you've got
I mean,
to
it's only
build
13k now.
next issue that Fnatic
Wait,
has to deal
that's
with is
15.
damage.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Yes,
only
it's not there.
13k.
You don't quite have level 2 Sonic Wave on Armel. He does skip
Well,
for a little bit
in a different light, it did stay the same, even though like 4 minutes passed. And that's actually good for Fnatic.
Yeah. Oh. Void has BKB as well. They tried to force it, but he held it.
Again, they are against an Alchemist, to be fair. So
No panic.
you are gonna have a
They could win if they get a good chrono on the Orc and kill him before BKB.
I mean, they have to suck it up for 3 minutes. They can't fight against Aegis.
And they have to do that like 3 times to
Yo,
come
he
back.
actually buys shard early. None of my pub alchemists bought shard. It was so infuriating.
He has to keep getting bigger. He's the big threat
Shard
to the timer.
for Vessel and
I can
Dilation, I guess.
that in
Yeah.
this game. I don't think the
Mostly
counter
Vessel.
coming through from
What is this?
Taiga, I guess,
Cleave is higher win rate, really?
Winter Wyvern, not that
Yeah.
important as well.
It
So
farms
try and
faster.
get away with it. With a map
Well, win rates are stupid though, because it's like, if the game is difficult, you're not gonna pick
Yeah.
Cleave.
Cleave is if you're ahead.
Yeah, if you need to pull back a hard game, you're gonna take the stun talent, and then the win rate is gonna be lower because of that.
Yep.
Fine to roll his way out. OG, they really just do control the whole map now, and they even smoke up. They want to try and force a fight in the mid lane. Palos, he'll be hanging around to try and secure a team fight if it does break out, but he's got to be very careful not to get his own get caught out himself as Taiga. Stomp will be there, but
Oh, good stomp.
for that. So OG.
If they hold for 10 more minutes, I think they can actually get a win.
Yeah, if they play perfectly and kill Orc like 3 times in a row without his BKB going off and ulti. It's doable. Still a lot of mistakes to make
He
for Orc though.
is holding his BKB and it's...
Still alive for now, though.
Oh.
BZM gonna go for a cheeky turn.
Still no TP though.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
This is awkward.
Oh, but Alchemist. The tower
Oh,
with
okay,
penitence.
here we go. Here we fucking go,
Aegis,
dude. The
yeah,
comeback.
that is-
This is
Oh, ulti on
our
cooldown.
dude.
Ulti's down.
Yeah, penitence is on.
Yes, BKB though.
BKB on both.
Weaver is outside, no Vessel. I mean,
Weaver went into the chrono.
Yeah.
that's
I wouldn't have changed it though. I wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah.
Right into the silence
Just
of
walk away.
BZM, and he's gone once again.
Yeah.
Chrono, decent enough timing. You got the Aegis life. You need the damage.
Get a
You're
free
fine.
Aegis, still lose.
You lack
They
that
needed a
Sonic Wave,
penitence
you lack
tower
that
damage.
speed.
I mean, it's the
Right
same as the game earlier, where they go on the Aegis, like close to when it times out.
That was like a minute and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a nice
Looked like-
opportunity too this time because he was alone.
Yeah. But they didn't have Queen, so no damage for
I
second
mean, that
life.
draft has no damage.
Their lineup is no damage, I was about to say, it's only Queen.
And
His
Void
Earth
at
Spirit
farm.
over time, you know, like slowly. Void only has damage if he has a good laning stage, else he's nothing.
He needs like 2 items for damage.
Towards the late
Yeah.
It's not happening
Seems like
otherwise.
Bosom is going
Then
for Hex.
I'll get 4 items then.
Yeah.
Ult's already up. You can't quite sustain through. You do have a mech. You can try to stall, but you're playing around Chrono, and that's your main way of defending.
Jay?
You don't have much else really.
They're going to try for the Wyvern.
JR, BKB, he really wants that Wyvern.
Keep going to the backside to try and find that Winter Wyvern as
Oh.
well. Will make the jump in, but the stomp is there.
Queen.
Gonna delay the damage output onto Chewers now. He's still alive. Armel gonna pop the BKB out. Finally
Gets
finds
1
the
kill.
Wyvern.
Still has ult.
ET tried to deny. He failed. Gave him 1 punch.
I got a granite, and they went in with a plan.
Oh. Jay on the backside. No, oh, Weaver didn't die yet.
Meanwhile, Palos is going to be able to time walk away, but jumps right back in. Pops his BKB. He'll go for the
Okay.
man BZM, but can he get it done? Where's
Smash.
the damage
Queen of Pain.
Queen of Feed.
And
oh, it's a good smash, but Void dead. That's a perfect Queen ultimate right here. Hiya!
It doesn't kill anything. You can get 1.
It's not going to
I'm back.
They'll all survive through it.
Get
And that's GG's call. They've had enough.
Yeah, that was a rough.
Despair.
Played fantastically well.
Right at the same time, Liquid beating Nigma. Yep.
Fine. Draft issue, draft issue. Next game.
Yeah,
Next game.
next game is gonna get better.
Yeah.
Up against Boom.
Yep. Radiant Chen lose. Dire Chen win.
The Dire in general win.
Yeah, Dire equals win.
But the tempo just wasn't there. Chrono's such a long cooldown.
Oh yeah.
The aggression coming out
Actually,
I bet if you just bet on Dire winning every game, you would make a profit.
Probably.
Not really by the Razor, right? You can always time lapse away, but
Just fucking bet on Dire.
it's really
I think from the 3 rank games I lost, I was always Radiant, so yeah.
Yeah?
It's playing in your head.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we'll see what Fnatic can
No, it's not in my head.
You think you already go into the game with a loser mentality just because you're Radiant? It's like, yeah, fucking Radiant again.
No, it didn't have that. That was like easy.
Okay, man.
Yeah, but why?
It's just like, you know, I look at it today, it's like, huh, I lost when I'm Radiant.
Look, the Queen jumps in here. Oh, has it already happened? Oh, it happened.
No.
No, he comes back soon.
Yeah, he comes back
gonna
into die
come.
instantly.
Whee!
Well, what is he supposed to do? He has to try. Just Weaver and Void dead. Might as well just jump.
Wrong 3-man ulti, no?
That was a good ult.
Gotta use your ulti before calling GG. I can respect it.
Yep, cool.
Oh yeah, there is a proper timer bottom right. That's why I mistake it for the clock all the time.
Yeah, sometimes there is, but not always.
It's so misleading.
Yeah, they have it in the exact same spot too. It's
Same
kinda bad
color and
setup.
everything.
I think it's a timer when there's no like panel or content.
Yes.
Yeah. They should just keep putting more stuff there. Current time, countdown timer, sometimes KDA. Just put stuff down.
Just switch it up.
Crime
Just
rate.
have it.
Weather report.
Estimated time when the game starts, but then
Dragons?
swap it. Dragons?
Dragons?
Put dragons down there too. True.
Oh, there are dragons on the screen.
Dragon radar, the amount of dragons in the vicinity.
Shit, yeah, dragon radar. Dragons! Look at them dragon. They giving us thumbs up. Hell yeah.
That's already 2 dragons.
Are they thumbs up for a Chen pick?
Yeah, hell yeah, a dragon.
I wish we had mountains.
That's a cool ass place.
It is, right?
Yeah, like visually, damn.
They have a lot of mountains.
Place is
Too
beautiful.
many mountains.
I always like looking at mountains. Looks so calming.
That's very nice.
Especially with a little bit of clouds, you know, going on.
Everywhere you look in Switzerland, you also see mountains. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but then you're in Switzerland.
I was about to say, you're mountains only, right?
Yeah, we got mountains.
2B feels at home here.
Thank you, BGGG for the 75. Who we're rooting for? Nobody in particular. Just chilling and watching some games and hopefully some good games. Alkuri, thank you for the 28. Papega Engineer, thank you for the 39. Learning Bot 1, thank you for the 14. Any game I'm waiting for? Nope. I have 1 million games I have to play right now. I don't have the time to play them all, in fact. It is the other way around. Not waiting for anything. I need more time in a day. There's gonna be Immortal Empires 2 from Total War Warhammer 3. I just don't have the time. So many things I want to play. Snitey, thank you for the 31. Bob and Drive, thank you for the 3. Relic 5, thank you for the 18. Bing Bong Aming, thank you for the 49. Evil Day GN, thank you for the 41, man. Did you ever play Total War games, Waka? I think I asked you this before.
Not really. No.
You should try it. I think you would like it a lot.
I heard a lot of good stuff about the Total War
they're like
Warhammer.
Civ in the world map, and the battles are like RTS style. And the armies you compose, they're like kind of RPG style with a general that levels up with perks and everything. And your soldiers and everything level up too. I think you would like it a lot. I think it's actually one of those games you would pick up and I would just not see you for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
OG looking to continue.
You just disappear.
Dangerous. Yeah, you're probably right, to be honest. I only played one Total War, but it's very long ago, and I didn't give it much time. I think if I put more time...
So recently...
Especially some of the new ones.
Recently, they released the giant world map of Total War 1, 2, and 3 of Warhammer, all combined into 1 giga world map, and you can play it co-op. We could play it if you're down for it.
I see.
It's basically world domination.
Does co-op in that game work?
I finished a few campaigns of it before, and sometimes it stops working, and it's very annoying because then you're like 100 hours in and it just stops working. But yeah, usually it works.
Is it just like you both play? You're not always in the same battle, I guess?
You can assign units from the battle to players. You don't have to, but you can.
I see.
But I don't recommend playing unless you have a lot of time spare. Like it's very time consuming.
Yeah, for now I think I'm gonna stick with some Eito, some Farthest Frontier, and then Dota.
Yeah.
They're already eating my time when I play those games.
That here's not gonna do anything.
I feel like
I'm down for across the obelisk after this game.
Yeah, sure.
I played like one more run last night off stream, and I unlocked some of the characters. I'm ready for some OP shit.
Like their draft was
nice.
meant to do that, at least from what I saw from their heroes, but they kind of played it differently from how I thought they would do.
But that's
Dude, I got so much, like the chest we got from the run we had yesterday. Did you click it? I got so much from it.
9k or something.
Yeah.
Because they did have
insane research.
Talk about them having stronger lanes, but they didn't do too greatly in their lanes. I think the Weaver kind of did well, but the Void was having a really tough time. And we talked about their lack of damage early on, and I think that's something that it kind of showed, like when he chronoed mid, like he killed the quarter HP ET with the chrono, and that was kind of it, you know. And the Quap, I think the kill on the Quap was so big because he was their damage. We were saying that he was their damage, but he died. So where's the damage then?
Yeah, such a bad lineup for Void. Zero synergy.
Yeah, I mean Queen is even anti-synergy to a degree because you can fucking push people out of Chrono. You know, like you can dump your ulti in Chrono, but it can actually be bad if they're on the wrong side. So you have to make sure you don't do that. I've seen it happen. Queen ulti just pushed 3 people out of Chrono and it's like, oh, we lost the fight.
The shit Chrono wasn't me.
I also think that the Wyvern played a great game. Throughout the game,
should have Chrono better.
The was trying to wreak havoc and make space for this Void on the map.
It is annoying though, because you have to blink to the other side and like push them into the Chrono, and then maybe you blinked out of position. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like it as much as playing
Whereas even with
I don't know, Skywrath and other better dumpy heroes into it. Like, why not use heroes like that instead of Earth Spirit? Earth Spirit doesn't do shit with Chrono.
Definitely draft issue.
Yeah, that last
Chen? What does Chen do? Oh, my creeps are gonna look into the Chrono.
Well,
cheerleaders.
You tell me the best stuff they have is Weaver and then a Queen? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Penitence under the one inside the Chrono.
Cheerleaders.
Big.
This felt so shit. So much anti-synergy in their own lineup. It's like the enemy
Probably
picked
something
for
went
them.
wrong. They wanted to overreact to what was happening in the draft, you know?
I think OG had
Yeah.
a brilliant approach to it though. It's like, you're gonna AFK and farm, sure, we have Alchemist, good luck. And then Fnatic had like a lineup where they couldn't come together on their timing yet, and they kind of forced it because of the pressure from the Alchemist, you know, you feel like, this guy's farming shit, what do we do, you know, and you have the lineup and it kind of...
Oh, Sing, I didn't realize the character we unlocked yesterday was a warrior.
Which one was it?
Bree? The Bree? I thought she was a druid or something, like a healer.
Oh,
She's a
no,
warrior.
that's a Torrents warrior. Return damage based warrior.
Oh.
And blunt. And clubber shit.
Was a plan B, whereas everything fell apart initially with their tempo, and then he just tried
It's
to
clubbing time.
split the enemies on the map so they could trade kills, right? But even when they were trading kills, they were trading their
I've been to
support.
Malaysia.
I mean,
It's a
OG
nice
was trading
place.
a support for a core kill
Very
on
good
the
food.
other side. So it never
But too
quite
far,
worked out
and it's too warm.
Yeah.
So perhaps
The assassin guy, yes, the when dealing damage with a hit, apply 3 poison. Imagine that on your fucking rogue. Poison, poison, poison.
You can so easily mix that with the bleeding builds.
That's
You
what I
get
mean,
both.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. You get some bleed attack that multi-hits, and then you get
that
Giga.
felt like the biggest problem, like that mid tower push versus a curse. with
Also,
the
all your characters level at the same time. That's nice. I thought you need to, like, individually level them.
It's weird because they have ranks, but the ranks don't seem to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I think the ranks unlock like skins and stuff.
A mere fraction of the damage. And net worth and items, which is obviously just how Alchemist operates, but...
Well, no, it
first
actually
phase
says
Faceless Void seems like
you get starting cards.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, like I mentioned earlier, I think they weren't fully prepared for the Razor ET as well.
Ranks upgrade your
And
innate cards and
starting
equipment.
items.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, so you
Wait,
do get
this
stuff.
actually needs to say anything? Holy shit. It's not just question marks?
From a drafter's perspective, like something definitely went wrong there.
I can see why they gravitated towards the Void, because they already played it to success today in that first phase, especially with the Chen, and versus Eraser too. But the ET was something that didn't actually come out very often in Arlington, it only came out from OG, and they played it today.
You guys
earlier,
ever been
right?
to
They didn't have
Malaysia?
time to take a look at that, right? They could have
Nope.
quickly glanced at
Never.
it before the
You?
game, a few minutes. Oh,
Once.
TAs, let's get rid of the TA, but they forgot completely about this
It's
ET
too warm
that
there.
seems to be so successful for OG.
I don't like tropical country weather. It's too much.
They see Chen, they pick ED, you know, it's pretty straightforward.
Then is there anything you can take advantage of the fact that they also seem to, like you said, Effie, not be a tiny team? Because they're dedicating one ban every single time to tiny. And so your first phase, I feel, would be a little bit simpler. And if Chen is off the table, then what's first phase worthy now?
I mean, I think that if they're not banning Tiny and OG, the other team, if they're not going to pick it, are going to ban it as well. So it's not that they don't like to play against it, it's just that it's not their style of hero where they want to have to deal with it or play it, right? But they have played against it.
I stream from Malaysia a bit, yeah.
It's not really that big of a deal. I do think that this
Ay. SCA server is some
for
shit.
teams who place really high priority on puck in particular.
I'm actually very curious to why people
It is some shit, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel like the Viper is so much easier to deal with.
How about Timber though? In the three
I would ban Timber Razor.
Okay.
Because I feel like the heroes you're playing, like you're playing Chen.
Thank you, Xukele, for the 61. Mintiap, thank you for the 49 months and the 5. Oh, this doesn't show up because I have donations turned off for tournament viewing. But he said, any tips on fixing your sleep schedule? Right. I've been sleeping early, but keep waking up at 2 to 3 a.m. and can't go back to sleep. It's killing you. I think go gym, dudes. Gym before you sleep. That's what I did before Corona closed the gym here. And that helped a lot for me.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My gym closed because of Corona, and then at some point it opened for people who scheduled sessions for the gym. And it's a community gym inside the building, so it's like all free of charge. But then some people started stealing shit and bringing them back to their apartments, and then the gym closed forever.
Vroeger was ik niet zo fan van de politie.
Such is life, man.
Ik was redelijk recalcitrant, baldadig. Ben uiteindelijk een keer aangehouden samen met een vriend. Toen heb ik een nacht in de cel geslapen. Toen dacht ik, ja, waar ben ik eigenlijk mee bezig?
Wait, that shit happens in Europe as well. People steal shit from a community gym.
Yeah, I mean it's like barely a community gym. It's like a building gym. Like, all neighbors there basically that go there, and they still fucking stole, man.
Fuck's sake.
Oh Jesus.
Our stuff, comrade.
People gonna be people. What can you do?
Would you follow if I ran to another distant land? Come on, baby, take my hand. We can go, go, go.
You guys need a game to play? Go play It Takes Two.
Oh.
I think only one of you needs to buy the game? I don't remember.
Yes, only one. You don't even have to buy it, you can rent it. If you finish it in less than a month, you can buy the EA subscription, which costs $5.
The pass, yeah.
Yes, the EA pass.
What game?
It takes
Oh,
two. It's part of the EA
It's
pass.
a lovely game.
Yeah, I wanted to play, but you know, everyone I'd want to play it with has already played it.
Yeah, I
Feels
played
bad,
it already.
man. Same.
It's not really a game that I would want to replay. It's a puzzle game, so defeats the purpose.
Puzzle hurt brain.
There was one puzzle I got stuck and I don't want to tell.
Wait, what? You got stuck on anything at all in that game?
Yeah,
What did
it's
you get stuck
fucking
on?
It's embarrassing.
We can play together.
Where did you get stuck? I don't remember
It
getting
was
stuck
like
in that one.
it's like the... Well, there's a ball pit, and there's a singing in the middle, like a whoop percussion or whatever. I didn't fucking understand it, that you had to jump on them and it leads you to the other side so you can pull, because I was convinced that you had to scuff yourself on the side of the wall to reach
I know
like a
which one
thingy.
you mean actually, where you have to look for all the objects in one room.
Yeah. Like, you have to like guide the net in the middle so the second person can reach it and go across. But no, the first person goes across on that. But I didn't know that there was a button to make it to make someone like jump in the first place. I was so scuffed because I just didn't get it.
I think Magomed carried me through that. Magomed is surprisingly good at puzzle games. He calls himself dumb, but I think he's like hidden genius.
Yeah.
Like a savant.
That was the only one I got stuck at. Everything else was pretty easy.
The way that OG moves these
Yeah,
bodies,
Uker,
they make it look
you have
like
the Xbox Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
You
can
Oh,
make
it's
that.
also part of Xbox Game Pass, yeah.
Yeah, so we can play it.
You'll make a perfect wife.
Yes, I'll make the perfect wife. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I wasn't ready to see a torture scene in that game though. That was dank.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Ah, the spoilers, hello?
Like, we haven't seen the draft. Not sure who's like first pick this time.
Are you, if you were drafting right now, are you always want to be Dire or always want to be second pick?
Oh,
I can say more.
Losing last game,
Just,
they wanna be second
just be ready, it's gonna get
The
dank.
Alchemist, they should feel like the
I can love dank.
Yeah.
And they had
It
power
gets
picking
pretty
power, I think,
fucking
too,
dank.
so.
Yeah,
But Polly's a good
it-
wife, so you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, will I have the opportunity to leave Uker for dead? Because I will. If I get the chance.
I ain't telling you shit.
I kind of see the approach because they're
you can do whatever you want. You can be the best wife or the worst wife.
Like with OG, it's always been their story.
You can be the first or the second.
No.
Wait, who's the... Yeah, I was about to say, I'm looking at the game, it just looks like they're two wives.
Because they're dire, right? They want the Roche, they see the puck.
Excellent choice.
Okay.
Because you don't have the counter pick matchup anyway.
Puck has been picked. Call it. GG. GG. It was a nice game.
Radiant Chen. Oh no. But it's OG, so they're gonna win anyways.
Look at the mirrored Razor. He looks so fucking scuffed. Look at the Razor's portrait. He looks terrible.
Yeah. I mean, Razor's hero model just looks terrible.
He's old, man. He's one of those forgotten models from a long time ago.
Oh shit.
He's not the type of hero to buy a Desolator and help his team take down the towers faster. Whereas TA is an amplified Ursa in the sense
They really have to rework old models and update them.
Paying? Effort?
Or make personas. And sell the... Yeah, like Mirana. It's the same, but better.
You get that second rush, you don't even spend net worth on it, right? The shard is just yours from the
TA is just the superior rush taker, right? Not only that, he's flex in the draft, you go carry on mid.
Yep.
TA's tits though, holy fuck.
Can itemize to play aggressive with dagger.
There's no way those are naturals.
I mean, you can clearly see it's a push-up.
Like.
You can make them bigger.
Who were you saying was going to be your
Temporary secret.
For sure.
One of them.
How'd you feel during the previous game? Was it
yeah, I can't wait for the secret to be out.
The thing that game was that Fnatic didn't really have a do shit hero on their core. Like the closest thing to a hero that could do something in that game was the Void, who had a really tough lane, so he couldn't really do anything as well. The QP, I think he didn't have like a great early game, or he probably would have built into Orchid. Or
there might
like
be
a
community, I mean
trapped in the draft.
What do I call it again?
Fnatic's kind of doing the same thing here.
What?
I hope they pick
the community chest, like Call of Arms, that happened during TI. There was a TA cache set from PA, where her boobas are gonna be double as big than the ones from TA.
Sold!
Yeah, sold.
This Morphling is actually one of the better matchups versus Razor on lane and throughout the game. You can morph into the Razor, take the static link, and historically it's had a lot of success. It's also a Yuragi specialty hero. Yes, I know there are memes.
You're
Agi. Good one, good one. But I mean, regardless of that morph performance, he still plays this hero impeccably well, I would say.
If you play TA in ability draft, and you stack CDR, and then you take Decay, can you get like a giant TA?
Especially because they opted for first pick yet again.
Very
so
good.
They want to make sure
good thing Waga is muted. It'd be cool, man.
Final selection from OG.
I think Grow actually increases hero size in ability drift.
Right now, because they're very like vulnerable to Zoo, and
so if you have Grow and Decay, you get very big.
And Puck Coil, like they can just kind of get run over if they don't pick the two right supports here.
And the Giant's Ring, yep.
In the case of OG themselves learning from the last
and Bloodlust.
They lost, right? The thing that stopped their Chen lineup was just all it takes is one.
There is certainly some blood and some lust.
Of the game.
Wait, what?
So they take out this Winter Wyvern so that their Chen can play the kind of tempo that it wants to early on. And of course, they take out the Nyx Assassin and the Shaker, two melee supports that pair well with the Razor, but are also excellent at catching the puck. So
what do you pick with puck? The answer is anything, because Hale's OP. Feels good, man.
And Treant, wow.
Anything your left lack is gone now.
OG, although not an offlane Treant protector.
Just spamming him on Steam.
Backline heroes?
Well,
pop up in his corner, he's like,
quote unquote backline. It's just very pure support.
For puck?
Yeah, the ones that they picked right now. Tree and Chen. They went full support.
I don't like Tree and Chen is fine.
Tree and is really good this game though. Like, look, they picked Monkey King, TA, Razor.
Yeah, very true.
Armor is very good.
Tree gives 12 armor now to 2 heroes. Like what?
Unless it's Nymph Treant.
Yeah,
oh god, I forgot about that, dude.
I don't want to talk about that one.
It's bad synergy with puck, but I suppose it's very good against 3 heroes here.
Yeah, but then is it a 5 Treant and then like a 4 Chen or something? Or
That's a lot of laning phase for Fnatic.
mean, the hero does like take a lot.
Mid-stream, first item Midas, no levels in living armor until level 21.
It's just
I don't know.
who's laning
No,
where, basically.
perfectly
If you're
fine.
doing well, you try to farm more. You're doing bad, you farm too. You just farm slower.
And she's pretty good against Treant. The Dispel
I
gets
don't
rid
really
of
like
Treant armor.
It shows
Oh, he's here!
Whoa.
Oh, Uker. He's here.
That's a dragon blood pig.
Oh my god, dude.
My boy.
You know, actually, one of the counters to Puck is also Arc Warden. But what if you just pick them together?
You need some kind of
stall.
You need some stall.
Arc Warden can buy shard and push people out of coil.
They need some really hard early game hero for last pick on OG. Because that's some strong mid and late game, but early game is kinda iffy.
Armor is also just really great, but you have a way to protect your tower. But if you're picking
Like they're facing so strong laning phase too.
you just want to play for the late.
I'd be scared of getting overrun here if I were OG.
Which we have seen come out a couple of times before, but
they're the ones with the zoo. Why do they need to
I
stall?
mean,
Why,
both Chen and Treant kind of stop this getting overrun kind of style.
If you have heroes to fight, right now it's just Puck.
Yeah.
And Puck isn't that fantastic damage-wise until like mid-game.
In the first 10-15 minutes, it's not good enough.
No.
Just after seeing
They're very low on damage right now on OG.
TA picked, OG lost. TA best hero.
Yeah, look at the other side, fucking Arc Warden Puck. Yeah, good luck with your TA, man. Yeah, shit.
Right, it does fall into a point mid-game where if you didn't capitalize on the tempo, he kind of does
TA against one stun. We cool.
the Aghanim Scepter and all of the talents that he can
I mean, it's our classic old school rank draft. You pick TA, I pick Monkey.
It is group stage, so you can experiment the way that you like to, right?
True.
You don't necessarily
Yeah.
always have to.
It is probably a
This looks
support.
like you and me.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
see
it's us.
Yeah, let's just.
We're playing for Fnatic right now.
This Razor is gonna be played by Palos. I feel like Jeffs will pick some Brew or like maybe last pick.
Hutch ban.
Because they see the lane
Hutch
and
would be
they
dank.
punish it. They
It's
have
their hard
the
carry
control
option.
as well. It's pretty good against Trin Arc.
Right, mid.
Why are you so
Yeah.
confident in this arc as a side lane? Just because Puck pretty much.
That's how OG
guaranteed.
always runs it, right? And I think
Is
Puck,
it monkey
it's
support?
very important to go mid just
Yeah,
because of rune.
very likely. I think
I
Fnatic
think
plays it a
I
lot.
think the only
DJ,
time you put Puck
DJ
away
Monkey.
from mid is you have an RP against
Monkey.
even better. I think OG
Like a
tends
mid lane
to,
matchup. Yeah, okay.
I think OG tends to lean away from BZM, from being on the hero that does something like heavily.
True.
So I wouldn't see him playing Puck unless they pick another hero that moves and this Puck is gonna farm.
And now Fnatic need to figure out what to do.
Dude,
What to do?
Is a Night Stalker
Ban out
just
the
perfect here
Alchemist,
for
no,
Fnatic?
no, you're not gonna last pick Alchemist me, but instead they get second.
Not
to
sure how
last
they
pick
lane
Arc
it,
Warden.
but
They definitely need like some sort of
Night Stalker against this shit.
I think they're like
It's
so nice.
really nice.
It's super
You
good
just need
against Arc
BKB.
Warden and
we're
Puck.
playing against a Trin Protector.
You can buy a shard and you just eat a Chen creep. But if you get low in the fight, bam, eat a Chen creep.
I would ban Night Stalker here if I were OG.
Arc Warden with this Train Protector behind
They
him
did ban.
versus two very heavily
Mars doesn't. Mars is because of TA and Razor. The Underlord seems like a hero that you ban because of Night Stalker.
How do you even spend time on this?
There's a, there's a bad rider still in the pool. Jeffs did play.
Bruh.
Good against their heroes right now. I'm not sure how lane is though.
CK ban? I guess it's good
I
against
don't
Arc
know.
Warden in the early game.
CK. No, not just early game. CK has another power spike at level 20, where you have the BKB piercing pull. You can always kill the Arc Warden. Brood Mother.
He's also dispels the Tree and Dota. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Brood Mother?
That's
Where does this lane? Mid?
that's an
Safe lane
unexpected pick.
TA, off lane Razor, Brood. Yeah, what did you say, Waga?
That was an out of nowhere pick, man. Fucking Brood.
Yeah.
I've seen
I
a lot
mean-
of brutes lately. Like, people are picking it. I think it's good.
Why is he sniffing?
That's like a thingy, a lip. The
Lip balm.
Lip gloss, whatever.
Must smell really good.
Yeah.
I do see like Wi-Fi.
He's getting close to eating it. The way he's sniffing it. Mm.
Consume.
It's for runny nose for the sinus.
Good call. So SK is just on.
They're
Brood
drugging
Mother
up,
the
man.
entire time. Is
Yeah,
it-
you have to. And it's fine,
He's
don't
pulling
do
some
it.
anime move, you know?
I think that's what it's gonna come down
Oh,
to.
yeah.
Lose game one,
Classic.
pull out the fucking secret technique. man.
Anime move.
You thought it's just a lip balm, but it's actually...
It was drugs. Yeah, brother. So anime. Fucking drug up, brother.
the living armor and just
Yes, of course, the classic anime trick, drugs.
It's not friendship or
That's
like
what the Facebook moms tell me.
It's drugs.
That's just a code name.
OG, honestly, and I feel like the Sand King was a good enough answer to the Broodmother.
I want to see Fnatic run at heroes much more than towers. I feel like OG is like really good at holding their formations when they protect towers, like they draft for it. And I think like the way you should deal with this, you look to kill heroes and take advantage of positions because you can't formation most of the time.
Well, to me, this seems like the epitome of a group stage game. Arc Warden and Broodmother being selected. I can barely even catch my own breath. So I'll send it to someone else who has far more capabilities with that. It's MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. It is indeed MLP, Dota, and John X Fire. Jonathan, game number 1 going pretty rough for Fnatic. I mean, there's no other way to shoot
John X Fire, MLP. I don't think I've ever heard of these two before.
What do you think of game 2's draft? Do you think Fnatic has a chance here against OG?
Yeah, it looks a little bit better. They've got
New talent.
Kind of carry their game on Armel instead of Palos. He's got something that sets momentum with that Razor. So we've seen Palos do this a lot on his Execration team as well. Jabs and the Broodmother is the wild card there, right? And we heard a panel closing thoughts where Adam kind of wants them to go for the kills more. And this is a lineup that can get that done.
SCA casters. Oh, I see. No wonder we never see them.
Under the SCA.
As well to deal with those Broodlings early on. And I think that one issue they pointed out there is that towards the late game, this Arc Warden, how do you jump him? Right? Like he's gonna have the fields up, all that invasion up. You've got 2 ranged cores. The Broodmother's one that might run in. Your Monkey King's a support. That Arc Warden might be a major issue.
Offlane Broodmother. Monkey Brute.
Against Arc Warden Treant, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, Brood is good against Treant.
Brood is really, really good against Arc.
Yeah. But in laning stage, I mean, Monkey is really good for these kind of heroes in laning stage.
Great Gleipnir game for Arc Warden, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you gotta say it 2 more times and drinks will appear.
How I feel this game is that the Arc Warden team, if they survive even gold at 50 minutes, they auto win. And if they don't survive and they don't get even gold, the 5k behind, they can still win. And if OG ever, if Fnatic ever makes like one mistake and loses a teamfight, they just lose the game automatically. It's like if OG gets ahead at any point, they just kind of auto win with this lineup.
I mean, they got an insane turtle draft. They have Treant armor and Arc Warden bubble to protect buildings. Like they can slow down, and even Sand King Sandstorm. Like they can slow down the game so much if they're losing.
It's concerning that they only have Monkey Stun on Fnatic.
Yeah.
This is the freest puck game I've ever seen in my life.
22-second cooldown stun that only lasts 1.6 seconds.
BZM get the Witchblade and just do whatever you want,
this
bro.
This is Blink, Witchblade, Kaya and Octarine game. Free fucking game. You don't need anything else.
Brood has to go Orchid, but Orchid...
No Yules, no Lincolns, no nothing.
No, nothing. Just Kaya and Octarine. Pure damage.
DJ unable to get the banner in off Uragi as well, so 2 for 2 banner in trade this time around. So no Alchemist to have to worry about either. So we will start with the bottom lane. Uragi, of course, going to be on the Arc Warden, along with Chu on the Train Protector against DJ on that Monkey King. Of course, you will have Jabs on the off-lane Broodmother. Not too hard of a lane so far for the Brood. We'll see how
this matchup again. Yeah.
We kind of said this game number as well.
I don't think this is bad for Puck anymore. Ever since they removed the deny damage on Q. It's completely fine
it's
now.
Just farm share. They both farm the same amount.
I mean, before Puck could even play at level 4 and 5, like it's impossible. Oh my god, BZ wasting his auto attack on hitting there.
His base damage is really damn high, so once you find that spider, you just kind of crush it.
You see the way they just kind of abuse the spark rates here, making sure Jabs has to walk the long way around and you mentioned, I mean, they did not take down
TA is still good against Puck and lane. It's just not the destruction anymore from before. Before Puck couldn't play. Got it.
As a train protector, you don't really care too much. You'll be just fine. The bot lane already going just swimmingly, and of course we were having a look earlier.
Broodmother picking this game? It was a Night Stalker game, man. This was the most Night Stalker game I've ever seen in my life.
I say that Spark Wraith is also going to be there on the Jabs.
Night Stalker against Puck is really good.
Coming up from OG.
And Arc Warden, it's so easy to find the real one.
I felt like they already have vision with the monkey.
Also good for finding tree. You get the gem, You just fly around.
I'm slightly biased though. I think Brutmod is a fucking dog shit hero, but you know I don't play the hero that much, so maybe they have 4 different
I
insights for
played with
this.
a level 30 Brute, and I can tell you that hero can actually do a lot.
It can, huh? Interesting.
The Aghanim Scepter is insane when they understand how it works. Like, I had a Brute that was scouting smokes, protecting Rush, and catching people when we were sieging, all at the same time. It is insane.
The big thing about Brood Axe is that you can't see it even with True Sight.
Yeah.
What the fuck? My finest.
Yeah, but it's only good when you're winning though. If you're losing or if the game is even,
losing,
the
it's
Aghanims
really
is
bad.
a lot worse. If you're in a controlling position, you can legit just lock the enemy in base. They cannot even smoke out. They can't do anything. It's really hard. But
yeah, but you have to be in a winning position.
Well,
exactly.
If you're playing against an Orc Warden, you have to play for that position anyway. So it lines up with their strat.
No, I don't play Brute. She has too many legs.
Too many legs.
Isn't that good though? Oh, Arc Warden kill.
Oh,
I think.
Arc Warden should die. Yeah, he's fast enough.
The Arc Warden though on for the run of the Spider Web.
Yeah, there you go. He had to use... that feels bad that he had to use a net, because now the middle one is gone and not the one close to the tower.
You should have removed the top net, to be honest.
Yeah,
But he
we
was
should have
anyway.
removed it while
That's
fighting.
fine.
He was
Yeah.
pressured though. You had to kill him fast. He's healing up.
Yeah.
Makes no big difference for him, I think.
So there is more pressure there, and this is a good shake-up for Jabs compared to game 1.
It certainly is. That top lane. Well, never mind that, Jabs. Bottom lane gonna cop a bit of
I will
damage
play
here
the
at
League of
once.
Legends Brute Mother
Screwed up,
if
but
she
it's
was in
gonna be
Dota.
just fine. Yuragi gonna be able to follow
You
up here with
mean
Jones, so just
Elise?
Brood Mother rather
Yeah,
low.
just Google Elise.
Yeah, but she
Nice.
turns into a waifu, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, but you don't have to be Spider for too long. You can be waifu.
Genuel, of course, against Tiger, the classic Chen versus Enchantress matchup, and you do have the Sanking, of course, against that POS1 Razor. We saw the first blood happen against Palos as well. It's a bit of a rough start once again. I mean, Palos is still doing okay in terms of CS. In fact, ATF
Yoink.
already handing the tips out here for Palos. It looks like he's
Free
having
creeps.
a very good time.
Yeah,
Yoink.
he's up there in CS, keeping up nicely with a Razor. They basically have a 1v1 lane, so you're just kind of farming up. And it does hurt the Chen and Enchantress, but they don't have that impact. I feel like it hurts John Yuel a lot more, not being able to play offensively with his Enchant for the slow and getting a rundown with a Razor. So you're getting what you want from OG. Just tracking where John Yuel goes, and they might find him.
Yeah,
The
they may.
fucking
They've got so many
golem
stuns
boys.
available here onto Genuel, but he barely gets the
Look at that
Will
shit.
get you gone.
They're unable to get the damage off in time to kill off Genuel, but suddenly a very scary position for the Enchantress, and with just the double mud golems, John, just so much damage being pumped out with those stuns. Don't forget, you can split them up eventually, have 4 of the little bastards, and they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage, really good chain stuns as well to just keep someone pinned down for that much longer.
Oh.
And
Oh, what?
again, you've got to watch.
He's not selling the engine, that's for harass damage.
But the solo lane does feel like
He's
it's
trying
gonna
to
be a lot
kill
more
the
for a
Spike
Mark
Man.
find.
Yeah, he wants to clear the camp before 5 maybe.
Building up, he
But
already
no,
has
not
the solo
even.
lane almost ready to go straight into
No,
the
I'm
lane,
surprised he didn't go for the
stands
harass
up,
damage there.
And then that aggression kicks in. You're just chasing down. You've got great stunts, you've got great damage, great wave clear with the Sandstorm and Caustic. It's not going to be the easiest for Jabs to kind of dance around if that does happen for Amar.
Certainly won't. Down the strike though, down at bot lane. They're going to try and make the jump in. Onto Yuragi once again.
Might be a kill on
Jabs
Yuragi.
has plenty of damage right now, and Yuragi in pretty big trouble. He'll go for
Oh,
a
he
long
monkey stunned,
kind of
didn't he?
round
Yeah.
back towards the top
Yeah,
tier,
he's
rather
stunned to
bottom tier one,
initiate.
and does actually
It's
make it.
barely not enough.
Able to secure
But it's a
enough
lot of
damage onto
harassment
Yuragi
damage.
to secure the kill.
Dude, it's like, get off my carry, get off my carry, leave.
Please leave him alone.
Once the balance is back up,
Leave him alone.
Oh.
prepping in position though, top lane. TF getting
Think I'll
rather
open
low
Venom
himself,
on
but
3
also
ends.
able to get himself out as DJ. Still haven't
Oh
put it
boy.
out, but Yuragi, he knows. He'll try to abuse
Monkey
the spark
really
rate
wants
to
that
get
kill.
some
I mean,
vision onto the
he's
Monkey
no
here. They
mana,
can
200
find
HP.
You know, DJ right behind the bottom tier 1. Very patiently waiting for Yuragi to be out of position, but Yuragi in that kind of sweet spot where you can't really reach with the Boundless Strike, and
Is that a
Jabs
in the
nearby
blood
anyway
though?
to try and move
Yeah.
off the damage.
Fuck?
Brute is a caster now.
His charge into Jingu just expires.
You're a range caster.
Well,
Oh, that's a kill.
Spring will be there as well. Yuragi just going to get deleted here
And the
by
urn charge
DJ.
is acquired.
The patience does end up paying off here for Fnatic. Be a 2 for 2 now, both sides, and very even start to this
The
game
next
number
kill
two.
on Arc is super easy now.
Kind of game that I think Adam was
I actually
focused on
love
the
what
heroes,
an
focused
urn
on the
rush
strong
pays
lanes,
off like
trying to
that.
get more, and
Offlane
slow
urn
down
is way nicer than POS 4 because you can get it in lane, so you get utility of the region and bonus damage.
TF can be chased down here by Palos. They'd love a bit of revenge here onto the Sanking, and eventually
This
we'll
first
find
set of urn
Palos
charges are like
able to secure
drugs.
the kill.
So much damage for that stage of the game.
Just fine as even
Yeah,
Uragi
150
shows up now,
bonus
the
damage.
Because Uragi has had more than
It's
enough
like
with
Ignite.
Fnatic down at that bot lane, so he'll just make
The
his
League
way up
Ignite,
top
the good
early
one.
on, and
Yes.
Not the
ATF,
shit
I suppose,
one.
at this point as well, seeing the Broodmother is level 6.
What do you
do want to start
mean? As
switching
an
up the
ogre player,
lanes
I'm very
and having that
offended.
advantage
Oh,
over
it's
Sank
shit
goes
in
to
comparison.
Yeah, you definitely want to start slowing down jabs. He's got the
Leave
spike,
Ignite
he's ready to
alone.
Go. The bot tier 1 tower is going to be pressured in.
How does Arc Warden play this lane now? Very simple, he doesn't. He just left.
He dodges.
there as well, but choose
Oh, jeez.
See there to heal him up a little bit as well. Again, ATF being there on the Sanking now should put a real nice stop to the push that was incoming from Fnatic.
Yeah, there's a Razor in the game and it isn't Armor.
Make anything happen against the Sanking, and well, for Jabs, you do just seem completely creep skipping now. It's around that point where you just creep skip, go to the jungle, creep skip again, go to the jungle, and
Brute Mother gameplay. How I have not missed this.
Yep. Brute Mother is now independent, level 6.
I'm sure it has happened multiple times. The things you see in Australia, John, you would.
He's just gonna farm really fast.
Well, up at top
Oh,
lane,
Tiger.
Tiger. He's gonna get dropped here on the Chen. Palos did move in for
Absolutely
a bit more
destroyed.
damage, but won't make the jump in onto Uragi. They're more than happy with the kill they secure. And after all, it is a Chen jump. You want to try and get off to a decent
feed
start
a little
here to
bit of
get
gold.
that snowball going. So Tiger.
Actually, I think the tower got it.
Arcane top.
Detrimental to the
Arcane
plans of
bot.
OG. Fnatic once again
Oh
really
my God.
trying to give it back the way of OG for this game too.
They've managed to do a great job of slowing down Tiger. Still level 3.
Did you hear the devil is going bald? There's gonna be hell to pay.
ZM's gonna show up at the top lane, so Genuel is gonna drop Chu, able to secure that kill on the train.
So funny.
Bit of a wraparound
That is a
coming in
cringe.
here as well. DJ, he's gonna find himself.
Oh,
a
Courier.
Does give his position away for that.
I love to
Doesn't
see
seem
that.
Like he was really gonna be able to set up a
My
fight
favorite
with the team
opponent
anyway.
as Monkey is
In the
Courier.
meantime, it seems
Oh,
like
what
Armel
sacrifice do you
might
think
be going for
BZM
Zoom
makes for
itself,
these routes?
as we
He's
see.
like, I sacrifice
hair.
Misha's next visa.
Maybe they actually sacrifice Misha. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he
He's
sacrifices his
just
visa.
casually pushing mid tier 1. Like, you've got to address one of
Possible.
these things. Do you
With
want
the
to hold
amount
on
of
to mid tier 1
events
tower?
he's
Do you
missed,
want to save Uragi? It seems like
it's
they
gotta
will
be something.
prioritize
I really
mid
hope he
tier 1
doesn't get
towers.
kicked. It would be so unfair. It's
You
like,
do need
guys,
that
I
space
can't
to farm up
join.
on this Arc
Please.
Warden. You see the
I'm
TP's
still part of
coming
the
in,
team,
OG.
right?
They want to try and force a fight. Green Curl is
Yeah,
there.
it is
ATF going to move in with the epicenter.
Oh.
Armel
But,
going
like,
to be targeted. Does get taken
true.
down very easily by the side of OG. They should be able to find themselves a secondary
It's
kill
such a
onto
scary
Genuel
game for
eventually.
Fnatic.
We'll go for a bit of a
Yeah,
run.
playing against such a
ECF
hard timer in this
behind
game.
him, and they should have the kill.
Oh, Chanel's still alive.
Gotta get that early game lead. Gotta prevent the Roshans. Need early game towers. Like, if you're not taking these tier 1s by like 20 minutes, yeah, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. I mean, Brute Mother is doing a good job. Bottom tower is starting to fall.
Yeah.
Getting that push off. OG right now
Bottom does
feel
look
like they're
very
much
good.
more willing to sacrifice.
Or even
Oh.
Sanking is dying off this. Wow. Oh no,
Wait,
the
this might
spiders
actually be a
died.
Sanking kill.
Or is it
another
a Brute
nuke.
Mother kill?
There's one more nuke.
Where's the Sanking stun cooldown? Please, click on the hero.
Oh my god. I wanted to see if Brute has her nuke or not.
Yeah,
That
they
looks so
put, they
weird.
put like a fucking camera there instead of showing the
Ay, ay,
cooldowns.
ay.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Oh,
sign
jeez.
that maybe it's not so beefy,
It's
right?
camera
He acknowledges he got
time.
kinda juked around there. He managed
Fuck
to find a
time.
kill on
Hitors.
What a hurricane.
Yeah,
What a
well.
Oh.
You know, I was talking about
That's
falling
perfect,
behind
right
against
into
Arc
the
Warden
smart
in this
race.
lineup.
It's just rough.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
DJ.
Solar Chrome.
Oh,
Puck.
DJ got the kill on Puck. Oh.
DJ.
No,
found
what?
him while all that action was
No,
happening.
the
Yeah, he got him, he got him.
Oh my god.
So it's not the worst trade in the world.
That was a
although
close
Fuck,
one.
why did they remove the skills when they did these replays? I don't see cooldowns and shit.
I don't know.
10.5 minutes in.
It's so tense to see if it's like a second off cooldown or something or not.
Sacrificing Uragi, they've been grouping up around him.
Also, how does
Now
a
they can
+4
play
monkey
around
kill
on
fucking
Sanking
Puck mid?
and just
He was
give
out of mana
Arc
and
Warden
like
all the space he
20%.
needs to get the max value from
A
the
monkey
Might.
has
So
corrosion.
they can kinda
Corrosion monkey is
stall
very
the Arc
strong.
Warden now and just play as 4.
Absolutely. It's all about the stall game when it comes to this hero, John. It's why I hate it so much. This Arc Warden just...
A max
Yeah,
primal
you
spring
speak
is
heroes
obviously,
like
if you
Sniper,
hit that,
just delay the
60%
game
slow
over and
on
over
level 3
again, and now
for 4 seconds.
we've got Arc Warden. My favorite.
Are you? Oh yeah. I mean, we've
Primal
already had the
Spring.
discussion between Tinker and Arc Warden. Arc Warden definitely is.
Oh my god, that weird lag spike.
We should-
In mid here from OG, so looks like they're the ones who want to put that pressure to stop Fnatic from having control for Armel to farm.
Yeah.
And they've
I mean,
got the
Brute
armor
Mother
to
is still
back it up.
doing well,
You've got the
but
Chen
like
army, of course,
Death
so you
Bottom
definitely
feels
get this
really
going.
bad.
Fnatic, they are going to be around to try
They're
and defend
trying to
this.
bring everyone one mid.
Kind of a hard ask here as DJ already getting caught out by the
Oh.
Tempest double, and now a Burrow strike.
Blink
ATF.
stun.
He's in onto 2.
Oh.
that's not the
It's
overgrowth
just
to follow up as well.
DJ
That'll be 2
buyback.
gone already. DJ, he is going to buy it back to try and
Armel
force
is
the fight
here,
as ATF.
That's
getting vision
fine.
over Amar. That's a kill at least.
You know, meanwhile in top lane, you know, he's farming away with double minus whatever bullshit he's building.
Yeah, Tiger is dying.
Yeah, like who cares?
Alright.
Hey, you went in on BCM?
Oh no.
Onto Armel, almost has the damage
Oh,
out
Armel
with the
stays
refraction.
alive. That's
He's gonna
another
be
kill
there
on
in
Chu.
Oh, that's a good kill on 3 end by Puck.
in the form of Chu.
By Puck?
Yeah, nice bait. He fucking went back in with that coil alone.
Tier 1 tower, but it does seem like they are going to be able to counter. In fact, BZM not out of the woods yet, but will
so
be able to get
close.
his way out eventually. BZM
Fucking
giving some
cock.
respect over to DJ, who has been terrorizing this Puck.
Yeah, they've
DJ is doing well.
a great job of
I
recovering
appreciate
from
his
that.
Monkey
They've
King
taken the
performance.
tier 1 as well.
Looks
They
good,
find a
yeah.
decent enough fight.
I mean,
Amar
that
did
solo
ripple
kill on
that
Puck was
lane
already
really
just...
nicely, right? They grouped up mid.
That's more than you can ever ask for when you're plus 4.
Was worthwhile.
Yeah.
And even for Fnatic, evening out there just doesn't...
Is this my
DJ's
Dota
always
log?
been like
Still
very
have a
mechanically
small
skilled,
network
right?
lead. Armel's
Yeah.
still hitting his item timings. Dragonlance up into the blink next. But you definitely...
He's going for the
need to start
Orchid, so
buying
he's
the
the one going
start
Orchid, not
allowing
Brood
jabs to
Mother.
make space. He's playing down bot.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah,
gotten
it's
a lot of
Midas.
space out for
Okay,
himself.
yeah.
Working
Alright.
Minus Maelstrom.
He can drag attention
Alright,
to himself,
alright,
allow
yeah.
He's probably going Gleipnir.
could be a lot stronger.
They've got Palos here, John Palos.
It's
just
super
so
good this
far
game.
forward. On that pos 1 Razor, maybe just a little bit too confident here against OG.
Oh, Broodmother is here, guys. It's a good hero, I promise. He just needs eggs.
He's going to be okay to walk his own
He's
way
going
out, but
Axe.
Palos
Yeah, he just needs eggs and he's even better.
does get taken out and punished
He'll
by
get
OG.
better.
Fnatic
Trust me,
top
guys.
here down at the bot lane, but they've got to be
This is how this is exactly how I feel about Broodmother. It exists, and then everyone around you dies.
Taking riskier farm. He's not in the jungle. He's allowing Armel to
Anyone
take out
else
space, so he's
remember
gonna pop
Rain
it.
first random
Oh my god, why you remind me of this and the nymph part, man. The nymph 3 and now this.
So it's not gonna take that much longer. That is a lot of space for OG.
Knowledge, sir, can be cursed.
Got the Chen. Dark Troll Summoner, John. You'd love those skellies. Who doesn't love a good skeleton, John? Yuragi. He's going to back his way out. They don't seem to feel quite confident enough to keep going for this Roshan, but they will leave it at just less than half HP.
Remember me TPing Rush to your mid lane and stealing CS?
Oh my
god. Just pushing my wave to when I was dominating.
Hey man, it was funny.
Oh, these lag spikes.
Funny.
Oh,
You can't really dive that deep. You just kind of.
What the fuck is this?
It's a monkey.
You can pretend to be a
Metal
tree,
Gear
DJ.
monkey.
Trees don't generally move,
Oh.
You sure?
so.
Not in Australia?
Oh, you
I
never
thought
know.
anything happens down there. Moving trees, scorpion, spider battles.
Look at this shot.
He's buying orchids?
What is he doing?
Yeah.
He's walking as a tree,
Like,
John.
Brood is buying
Maybe
Axe.
he's
Like,
trying to hide
someone
from
has to
wards,
buy
no
Orchid. It was either Monkey or Brood.
A common build for pos 4 Monkey, just straight rush Orchid with Corrosion.
True, when you stack all your disables on one hero. That's the only
I
hero
mean,
to catch
it feels, I mean, Brood is buying a catch with the Axe. It's just that, like, if Brood buys Orchid, they will never get the Aghanims, so, but they need an Orchid. Monkey is the only one that can buy that.
Oh, nice kill.
He's a massive pick.
That's a good jump.
Fnatic, and he
Oh,
does get
he
taken
didn't want to
out.
steal it.
Meanwhile,
He
Jabs,
held.
he gets caught down to the bot lane, but he's a Brood Mother.
But why you gotta lose something when you gain something, man? Why not just gain?
So it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but you'd have
No,
to argue it
it has to be a trade.
They find the POS 1 Arc Warden once again.
They managed to slow down that timing for the Maelstrom into the travel to prevent that huge split push coming out at least a little bit longer. And you are getting that build up on Armel. He gets his blink, immediately gets active, and they managed to steal away to his ancient stacks that DJ found.
Can build Orchid, but again, Brood wants Aghanims. That's why Monkey is getting it. And TA Orchid is scuffed. TA buys Shard. And it's a better Orchid.
Why the hell not Tiger's the carry now? When you play Chenjon, you can just kind of do anything in this game. Jump in again, Fnatic speaking on Tiger. He's going to get jumped on. What a powerless strike out.
That's a good stun.
Into the backside as Tiger.
It's good monkey spells, all of them.
Palos is the one dropping on the Razor. But
Stun into double hit Primal. Chu runs into the arena, but Armel.
DJ do so much work in this fight.
Call it.
Yeah.
Call the game. Call the game. It's a stomp. It's over.
Brood is not even close to Axe yet.
Imagine approaching mid game and you're behind in goal against Puck and Orc Warden. Just call it already, dude.
ATF, he'll land the burst strike anyway.
And Brood died again. Brood shit hero.
OG. This is that stage of the game now.
Yeah, this is how I felt Bootmother would be like. Exactly like this. Like you do a little bit good on the lane and then like Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, good laning stage. Bad mid game.
Bad mid game.
But that's sustain with a Train Protector. There's a lot of sustain with a mech on hand in the Hand of God, and it's just enough to turn that for OG.
The crypto bros are coming for you, Sing.
The mech there on Tiger, but the heal certainly was going to be enough here for OG. And
Seen the crypto land animation? That one was hard to watch.
I don't want to.
Yeah, you shouldn't. It's really hard to watch.
Still anyone's game here, and of course Armel still top of the net worth board, but like you kind of mentioned earlier, John, Uragi with that double Midas, the Tempest double, going to be a real pain to try and keep up with. As now BZM does get caught out once again.
How's he dying in a free puck game?
Fantastic job with all the scouting.
TA is shard.
Oh yeah, that actually is a really hard one. Yeah, that's a really rough one.
That's smart. This is like one of the only games I've seen where pro players actually buy the shard.
Dude, that shard is overpowered as fuck.
Yeah, it's great.
I hate
but
it.
People don't want to slow down their timings on TA, so everyone always skips it.
Pretty big, although you would want some timings here for BZ.
But it's really good. I mean, I would buy it. It's amazing against puck. It fucking destroys puck.
It does.
That'll be the Tempest double. They just want the bonus gold, but they
is it like weirdly laggy for you guys?
Yeah, it's the stream.
The real man himself, obviously in his own triangle, just keeping that farm going. Right into the Gleipnir build-up that we see so often with these Arc Wardens. It's top lane. DJ again trying to get some information. They are going to find Palos though, ATF. He's there right off the Razor. They've got the Yule Scepter up.
Yule Scepter.
Cancel the TP and Palos.
300 gold away from BKB, and now he's 500 gold away. Oh, gee.
They're kind of relying on that Pos 1 Razor this game, John, but again, it's been a bit of a rough start for him.
Again, he just has to farm so far forward because Armel's eating that safe farm, getting that
Monkey just passing by.
No biggie, just a monkey.
Tempest down.
Oh my god, Chen.
Just standing outside to
Holy
get that
fuck, dude.
bonus damage. You're not even hitting.
Those skeletons.
They're just standing there. They're just they're literally cheerleaders. You're doing great, guys. Hit harder.
Will go down. No contest to come out from Fnatic. They will let this one go the way of OG. And in fact, mass TP's coming in down towards the bottom lane. Rather, just one TP coming down towards the bottom lane.
This sucks. It feels so over already.
Yeah.
Very, very easily here against the Ench. No problems whatsoever.
What can you do?
It's very difficult to get out of this spot.
Wants to do with her creep army from Johnny with
Oh, this reminds me of like Chen with 5 Troll Hill summoners and a Brood, and Brood walks up to the tower and it's gone in less than a second.
Even if you try to make those plays, the blink timing again from Amar has really paid off. He's got his Yules up, he's got a Ghost Scepter up to live through the damage.
Is this pre or pre-nerf?
There are some timings for Fnatic.
You can still do it.
Soon, like the BKB for Palos is pretty damn close.
What? Did they nerf it? No.
Yeah, they changed the aura from like 5 damage per skeleton.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. They lowered the damage a little bit.
To that control from OG, but
yeah, then it was pre-nerf. That was funny.
Into that, knowing that the BKBs are key for Fnatic, they've always got a BKB Pierce here.
That they do. That's a power spike now for Fnatic, but like you mentioned, they've already got the counter, and speaking of Armel, he may get caught out. BZM is there. Koyo is going to be right on the edge onto the TA, but Armel, he'll be by the tier 2 mid tower, so he's going to be just fine.
Surprised Sampling didn't follow up there.
Really start the team fight they want.
I think they saw the BKB, and if he's already underneath the tower, it feels bad.
Bit of a chase going on into Armel, but he's going to be just fine. Like Never Night, BZM, make a bit of a jump in. Haste is there for the pucks.
That's refraction again.
Yeah,
so I go.
Oh, and he blinks away.
To Uragi, just completely solo. At the very least, though, Armel does make his way out, and it's very important he does make his way out, because this kind of game, you are very dependent on the TA carrying you through this. And
E-Blade in this game?
On who?
Puck. Unable to hit that spike he needs to really get going.
Puck E-Blade.
It's not a right clickers. It's not a bad E-Blade game. I still think you go up in this.
Go down first. Fnatic, they'll move in for a bit more onto ATF, but he'll bar a strike
or finish the Sun.
Oh.
Get into the Ghost Scepter as well, go for a TP out. Do they have a cancellation?
Oh no.
Cancellation.
Alright, E-Blades, yeah.
Just TP.
Ghost Scepter paying off.
Just TP out.
I mean, they're only reliable.
That was a BKB used from.
You're reliable. Maybe a good Enchantress army coming out from Johnwell, not quite at that area. So he just gets the bail. He gets the BKB usage out.
TP no jutsu. What do you do?
Nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We'll have a perspective, look at this team fight once again. You see ATF's cooldown.
Brute Mother wasted her net, so she didn't have anything for the
He just pops the
Sanking.
Ghost Scepter, realizing nobody can cancel. Why? See you guys later.
No one was looking at him.
DJ, I mean, he was trying
Impact
to
move, TP scroll.
It's just a very rough
Now
affair
that's
once again as
impact.
OG
That's
hold on
impact
to
right
Mercedes
there.
For another 2 minutes, and we'll see if they can group up and force another team fight. It's actually Fnatic. They will smoke up as 3 and maybe try to find a pick off on their own, but it seems like Fnatic are more interested in finding.
It's winnable. They're keeping up with gold.
Yeah, they're just maybe scouting out here.
I mean, they got a second stun with the Brood.
Armel makes the jump in.
Oh.
Ghost Scepter is there once again.
Monkey
onto
stun.
ATF. DJ gonna stun him
There's
up.
time
ATF's
damage
got
on
Hopping
him.
Coming. BZM will show up.
Oh, the spider web wasn't
Armel
ready
gets
yet.
caught out. In they go once again. The TA already threw all the refraction charges, and BZM forcing the BKB out. There's your overgrowth onto the TA, and Armel can't do nothing.
Oh,
He's
he doesn't
gone.
have melt dispel
Genuel,
yet.
He'll go for a run, but there's not much he can do either. Just stun him up and take him down.
Are you lost?
You talked about it, John. Overgrowth right through the BKB.
Gleipnir!
Again, that's the first BKB use of Armel. Like, he holds on as long as he can because he knows Chu is around. Forced to use it anyway. Dies
Feels
anyway.
Gleipnir,
Two
man.
fresh BKBs from Fnatic's cores, which are
It's winnable. They just need Arc Warden
not
kills.
doing anything. And OG, they just get
Just-
to run around or bind
yeah.
space out for Uragi. You've got great activity coming out from
Arc Warden has
BZM
the same amount
and
of
from
disabled
Lamar,
than the entirety of
Fnatic aren't
Fnatic.
able to keep up quite as much. They're not too far behind.
What does he have? Meld attack.
2K lead for OG, not the worst thing in the world at this point,
He-
but
he
it
got
does feel like the
anti-meld attack.
momentum is starting to build up as Fnatic aren't able to really land their shots.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Bottom lane.
It's like
Jabs
melt, but
looks around
reversed.
Here. Spark rates will give the vision into the
Anti-molt.
Gleipnir, and they'll just lock him down.
Oh, the
No
Gleipnir
problem, the Jabs
catch.
will continue
Woo!
to try and run, but the slows are just too much.
And he's dead.
Uragi now on a mega kill streak. Considering the start he had during
Oh,
that
the
laning
tree.
stage, he has really caught up quite effectively, and now top of the net worth board as well. Armel just can't really hold on
They
to
found
that net worth lead he
Uragi,
had.
but is anyone
OG
here?
is set to take
I
over the
wonder
game.
what the damage that is for Boot
This is
Mother.
where
You
it
think it's
becomes
more than
really
5k hero
challenging
damage?
for Fnatic. How do you jump?
I think so.
Uragi?
It's close
They're
to
relying
5k.
mainly on
Oh!
DJ, and he can scout forward.
Come on,
get the
dude.
mobility going. He's trying now.
He's gonna try and
Oh.
oh. command out and the boundless strike. They'll just
He
lock
has
him
the
down
Orchid
with
on
Baker
him,
there, and in
but-
comes ATF. Palos is there as well with the BKB.
Oh,
but
Palos
TP's
is
out
here
once
now.
again.
Just-
Uragi.
just-
Oh, not again.
Just.
They
Just
TP
TP
right
out.
Overgrowth is there. Onto the Razor.
He
Palos
actually
is gonna
had to
go.
hold
BKB
his
wears off
stun.
as well, Armel.
Yeah, I think he has to
He's
jump on
slow.
him. Arc Warden is a very slow hero. You can
Sometimes
get the jump on him maybe and ulti
Jump
then.
on him and then Orchid ult.
Yeah, exactly. And then hold the stun and walk him.
If they could literally just press T and get the hell out of there, how do you win this game as Fnatic?
You honestly don't. Like, again, John Yuel's not
Because
there
if
with
you
any
get the
sort
jump
of
slow
stun
on Arc
hand,
Warden, even
heal
not
comes
fully
through and
charged,
just
he's not
TP.
moving when the Orb of Corrosion hit him as well.
Like,
He's
DJ has
basically
an
sitting
Orchid.
still.
They're trying to hunt. That's the idea, right? Like, they don't have the mobility to catch that Arc Warden
Impact
off guard. They
move,
have to rely on
TP
their class
scroll.
4. It's just not doing anything. Like, they need the Enchantress there with a
It
stun.
was a good TP.
Yeah.
Be able to get his self out.
It's still funny.
It
Oh
is.
no.
He's gonna drop an
Oh,
No
no.
impact move.
Where's the
Couldn't
impact
TP.
move?
Across the map, they just completely wiped them on the side of OG. Fnatic, again, off to a great start in game 2. A much closer game number 2, but well, not at this stage, Don. 10k net worth lead now to OG, and we'll get to see a replay of what the hell happened here. There's Uragi.
Yeah,
Taking
what
out
happened
one.
here? Uragi
No
bullies an
problem there
inch.
to
Hell yeah.
Meanwhile, BZM, got the ATF, somebody else,
fuck.
but just too many kills happening across the map.
Yeah, it's so
Jonathan.
split up. Like, when Fnatic groups up, it doesn't pan out. When they're splitting up, it doesn't pan out. OG's just working everything. Taiga solo pushes to mid-tier 2. Like, it's just gone. His creep army is just there. You don't have that clear out from Fnatic to reliably destroy that. Like, you just don't have that same clear as a Puck provides you, as a Sand King provides you. Even the Drain Protector has pretty decent wave clear coming through with
It's
He's going
winnable.
Orchid.
Yeah,
You just have to kill Arc Warden 7 times in a row without dying.
ATF, he'll make the jump in. They will force the BKB out, and this time Armel.
Impact move.
Yeah, they tried to Gleipnir True. Doesn't quite catch that spell immunity, but they force another BKB.
Well, 90-second cooldown
That still
BKB.
feels like a pretty good win for OG. Down to 6 seconds already. He just bought this like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Like, that's insanity. That's
rough.
It's
Queued
6
up
seconds spell
MKB
immunity, and
nullifier.
you're
That's
dealing
the
with
spare mode
overgrowth. There's
activated.
Not much of a window you can really get to find kills for that.
Oh, here we go again. Chu,
Oh.
knowing the BKB's down, we'll make the jump in. Onto Armel, just trying to secure
That's
the
a
TA
good
pick off, or
dispel.
at least set up a fight here. DJ gonna be around to try
But
and
he
help
didn't-
Armel out. See, we'll get to
Send
the
them
high
back.
ground.
Oh, they already do it?
Looks like he's going to be just fine for now, but OG, even with just supports, just so confident as BZM just takes down Palos. Tier 3 tower or not, he just does not give a crap. So they'll go in for the top tier 3, and in fact, Chu, he's found the Monkey King in the tree line.
Monkey
ATF's
Man.
going to be there, and that'll be enough.
Monkey
Dagon out for
Man.
BZM, just take him out.
Oh god.
That's rough.
Getting Dagon.
BZM's got the E-Blade Dagon, so he can just kind of
E-Blade
snipe people
Dagon,
now.
I see that's what the E-Blade is
Pretty good
for.
timing for Fnatic. Well, not quite that.
Maximize the spare.
Obviously doing something you should
The
never do in a
spare.
game. It's just very, very one-sided affair once again.
My
here for
enemy
OG.
picked Art Wardum and I watched them win from minute 2 and onwards.
GG called.
It's rough,
I
right?
think I agree with what you said. Night Stalker would have been big if it wasn't banned.
No, Boot Mother is good.
Tempo
Boot Mother
hero.
is good. You pick you get the axe on Boot Mother and then you control the map.
Amar gives it.
When you're
If you win, you need to take all the like tier 2s and be sitting on the enemy triangle. Then it's amazing because you can't get out there. But getting to that spot, it's hard to say when a Brood Mother pick is good or not though, because you don't know how the player is. I have no idea how this guy plays Brood. So
Armel hit his level 20. He had
He played exactly how I thought he would play, like a Boot Mother would.
Yeah.
Zero variation of it.
I don't know about offlane Brood though. It's so low experience. I think mid Brood is how you have to play it. Like, she needs
Offlane
levels.
Brood is a very big gamble. It takes way longer to come online than mid Brood.
Yeah. Mid Brood is kind of strong with the damage from the Insatiable. You can deny last hit a lot.
That was the last game, right?
Yep.
Let's go cross some obelisks.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you. Standard 69 for the 5. We don't thank you for the 50 bits. Have you seen the anime I'm a spider, so what? No, but that sounds like hentai. Salad Bacon Sandwich, thank you for the 20. Balofi, thank you for the 23, man. Alright, I'm done with Dota content for today. Tomorrow, we'll watch this again. And then hopefully it's going to be better games. Today's games were absolutely horrid. Like, I don't know. I don't think I watched a good game all day. It was just a bunch of stomps. Aight. Done with Dota for the day. Nivea Men Deep. Let's close this, and now we play this.